We've got a couple of minutes until we go racing. Couple of minutes. So let's see if you guys are awake. Now, we're going to start on this side. Midlands, are you awake? Make some noise. All right, sounds good. Southwest, are you guys awake? Good, good. East Anglia, are you awake? The North, are you guys awake yet? The South, are you awake? And last but not least, I know these guys are awake. Scotland! Good, good. You're going to need them singing and shouting voices later on. You sneak that one up on us, Casey. You sneak that one up on us. Thank you very much, though.
I should have not left that mark around there. That's what I shouldn't have done.
Hey, we do the job for you guys. You guys make the events. But it's our privilege to do that kind of thing for you. And it's our privilege to do this as well. So, guys, we do it all for you. So, thank you. Thank you for every kind message we've had.
We are ready to go racing, ladies and gents. Moto number 1 on track. 9 to 12-year-old cruisers heading for that first turn. The South well represented in this one. They're going 1, 2, and 3 into the first turn. Look at the elbow bashing. In and out they go. Who's in the mix? Robin Matt Alonso is there or thereabouts. That's got to be Robin out front on the 13.5. Doing it for the South. Who's in there within the 7.5? Picking up 2. That is Jake Georgeson. The 6.5 in 3. Huey Lillington out of Bournemouth. Check him out into the final turn. Lillington looking for a way round Georgeson in the final turn. Didn't quite make it happen. It's going to be Robin Matt Alonso bringing it down to the stripe. He's going to take it through. Georgeson in 2. Lillington in 3. Moto 2 on a track. The North out front at the moment, looking good. Looking like E1X. That is Isla Young. In and out of that second turn, the 1.4 in there as well. That is Jake McKenna out of Preston. Scotland's in there in 3 as they head for the final turn. Looking like Daniel Borrachini on the 1.6. In and out, they're going down the final straight. The North, 1 and 2. It is going to be the E1. James Cottrell taking that moto win all the way across the line. Check him out, Midlands on the jersey. Got to be the 4.1 of Elijah Jamira. Absolutely on fire. The W6 in there with him. Newton Hindley was absolutely on fire at the World Champs a few weeks ago, and he's in there in that 2 spot at the moment. The North going 3, 4, and 5. In and out of the final turn. That looks like it could be Alfie Sim in there in about 4 of the minute, pushing all the way to the line. Who's going to get the 3 spot? I think it's going to be the other North rider. That could have been Aaron Hickman on the 4.4. Moto 4 on a track. East Anglia leading this one out. That is Toby Duff. 1.3 on the plate. Adam Arnold out of Braintree. Arnold in there in 1. The 5.5 in there in 2. Hadley Harding bringing it on through. He's under pressure though from the rider out of the southwest. That is looking like Oliver Arnold doing it for Smiley's Flight Club, heading down the final straight. Looking good for Adam Arnold. He's going to bring it to the line for East Anglia. Late charge to the strike from Arnold. Looking like he might have had to stick for 3. 10.5 on the plate. Tate Kitson leading this one out. The 4.4 in there in 2. Eric McSwitty out of the North. The other South rider in there in 3. Heading for the final turn. That's looking like it could be Louis Pinder on the 5.2 in there inside the top 4. But bringing it down to the line, it's going to be Tate Kitson taking that moto win. More South riders on track. Moto number 6, 13 and 14-year-old cruisers. Into turn number 2, the 1.5 on the plate. That's Stanley Palmer going to 1 and 2 with a 3.2. That is Vincent Cockburn heading on through. Joe Pentavote in there in 3. So the Southwest going well at the moment. In 2 and 3, the South in there in 4 as well. But down the final straight, it is going to be the 1.5 taking the win. That's going to be Stanley Palmer. Fast signatures. One rider down in turn number 1. That could have been the Midlands rider. Not quite sure who it was, but the 4.1 looking to work his way around the outside. Logan Widdowson. Logan's picked up a cruiser for the day. He's working his way inside the top 2, but your race leader, Sean Brown, he's going to take this moto win. The other Midlands rider going to be Widdowson, taking it across the line. The North going through in 3. More South riders bringing it on through. We've got to be Arnie Esselmont. Could recognise that star from anywhere. The 14.5, Lewis Fletcher in there in the 2 spot. That looks like it could be True in there in 3, but he's under pressure on the inside as they go into the turn. That could be Lewis Longley, I think, working his way inside the top 3. So it's going to be South 1, 2, 3. That's how they're going to bring it down to the line. As moto number 9 hits turn number 1, 15 to 16-year-old cruisers. In and out they go. That's got to be the Midlands out front. Zach Green on his home track, all the way out of lane 8, he's on fire, heading for turn number 2, who's in there with him, looking like the 7.2 on the plate, Kaju Flutes. In and out of that second turn and heading for the final corner, that's got to be JT Simpson Davies out of the South on the 8.5, he's in there inside the top 3, but it's going to be Green taking the moto win, going through with Flutes in there for 2. The North on a track going well at the moment, looking like it could be the 12.4 into that second turn. That is Ronan Bevington. The 3.3, Thomas Millar in there in 2 out of East Anglia. He's got the South in there inside the top 3. That is looking like Dylan Seaman on the 7.5. Throwing it under in the final turn. That's going to be the rider out of the North, bringing it on through, getting a little bit sketched to the line. Looking like, I think that was Kean Brown. Looks like we lost a rider in that one. That could have been... Not sure who the fallen rider was. They're making their way off the track. As race number 11 hits that second straight, that looks like it's Ben Wise out front, looking good for the Midlands. Heading into turn number 2, the 6.3, and there with him. Joseph Long just gets in a little bit wrong in that second turn, but sticks upright. He's going to go through the south, right there behind him, in there in 3. Looking like that could be Finley Stark, I think, on the 2.5. That's going to be your top 3, but Ben Wise taking the moto win. The North on track, going 1, 2, and 3 in this one. Gabe Simpson, your new world number 4, leading it out with the 6.4 in there behind him. Thomas Duran, the 7.4 in there in 3. That is Alexander Stokes. So the North looking good out of the way of the South. In there inside the top 4, looking up the inside of Stokes, not quite going to make it stick. So he's down to the line. Your world number 4 being pushed all of the way to the stripe. Looking like that might have been Duran taking the moto win.
All right, moving on, 13 to 16-year-old girl cruisers. We've got Anya Matten Alonso in this one. It looks like Annalise Cadman-Carpenter leading it out for East Anglia. She's into the turn, the 2.5. That's Anya into the 3.5. Is, Isla Radcliffe on the 1.5. Also got Missy Large in there as well. Grace Birch going through. Jetska Hemstock and Carmel Allison in the mix as well. But it's going to be Cadman-Carpenter taking it to the stripe, with Matten Alonso in 2. There is your W1, that is Elsa Rendell Todd. Leading out moto number 14, Alexis McCartney in the mix as well, doing it for Scotland in there in 3. Lily McCoy going through, Cody Harmer, Erin, Jay Jackson doing it for the North, and Abigail Nyquist for the Midlands, who's in that 4th position. Alexis gets the 3, Elsa taking the win. 30-plus cruiser ladies, Kim Batsford, W5, Alda in front, doing it for the South. Cara Rushforth going through as well, the 3.5. Sarah Jane Nichols, the only rider here this weekend who raced the first British Championships at Derby Greyhound Stadium in 1983. And 40 years later, she's still here, giving it the big. Down that last straight, going to go across the line in second. The 2.3 going through. In that 3rd spot was Cara Rushforth. That's Kirsty Freer going through as well, and Claire Albert, but no Leah Pearson. I believe she is injured, so best wishes to Leah. Hope she gets well soon. Moto 16, Cassie Harding, Annie Chiziwa in this one, in there in 3. Leah Meaden, Emily Eilert, Joanne Andrews, and Rachel Staling, all going through. But it is the 5.5, I think it was, going across the line first. That was Cassie Harding. Moto number 17, Rebecca Gold, Tracy Sharp, Magic, Manda Hemstock in this one, inside the top 4. With her healing hands of heaven. Abby Hill, great to see her back on track. She's in there in 5. First Brits for a little while. But, you know, the Hill family, quintessentially BMX. And Abby certainly holding up the family tradition as Leah Pendleton crosses the line. Moto number 18, Marsha Brook in this one. But the E3 leading it out, that'll be Michelle Stupple. Whoa! Big move in the corner. Teresa Chalice throwing it in there as well. Oh, it's a bit early for that, but you know, you're going to get stuck in, you might as well get stuck in early. Lisa Tarlin, Suzanne Rawlins, Grace Turner and Josephine Burston. Right, 30 to 39 cruiser crossing the line, including Ash Richardson. And going through for the Southwest, that was Ross Bradley. Race 20, Ali Adzans, Leary, Eaton, Dugan, Reed, Luckhurst and Hearts. Plenty of South riders in this one. Charlie Luckhurst in there on the 5.5. Shane Reed on that 1.5. Oh, one rider takes a fall. Matthew Eaton out in front though. Reed's in there in 2. That looks like Luckhurst in about 5th at the minute. The rider from Scotland, that is Gary Dugan. The rider who hit the deck was Adam Hart out of Cornwall. But he is up and okay. Race 21, Billy Irwin, Daniel Hale, Kane Durr, Chris Miller. The 01, that belongs to Martin Smiley Brown. Being pursued by Billy Irwin. Chris Miller in there in 3, being pursued by Kane Durr. 5.3 is Daniel Hale, and the 9.3 Martin Avis. Apparently he can rent you a car if you want one. Allegedly. Race 22, Ryan Jones, Chris Nesbitt, Lewis Darley, Mario Berno, Daniel Popel, Stuart Laurie, and John Mays. John doing it out of Tiverton in the southwest. Stuart Laurie doing it for the MK crew. He's there in about 4. Mario Berno, Lewis Darley out of Northeast BMX. He's coming through the 3.4. That is Ryan Jones. Darley's in there in about 6. And the 7.2, that belongs to Chris Nesbitt. But as they come to the line, it is the Southwest taking the win. That was the 1.2 of Daniel Popel. Race 23, Jeffrey Rojas, Matt Swales, Kev Merrin, Matt Smart, Andy Todd, and Lewis Allison. Lewis going through on that 3.3, pushing hard, chasing down the rider from the south. Midlands rider is Matt Smart out of Doncaster. Jeffrey Rojas in the mix as well. I think he's going to take the win as they cross the line. Race 24, Graham Stark, Fraser Watson, Matthew Walsh, Kingsley Mears in this one. Kingsley out there in the leads. 2.4 is Andy Groves out of Bradford. He's there in that 3rd spot. East Anglia have got Mark Steele from Ipswich. Rich Chappell doing it for the Southwest as well. And it was Fraser Watson and Kingsley Mears battling at the line.
More 40 to 44-year-old cruisers now on track in race number 25. That is the South going through on the 1.5, leading this one out. Norbert Marco out of DC Cycles. He's got the Southwest right in there behind him, looking for a way through. That looks like it could be Lee Arthurs on the 6.2. In and out of that final turn and down the final straight. They're going to go through in 1 and 2. Marco's going to take the moto win. The North going to go through in 3 with Anthony Labras. Moto number 26 now on a track, looking like it is the 4.4 leading this one out. That is Graham Stanley out of Manchester, looking good at the moment. The South in there in 2. That is Stuart McQuirk on the 5.5 as they head into that final turn. In and out they go down the final straight. The North, the South. They're going to go through in that order. Stanley taking the moto win. We have had a key handed in, ladies and gents. What looks like a door key. It's got some form of keyring on it. Some form of metal X or cross, something along them lines. So if you are missing what looks like your house key, then the chances are it is up here at commentary. That looks like Jules Allen getting busy on the inside into turn 2. So this is race number 28. Allen in there in the 2 spot, then chasing down Brett Knight out front as they go into the final turn. Jules was giving us his opinion on the World Champs that we've just had a couple of weeks ago on the 96 podcast. Scott Beaumont's podcast over on Spotify. Very good listen, I must say. 2 episodes, all based around the World Champs the other week. So thanks for that, Jules. It was great to hear your opinion on it. But in and out of that second turn, race number 29 going on through. 45, 49-year-old cruisers, Hayes, Clark, Merrill, Mead, Stokes, Barnard, and Matthews in and out of the final corner. East Anglia have got 4 riders in this one, but it's going to be the South leading out, taking it to the line. Damien Mead, he's going to take your moto win. As race 30 heads towards the second turn, 50 to 54-year-old cruisers, that looks like it could be Brett Archibald on the 5.6, looking for a way round. He's in there in that 2 spot, chasing down Steve Hassel on the 1.5. So it is the South and Scotland going at it at the moment. Opposite ends of the country, but they're scrapping it out down the final straight. Here comes the Scotsman down the final straight. He's going to nick it. Archibald takes it to the line. Hassel for 2. And that was the North coming through in 3 with Gary Carver. As the W4 goes past us in and out of that second turn. That is, of course, Ian Archibald looking good out front. Taking it into the final turn with the Southwest rider in there behind him. As they bring it down to the stripe, they're going to go through in 1 and 2. Race 32 at more 50 to 54-year-old cruisers. That looks like Alan Hill leading this one out. Your world number 3, looking good in and out of the final turn. Check out the move in the final corner. Daz O'Brien just drops back to that 3 spot. Jason Lewis, it was throwing it under. He's worked his way into 2. O'Brien goes back to 3, but it was Hilly taking the moto win. Race 33 now on track. That is the 1.3. Kevin Sykes leading this out, going 1 and 2 with the 2.3 of Richard Ellis. So East Anglia looking good at the moment. Who's in there for the top 3 spot? Looking like that is Matt Phillips, I think, on the 10.5 as to go in and out of that final turn. East Anglia looking good. Sykes bringing it down to the stripe. Late charge from Phillips as they bring it down. Looking like he's not quite going to get close enough. It was Ellis hanging on to the 2. 55 plus cruisers. Mick Goff leads this one out, doing it for the Midlands on the 2.1. He's going to 1 and 2 with the 2.5 into that second turn. Keith Brown, that looks like it was the 4.5 of Billy Stuffle inside the top 3. Southwest in there as well. That is Graham Watts on the 1.2 in and out of the final turn. All about Mick Goff. He's going to take the moto win. The South going through inside the top 3. That was Brown and Watts. Race 35, the 1.5 on the plate. John Moore leads it out for Bournemouth. James Yeo in there in 2, doing it for East Anglia, going on through into that final turn. Raymond Reed out of Scotland in there in 3, bringing it down the final straights. It is going to be the South taking that moto win. John Moore bringing it on through on the 1.5. As we move on to the 17 to 29-year-old women's cruiser, that is Lily Chisawa, your new world number 8, leading this one out for the Midlands, going to 1 and 2 with the 2.5 in and out of that second turn. That's Hannah Hedges being chased down by the rider out of the north. That is Olivia Firth on the 3.4. Sorted race gear looking for a way through down the final straights. Hedges, Firth to the stripe, looking like Hedges is going to hang on to it, but Chisholm are going to take your moto win.
Moto 37, Bethan Cowley, Kelly Thompson, Jamie Elwood in this one. The 5.1 of Izzy Hurry leading it through the East Anglia duo. Right behind her, Thompson's in that 4, Jamie Elwood in 5, Bethan Cowley in 6. So Abby Pike in the mix as well, doing it for the East Anglia region. On that 8.3, she's in there in 2. Battling away with Molly Nice. Race 38, Trinity Cam from just down the road in Ilkeston. Chloe Tompkins, Jordana Owen out of Burnham. Pushing hard there, doing it for the Southwest, the 5.4. That is Chloe Tompkins. Savannah Carver in the mix as well. Going through in 3, but it's the South region out front. That's going to be Amy Willets taking it to the line. The Midlands duo chasing her down. Savannah Carver with a late charge. Is he going to steal that 3rd spot? Yes, she is. 3.5 and 4.5. Luca Manzi, Jack Wiggins going 1 and 2. Kyron Patel's in there. That's Owen Cam, I think, in there in 3. Just working his way up into the 2. Morgan Riley out there for Cardiff as well. This is 17 to 29-year-old cruisers as race 40 heads towards me. Tyler Chadwick, Owen Putland, Jay Green, Dylan Hancock. 15.1. Jay Green looking good. Thompson's in there as well, Pope and Taylor. Tyler Chadwick doing it for the North, but it looks like it's going to be Green taking it to the line on his home track. Scotland pushing hard, that was Jay Taylor. Race 41, 0-1, Alex Brooks looking to retain the title. In there in that first position. 2.1 is Bradley George, being pursued by Jackson Randall. Bradley Day in there as well, and Bradley George, Ryan Cheers going through, and Cameron Marsh for Wreaking Riders. All chasing Brooks to the line. Moto 42, Charlie Roy, Matt McCube, Marcel Moore, Connor Hedges, Connor Blythe, Harvey Fryer, and Oliver Dwyer. Dwyer doing it for Royston in the yellow and black of East Anglia. Connor Blythe out of the south on that 6.5. DC Cycles, but it's the 01X in control. That is Charlie Roy. Matt McHugh in there in that 4th spot. Mum watching on from the sidelines, taking the photos. That is BMX Widow Photography. As we head to moto number 43, Josh Orr, Louis de Koenig's in this one as well. Mickey Porter, Tom Whittaker, Archie Large. The 5.3 though is in control. That is Mickey Porter. Luke Morris in there in that 3rd spot. Josh Orr doing it for the Midlands region. Lloyd Freeman out of the south. More 17.29 cruiser moto number 44, Reese Fletcher in there for the north. It looks like the 4.3 even, Freddie Cadman Carpenter. His sister's already won a moto, he wants to win one as well. Ryan Bevan, Niall Moss, Jack Mowat and Danny Smith in the mix too, as is Ash Walker. Moto 45, Finley Palmer, Ted Malkin, Harvey Simpson, Stanley Duffy, Bo Morris, Ezra Nuttall, Ando and Wilfred Turner. These are your 9-year-olds. Ted on his home track of Derby, he's back there in about 5 at the moment. But it is Bo Morris and Finley Palmer going 1 and 2. Stanley Duffy in there in about 4, doing it for East Anglia. And the Southwest rider, that is Wilfred Turner. As they head down towards the line, looks like the win will go to the south. 3.5 taking it to the stripe, that was Finley Palmer. Race 46, Lucas Tuolde in this one. But it's Jacob Anderson leading it into the corner on that W3, did a grand job. In there in Glasgow, moves being made by the 1.2. That was Oliver Riches. Making a great move on Lucas Tuolde. Joshua Coates in there, Kyle and Gordon. Joey Tompkins and Albert Turner. But it is Anderson bringing it to the line. Moto 48, Aidan Dowling, Elliot Laurie, Vinnie Joe Buck, Jacob Squires, Thomas Henning out of the north. Ronnie Wood and Finley Monroe. If you ever want a bit of comedy in your life, spend an evening with Finn Monroe at a skate park. Constant form of entertainment is our Finn. So they're all getting in there. Sam Smith out of Midlands in the mix as well. Hugo Dayton going through, doing it for the Midlands. I think he's out front actually. So good stuff, guys. Well done. I think we're on race 49, Lewis.
Race 49 now on track, then on at the 1.4, leading this one out.
Sorry, I was a moto in front. I do apologise. That's Finn Monroe leading it through. As I was saying, constant source of entertainment.
That one looks like Moto 49
That's
now on
49,
track.
yeah.
There we go. Right, 9-year-olds on a track. Race 49, the 1.4. The 7.E4. I can't read these places. Jack Devine leading this one through. Looking good out front. Who's that in there with him? Looking like that could be Seb Hewitt on the 2.1. He's under pressure as he head towards the final turn. Watson's thrown it under. He's now in there in 2. Hewitt's in there in 3. The North going 1 and 4 at the moment, but the rider out front under pressure as they bring it to the strike. Devine's going to hang on. Hewitt with a late ditch. He's going to nick the 2. And that was Watson through in 3. More 9-year-olds on track, 0-1 on the plate, gotta be Benny Jackson leading this one out for the North. He's going to 1 and 2 with the rider out of the Midlands. That is Joey McAvoy. Teddy Jones in there in the 2 spot. On the 1.1, Joey McAvoy's in there at about 4 or 5 at the moment. Looking like he's got to find a way around the 2 Southwest riders just in front of him. As they bring it down the final straight, that's going to be Josiah Burge and Alfie Hart. They're going to bring it through in 3 and 4. McAvoy in there for 5. 4.1 around the outside. That's going to be Freddie Ray Orland working his way into that 1 spot. The 5.5 of Otto Parr chasing him down in there in 2. Here comes the rider out of the Southwest, the 11.2, working his way into that top 2 spot. That's got to be Ollie Thorne. Mixed Picks race team, he's now in there in 2, then chasing down Freddie Ray Orland. Orland, Thorne, 1 and 2. That's how they're going to bring it to the stripe. It's going to be the South going through in 3 and 4. 7.5 on the plate, Lucas Berghardt out of Bournemouth leading this one out. He's absolutely charging in and out of turn number 2, the 6.2. In there behind him, that is Samuel Snell out of Decoy, bringing it on through for the Southwest. Coming on, Daniel Rice on the 3.6 in there inside the top 3 as well. Last straight action then. It's all about Berghardt running away with it. He's going to take it across the line for Bournemouth BMX Club. And it is the Southwest of Scotland going through in 2 and 3. 12.3 on the plate. Aston Kitely leads this one out, going to 1 and 2 with Codnor. Out of the North. As they come in and out of that final turn, it looks like I think that could be Connor Hemphill On the 2.4, it was Connor. I was reading the back of his jersey and then trying to find what it said on his jersey on the sheet. Don't know how that one worked. But yeah, Connor Helmhill going through in the 2 spot in that one. 6.5 on the plate, leading this one out. Zach Hamill looking good in and out of that second turn. That looks like Archie Bell. Crack BMX coaching on the 2.4 out of the north in there in that 2 spot. Being chased down by the contingent out of the southwest. They are going through in 3, 4, 5 and 6 at the moment. And 7 and 8 as well. So bringing it down to the line. The south and the north going to 1 and 2. That was Hamill bringing it across the line with Bell in there in 2. 1.4 on the plate, looking good at the moment. Marcus Mullen out of Preston. He's got the 29.5 in there behind him. That is Leighton Harding out of Salted Race Gear. Second moto of the day for Leighton. He's been on his cruiser once today and he's in there in that 2 spot on his 20-inch. In and out of that final turn. Looking good for Mullen and Harding at the moment. Running away with it. That's going to be the Midlands in there in 3. Huey Hall, I think that is on the 3.1. They're going to go 1, 2, 3 across the line. Who's in there for 4? That looked like it could have been... I think that was the 26.5 of Matronola. 24.4 on the plate, looking good out front at the moment. Louis Swales out of Preston. He's got the other North rider in there behind him, Charlie Cotton on the 3.4. So the North looking good out front. Cotton's thrown it under in the final turn and worked his way into the 1 spot. He's being chased down to the line by Swales. It's going to be Cotton, Swales, 1 and 2. Who's going to go through in 3? I think that might have been Charlie LeBras on the 8.4. 22.1, Midlands on the jersey. Check him out, Tajimira on a charge. Got a massive gap to the rider in there in 2. The rider out of the south chasing him down. Looking like that could be Billy Cheeseman, I think, on the 14.5. Down the final straight, all about Tajimira. Crucial racing. He's going to take that moto win. Couple of red jerseys going 1 and 3 in this one. That looks like the 15.1 of Noah Everly. Oh, Zach Everly, sorry. Crash in turn number 2. Harley Bowler gets caught up in the action. He's straight back up to his feet and back on his bike. The 18.2 was one of the fallen riders. That was Joe Rourke making his way back up to his feet. Put your hands together for Harley and Joe, ladies and gents. They're both going to finish their lap. Always good to see. Carnage in a moto number 58. Let's hope that them riders are okay. The 4.5 and the 2.5 leading this one out then. That looks like Swales and Mattis Valdemanis. Valdemanis in there in 2 then, looking for a way round as they head into the final turn. Swales still looking good out front. The other South rider in the mix as well inside the top 3. That's going to be Emil Challenger out of Brixton. That South 1, 2, 3. That's how they're going to finish across the line. It was the 15.4 of Arthur Thomas in there in 4. Moto number 60 now on track, heading towards the second turn. That looks like it could be the 6.4 of Leon Waite. Out of the mid-lights, going 1 and 2 with the 13.4 of Callum Goostrey. Check out the move in the turn. Noah Ford on the 4.3 has worked his way inside the top 3. Here comes Owen Smart around the outside, looking for a way back at him. Out of the Midlands, the 2 Midlands lads getting caught up in the action in the final turn. Smart's going to nick that top 4 spot as they bring it down to the line. But it's all about Leon Waite taking that moto win.
Right, Moto 61, let's have a look who we've got in this one. It's Leo Rowlands leading it out for the North, followed by Isaac the Sender Smith doing it for the North, and Flavor Flav Cakes. Mum named her business after a 90s celebrity crush, which is absolutely amazing. Flavor Flav from the Blazing Squad. Bet he never thought he'd get a mention at British BMX Championships, that's for sure. But Isaac going through with the 2. As we move on to race 62, Noah Bagwell, Lucas Lorry, Keir Phillips in this one, Albert Aliedzans, Logan Waterhouse, Ronnie Payne, Louis Cheffy and Finley Murphy. It is the South out front though. So I've got a feeling that might be the 3.5 of Ronnie Payne. Taking it to the line, I think it is. He's doing it for the South, taking it across that stripe. East Anglia following him in 2. And that was the 1.3 of Noah Bagwell. Max Bojang, Archie Crocker-White, Simon Stefanovs even. Jet Thompson in there as well. It is the 19.2 though leading it out, which is Sam Riches. Frankie McKenna in there for the North region on that 19.4. Chasing down Bradley Perks out of East Anglia. Archie Crocker-White on that 5.2. He's in there in that second spot as they head towards the line, being tracked down by the 30.5 of Jet Thompson. 1.1 is Ethan Howell, doing it for Creation Cycles. And It's Max Vass of Runnymede in the south in there in 3. Corey Stone, Joshua Ballard, Otto Bowden out of the north, or as we called him the other week at Fast Friday, Otto van der Bolden, because he had his Dutch jersey on. Next up, race 65, 7.4 going past me. That is Xavi Fox Cooper. Sullivan Collis in there, Joshua Lewis as well. Got a feeling it's Sullivan out there in front. Looking very smooth as he gets chased down by Jordan Ajibade as well, doing it for the south. As race 66 comes towards us, 14.1, that is Ethan Rogers being tracked down by Harry Tyers. Ralph Sowerby in there in that 4th spot, I think it is. And Oscar Walding's in there as well, and Colby Williams, who's in that 3rd position for the south. Tom Palmer doing it for the north, battling with George Redding. Those guys going 1 and 2. Josiah White in there as well. Jude Hoff, my mate Jude the Dude, he's in there in 5. As the 5.1 heads towards the lines. On the 8.1, that is Louis Kacharik. Always good to see Louis on track. Race 68, Nathan Head, Toby Duff, Oliver Arnold, Sam Dolan, Yusuf Almas Fordham, Alfie Ray Collins Bradshaw, Josh Jepson in there in 2, and Harrison Henbest doing it for the south. Nathan Head on the 12.4 out of Preston. Dad's a member of the Standard Bikes riding crew, unofficially, because there ain't many of us in the UK. As we move on to moto number 69, Harry Gardner in this one, 4.3 and 2.3. Harley Steele leaving the door wide open in that second turn, dropping 2 spots, unfortunately. Harry Gardner in there in 7 and pushing hard, but it's the young man from the south out in front. That is going to be Mark Zazzadillo, I think it is, taking the win. And Max Cooper in there as well. The 01 is Freddie Parkinson out of the north, creating his usual brand of havoc off the track, but keeping us all entertained in the process. As the 2 South riders chase him down, that's probably going to be Charlie Wilcox and James Miller in there as well. Race 71, Frankie Griffin. The 9.4 in the lead. The 2.1 of Jack Perkins in there in 2. It's getting very tight in this second corner. Already carving it like a Christmas turkey. Bodie Bartley in there. George Jackson, Gilmore Green. He sounds like a 70s pop star, doesn't he? With his latest song, Dust in the Berm, it's Gilbert. What was the name? Gilmore Green. Yeah. Sorry, that's just how my humour works. I do apologise. Oliver Nelson. It's early. I've only had 1 coffee. That's all I can say. Wait till I've had 2. Moving on, I have absolutely no idea what moto we're up to now.
Moto number 73 on track then. The 12-year-old boys into that first turn. Looking like the Midlands are going to go 1 and 2 in this one. In and out of the corner, Ronnie Horton out there in front at the moment on the 1.1. Who's that in there with him? Heath Osborne's in the mix. It's Osborne out front. Horton in there in 2. That's the 5.2 in there in 3. Zach Arthur's out of Tiverton. And the Southwest, the South rider in there as well. That looks like it could be Jake Georgeson on the 16.5. In and out of the final turn. Looking good for Osborne and Horton. That's how they're going to bring it through the Midlands, going well in Moto 73. Into turn at number 2, the 1.4. Nate Hamilton leads this one out. The 8.5 in there in 2. That is Newton Hindley out of Team Air and the South. Heading on through towards that final turn. The Midlands rider in the mix, that is Dexter Beerup out of Doncaster on the 2.1, heading down the final straight. Looking like those, the front 3 are safe and clear. Who's going to get 4? That looked like the 3.3 of Zach Childs out of Royston. That looks like it could be Oliver Tyres on the E7 leading this one out. Check him out, the W2 in there in that 2 spot. Harry Donald out of the Midlands. Owner of quite possibly one of the best individual races I've ever seen in my entire time being involved in BMX. He's in there in the 2 spot. What a world champs he had. He's your world number 2, taking it through across the line with the 4.4 of Todd Smith-Notman going through in there in 3. 3.5 on track. That looks like Cristiano Goodman out of Peckham BMX. Robin Matter Alonso in there in that 2 spot. The north of the south going 1, 2, 3, and 4 at the moment. That looks like it could be coming old Brody Geddes on the 1.6. In there in 5 down the final straight. It's going to be Goodman. Alonso battling it out to the line. Here comes Geddes to the stripe. He's going to go from 5 to 3. What a last straight he's just had. Race 77 now on track. Who's out front? The 17.2 looking good. Sensu Flukes DC Cycles, the 7.4 of Nathaniel Eames. In there in 3 at the minute, chasing down the rider in there in 2. That is Elvis Lawrence. He's got a Henry Shenton in there behind him though in 4. Eames and Shenton looking good down the final straight inside the top 4. It's going to be Flukes, Lawrence, Eames, Shenton in that order. Bringing it across the line in the 12-year-old boys. 1.3, Freddie Richardson leads this one out. The 16.2 of Ned Guppy throws it under in that second turn. Look at the elbow bashing. Guppy's going to work his way from 2 to 1. What a move that was. Guppy leads it. Richardson in there in 2. The front 2 guys looking safe and clear to bring it down to the stripe. In that 1 and 2 spot. That's how they're going to finish. Looks like we've lost one rider on the first straight. That could have been Isaac Shaw. Let's hope that Isaac's all right. It's the 15.2. Kobe Rayford out on track, going 1 and 2 with Harry Bailey into the final turns at the southwest and the north. Looking good at the minutes. 2 cracking riders in this 12-year-old age groups. They're going to go through in 1 and 2. Who's going to get the 3? That was the 3.4 of James Cottrell. Put your hands together then, ladies and gents, for Isaac Shaw as he finishes his lap. Reece Dugan as well. I think he might have taken a tumble. They're both going to bring it in and out of that final turn. The south now on track, then leading this one out, going to 1 and 2 at the moment. That looks like it could be Ronnie Richards in the mix in there in that 1 spot on the 2.5. Who's in there with him? The 4.5 of Thomas Westmore. The 20.4 in the mix as well. That looks like Alfie Sim, Rebel Racing, being chased down by the Southwest riders. Jack Baldwin's in there on the 14.2. If that's who I think it is, then I'm excited to go cruiser racing later on today. Down the final straight and to the line. It was Ronnie Richards and Thomas Westmore going at 1 and 2 in that one. On to race 81, Amelia Everly, European number 5, leading this one out for hashtag 59 on the Midlands. In and out of that final turn, Everly looking good. The North chasing it down in there in that 2 spot. That looked like it could be Noah Buttery, I think, on the 6.4. Doing it for Smilers Flight Club with the 4.3 inside the top 3. That's Leo Cranston out of Braintree. 12-year-old girls now on track. Race 82, E7 on the plate. That is Katie Millar going 1 and 2 with a 1.2. As they go in and out of that second turn, Isabella Rose sorted race gear out of the southwest, being chased down by the 15.3 of Sidoni Cleave. So the East Anglia going 1 and 3 in this one. Looking good. E7 going to bring it down to the line. That's going to be Millar. Late charge to the stripe from Cleave. She's going to go from 3 to 2. Looks like we've lost 2 ladies on the last straight. One of them was Anastasia Mutra, I think, maybe. No, sorry, that's Ellie Moore. She's back up to her feet and going to finish her lap. And the rider out of the north was the 4.4 of Lexi Cairns. Put your hands together for the fallen riders, ladies and gents. Isla Young on the 4.5, taking the win in moto number 83 with a 2.1 of Maddie Dixon in there in 2. Moto 84 on track. Brown, Gianolino, Morgan, Lubert, Peck, and Copping all on track. It is the Southwest leading this one out. Lottie Brown on the 9.2. Doing it for Absolute Bicycle Motocross. Looking good at the minute. The 21.5 in there as well. Lily Rose Lubert chasing it down all of the way. That's Rin Gianolino out of the Outlaws. Doing it for the Midlands inside the top 3 at the moment. But out front, check her out. Lottie Brown on a charge. She's going to take the win in moto number 84. As we move on to race 85, 7-year-olds now on track. Kennedy, O'Brien, Sullivan, Hayes, Holloway, Robinson, Youngs, and Revit. That's the 20.2 on track. Henry Sullivan, Rustin up racing the 3.4. In there behind him in 2, that is Seth Robinson, chasing him down all of the way. The 16.2 of Oscar Holloway, Green Machine Tribe and the Southwest, he's in there in 3. Check out the move from Holloway in the final turn, looking for a way round down this final straight. Can he make it stick? Battling away with Seth Robinson on the 3.4. Robinson's going to hang on to the 2 spot. Holloway goes through in 3. As more 7-year-olds come charging towards the second turn, that is a 1.1 on the plate. Antec Peremni, Birmingham NRT, the 1.4 in there in 2. That is Alexander Gilbert out of the Brunsey Massive, but he's got the Midlands riders queuing up behind him in 3, 4, and 5 as they go in and out of the final turn. Check him out, Peremni. He's going to take this moto when he's on a charge, taking it down to the line. The battle on for 3, that looked like the 3.1 of Seb Perry. He's going to hang on to it as they bring it through. As 2 riders go down in race number 87. 1.5 on the plate. Dominic Zapanos leads this one out with a 7.5 of Vernel Challenger. The South looking good in this one. The 8.2 in there in 3. That has been Yebury. Out of Bath BMX Club, going to round up your top 3 as they head towards that final turn. The North in there as well. That is the 16.4 of Walter Thomas. Out of Manchester BMX Club being chased down by the 12.4 of Nathan Franklin out of the Northeast. So it's the South going 1 and 2, the North going 3 and 4. That's how they're going to go through in race 87. Ethan White on a track. Race at number 88 on the 1.3. White looking good at the moment, being chased down in and out of that final turn. That is the Southwest's Elliot Hatch. Out of Burnham on the 1.2. Look at the late charge from Hatch. Can he make it stick to the line? Hatch is going to nick it. White's going to have to settle for 2. Race 89 in and out of that first turn. Check him out. That looks like it could be Scotland in the mix. Leon James Burton on the 1.6, working his way across into that 1 spot. Burton leads it out then. Who's in there behind him? That is the 4.2 on the plate. Callum Wood out of Decoy BMX Club. The 9.2 in there in 3. That is Edison Bentley out of Torby, heading towards the final turn. Looking good though for the 1.6 of Leon James Burton. Last straight action, Burton, he's going to hang on to it for the Titans. And the Scotland Massive, they're going to go wild as he crosses the line. Burton in 1 at the 4.2 of Wood in there for 2. 4 Southwest riders now on track, 3.2 leading this one out. Alistair North out of Decoy, Leo Brits in there in that 2 spot, doing it for East Anglia. He's being chased down by the rider out of the South, 5.5 of Arthur Mason. Check out the move in that final turn, working his way through Brits, throwing it under, looking for a wave pass as he heads to the stripe. North, Brits, who's going to get it? North's going to hang on. Brits for 2. As 2 South riders headed through into that second turn in race number 91. Looks like the 3.5 and the 4.5. That's Caleb Twold and Joe Pritchard. So Peckham and the Hawks battling it out at the moment. East Anglia in there in 3. That is looking like Jake Avis out of MK Evolution. That's going to be a front 3 down the final straight. Scotland in there in 4. Miller McAlpine on the 2.6. That's going to be your top 4. Midlands looking good in race number 92. That is Charlie Dowson going it through with Seth Kutrick in there in that 2 spot. The 7.3 in there as well. That was Rex Ford out of Braintree. More Midlands riders on track. Race number 93. Your British champ leads it through. Ethan Shaw, the 2.2 and the 30.4 in there behind him. That is Jack Belton and Jack Kitching. So the Jacks are going through in 2 and 3. Looks like Belton slipped his pedal and he's dropped back to about 4. So the Southwest going through in 2 and 3 down the final straight. Who's going to pick up the 3 spot? Looking like that could be the 4.2, I think that was, of George Spencer out of Decoy. More 8-year-olds now on track. Third moto for these guys in the first set. 3.4 on the plate. That is Thomas Giles out of the Northeast being chased down by 3 South riders as they come on through. Callum Hawker both in the mix. And that looks like it could be Zachary Jones on the 6.5. inside the top 4 as you head down the final straight and to the line, but it's going to be the 3.4 of Giles taking that moto win. Race 95 now on track. Grocock, Donaldson, Wally, Hines, Scottfield, James Dodd and Arnold. It is a W7, Hendricks, Hines. Running me massive lead in this one out. Arthur Donaldson in there in the 2 spot out of the northeast. The northeast in there in 3 as well as they head into the final turn. Looking good though down the final straight. It is going to be the south and the southwest bringing it to the stripe. The W7 of Hendricks, Hines taking the moto win. Race number 96 on track. 3.1 on the plate, looking good. Jack Haynes leads it out from the 4.4 of Leo Ingham out of the Bronte Massive. So it is the Midlands and the North at the moment, the South mixing it up. In there in 3 as well, that could be Malachi Smith on the 2.5, but he's been under pressure in and out of the final turn. The rider out of the North has worked his way in. I think that could be the 6.4 of Jacob Dent. It is Dent picking up a top 3 spot as they head across the line. A late charge from Seb Staines. I think he might have nicked a top 4 spot as they cross the stripe. North on track, 31.4, that is Tobias Groves. He's got the 1.6 in there with him. That is, of course, Aston John Lee looking to work his way in for the Scottish Massive. He's bringing it through into the final turn. Can he throw it under? He's thrown it under. Looking for an elbow bash out of the turn. Got it all wrong. Ends up in that 2 spot. It's going to be Groves hanging on. Aston John Lee going through for 2. Round of applause from the Scottish contingent on the last straight. 1.5 on the plate. Joseph Dewis out of Gosport leads this one out. The 4.3 in there with him. In the 2 spot, that is Riley Taylor-Day out of Ipswich BMX Club, being chased down by another South rider as they head into the final turn. That could be Oakley Lewisfield, I think, out of Andover, inside the top 3. But bringing it across the line, Joseph Dewis taking that moto win. Back. 6 and under girls on a track in race number 99. Hewitt, Moore, Bowler, Dewis, Worthington and Nuttall all on track. The 1.5, Ole Dewis leading this one through the 1.1 of Matilda Hewitt. In there into the 4.4 in 3, that is Jada Nuttall with Millie Moore in the mix as well. In there in that 4 spot, being chased down by the other rider out of the North. That is, of course, Tia Worthington out of Preston Pirates. This is her first British champs. I saw her on Facebook this morning. Had a selfie with one of her coaches, I believe, Ian Brooks. Very well known in the North. Everyone wants a selfie with Ian. Where is he? He's got to be somewhere on the last straight watching on closely. Out on track then, more 6 and under girls. Mabel Pine on the 2.2. In there in that 2 spot at the minute. Chasing down Maggie Devine on the 7.4. So Devine, Pine 1 and 2 as they're bringing it on through the North in there as well. That's going to be the 2.4 of Hattie McGoldrick, the 1.4 of Abigail Henning in there as well. Luciana Barron in there as well, inside the top 5 as we move on to the 6 and under boys. If you are spectating today, ladies and gents, you need to make sure that you are behind the green fences. That is both the first and the last straight. In fact, anywhere on the track. If you are standing behind one of the green fences, your legs must be behind the fences, please. It is for your own good. If a rider exits on the left-hand side and hits your legs, if you're racing, that's definitely you done for the day, and probably that rider as well. So please keep your legs the right side of the green fences. Thank you very much.
Race 103 as the banter goes on up here. Yates, Pleasantsford, my mate Snack Boy, where is he? Lincoln Hargreaves in there somewhere. Doing good things, jumping on the last straight. Well done, Link. Good lad. That's what we like to see. Noah Bishop, oh, more trouble in this one. We got Oscar Rutherford. He's in there in that third spot, creating havoc wherever he goes. Albie Blight in there. Now, I've been reliably informed that Albie has a nickname, Triple B. I can't tell you what it's for. I'm not allowed to tell you what it's for. I just know his nickname is Triple B. There we go. Drop that one in. Carter Hawker's in there as well, holding up the family tradition of racing the Brits. Well done, Carter. Good lad. Oh dear, all kinds of carnage on that first straight. We need riders in the pens for the second set of motos, please. If you were in the first 20 motos, set number 2, can you get yourself around there? As Phoebe Millar goes past me, followed by the 8.2, that is Ella Grant. The 2.5 is Madison Stupple. Good to see Madison on track, following in the family tradition. I don't know if Billy can hear me, but get that girl a set of Skyways. She needs them. Race 106. Let's have a look. We had a couple of fallers. Megan Keller took a tumble on the 1.5. And a rider from the north as well. That would have been Maisie Dyson. Those two girls, I think, are up and okay. Make them out of tough stuff in the north, that's for sure. We are on moto number 106. 7.2 is Lauren Snell. The 1.5, determination in her eyes. Ellie Robertson. Lola Perks, Daisy Hart, Pippa Rowland in there as well. The North Region and Pendle Panthers on that little track in East Lancashire. They turn up at Midlands for Fast Friday, do the Pendle Massive, and do a fabulous job. So I just want to give a shout to Pendle Panthers. There we go, guys. Thank you for supporting Midlands Fast Friday. We always love having you down there. 1.6 is Rosie Geddes. Got a 5.2. That is Ruby Evans out of Cornwall. Ellie Henbest in there. Charlie Hargreaves, pretty in pink. She's in there in that third spot. Chasing down the 1.6, which was Rosie Geddes. Race 108, Millie Wheeler, Florence Dyson, Cara Cross, Roxy Rowlands in this one, Ailey Steinmetz and Holly Bishop out in front. Florence Dyson in there in 3, Roxy in 4. 4.2, that is Millie Wheeler out of the southwest, and Ailey Steinmetz as well. But it's Holly Bishop taking it to the line in race 108. 109, Eliza Powell, River Henderson, Florence Kay, Holly Webb and Charlotte Ward. 8-year-old girls on track, Holly leading it through. 2.5 is River Henderson, Holly Webb's in there in that third spot. Florence Kay out of the Brunty Massive, in there in 4. And Charlotte Ward from Andover. But it's going to be River Henderson taking it to the line, with a 2.4 of Eliza Powell coming through for that second place. Race 110, Ellie B, Grace Hudak on the W8. Grace Hudak, Ellie Beats in there in 2. That'll be Holly Richardson in 3. Amber Chappell in there, Ophelia Shepherd and Erin Holmes. Erin out of East Anglia, Ophelia out of the Midlands region. Doing good things. Battle going on in race 111. That looks like Sophie Bailey battling with Trixie Trays. The 7.3 belongs to Bo Williams. Sophie Osborne in there on the 4.1. Jamie Puddick, Ada Walding in the mix as well. I think she's there in 3. Coming under a bit of pressure down that final straight. And there's a big mix-up for 4, 5 and 6. Maisie Egan on the E3. This is Moto 112. Mia Kiss in there in 2. We've got Gwen Penn-Halligan, Bonnie Dudley and Amelia Rowe, along with Martha Honeywell. I'm assuming Martha is Thomas's sister. As they go towards the line, race 114, Winnie Andrews, Iris Hyder out front. 2.6 is Elizabeth Graham. Seren Pritchard, Poppy May Kirby. Oh, hang on, no, wrong motor, one in front again. Ella Lamb. Aria Rose Lee's in there as well. Amber Tucker, Isla Milne, Elsie Redding, Maisie Surtees and Izzy Dolan. Race 114. Got a 2.6, that is Elizabeth Graham. Chasing down the rider from the south. As they go in and out of the corner, Southwest though leading it towards the line. Got a feeling that's Poppy May Kirby. The 2.3 was Winnie Andrews. Moto 115. So Iris Hyder taking a tumble. She'll be back for the next one. As we look at the 6.2 of Elsie Blight. 2.4 in there in that third spot. That's going to be Lakey Haig. Hannah Mackie. Andy McCoy reading my mind, saying, do you want a brew? Answer, yes, always. Mackie going through, and the 8.5, I think that was, or 8.6. I don't know. Still a bit early in the day. 2.5, Lauren Keller battling with Grace Gerard. Yeah, Andy's sorting us a brew out. Tea, yeah. Andy's getting it, Chris, but thank you. Appreciate it. Got multiple offers of tea. This is brilliant. Always getting looked after by the North as well. Chris Worthington taking his responsibilities incredibly seriously. Unlike the rest of his life. Right, Elizabeth Lola Poole, I think that is, on the 1.4. Out in front. This is Moto 117. Aria Sanford, Penny Blackburn, Holly Hume, Sadie McSwitty, Olivia Webb, and Lucy Stevenson. All in the mix, but Elizabeth taking it to the line. Followed by Penny and the 6.5 of Olivia Webb. Moto 118, Mishka Gattin, Poppy Bishop in this one, and Mara Fife, Amelia Eaton, Rosa Rigler Mills, Emma Kiss, and Isla Watson. I don't know what is going on in the girls category today. There seems to be a lot of people rolling around on the floor. Can we all just calm down? It's Moto 1. Moto 119. Got Christina Lubier in this one. Alika Robinson. Esme Ward, Georgia Surtees, Ruby Warren, Nora Syret, and Lily Yerbury. And it is Scotland out in front, the 1.6 of Ruby Warren. Battling away, just leaving that door open ever so slightly. East Anglia in there in 4. That'll be Christina Lubier. Looks like we're going to get a bit of a sprinkling as Anne turns up. Right, Megan Keller in the 7s. Megan Keller. Can you return to the medical tent, please? Megan Keller. In the 7s, Megan Keller, can you return to the medical tent, please? Right, hang on, where are we up to? That's Brooke Fast-Fawcett and Dakota Tucker going 1 and 2. Anushka Jones, Clara Salmons, Allegra True in there as well, Holly Diver, and Isabella Gerard. That concludes round 1 of motos as Holly Diver goes past us.
We are back racing then, race 121. 9 to 12-year-old cruisers, McKenna, Cottrell, Harding, Georgeson, Marco and Jones all in this one. In and out of that first turn, looking like we have got the North leading this one through. Could very well be James Cottrell, your European champion BMX widow photography, and the North. But here comes the 1.4 of McKenna round his outside to the North. McKenna, Cotty, 1 and 2. Jake Georgeson's in there in 3. Marco in there in 4. Harding's in there in 5. Jones in 6. Last turn action. Check them out. The North going 1 and 2. That's going to be McKenna taking it to the stripe. Cottrell for 2. That's how they're going to finish. Out on track, race number 2 of the 9 to 12-year-old cruisers. Second set of motos, 13.5. That is, of course, Robin, Matt and Alonso leading this one out. Newton Hindley's in there in 2 on the W6 plate, but he's under pressure from the rider out of Scotland on the 1.6. Daniel Borrachini trying to find his way into a top 2 spot, but it's all about the South. 1, 2 and 4. That's how they're going to bring it across the line. Hindley's going to hang on to 2. Borrachini goes through in 3. Southwest on a track then into the second turn, 2.2 on the plate. Oliver Arnold looking good with a 1.3 in there behind him. That is Adam Arnold, so the Arnolds are looking good at the minute. I don't think there's any relation because one of them's from Braintree, but the other one is from Torby in the Southwest. So they're going to go through in 1 and 2. That looks like the 1.2 in the mix as well. Bailey Penny under pressure as they bring it to the line. The 10.5 going to nick that 3 spot. Isaac Odling out of Team Air. Check him out, 4.1 on the plate. Elijah Jamira leads this one out for the Midlands on the 4.1, the 4.5 in there with him. In there in 2, that is Joshua Sylvester being chased down by what looks like Alfie Sim. In there inside the top 3 on the 5.4 plate. In and out they go. Jamira down the final straight. He's going to wrap this one up, taking it to the stripe. The Midlands, the South, the North, 1, 2, 3. The South going to go through in 4 on the E1X. That was, of course, Isla Young. 13 to 14-year-old cruiser, race 125, the 2.5 on the plate. Leading this one out, Zachary Tia out of the jump club, looking good at the minute, but he's got the Southwest in there behind him. That could very well be Louis Pinder on the 5.2 plate. Oh, Vincent Cockburn is in the mix, in there at about 4 at the moment, 5 I think, but bringing it to the line, it is a 3.2. Race 126 now on track, in and out of this second turn, the South going a 1 and 2 in the minute. That looks like it could be Tate Kitson in the mix inside the top 2. Stanley Palmer in there as well. Kitson and Palmer, they out front looking good down the final straight. Who's going to get the 3? That's going to be the 4.2 of Ollie Kirby out of Decoy. Moving on to race 127 now on track. Widdowson in this one along with Sean Brown on the 1.1. Widdowson's in there in 3, the 1.2, splitting up the Midlands party. That is Joe Penton-Vogt as they're bringing it on round into the final turn. It is looking good for Sean Brown. He's going to pick up a second moto win of the day. Widdowson's going to go through in the 3 spot. Joe Penton-Vogt in 2. W4 on the plate. Gabe Simpson leading this one out for Pro Starts. And the North in and out of the second turn, the 8.4 in there behind him, Zach Chapman. He's getting busy. That looks like Louis Kaimab in there inside the top 4 at the moment, heading into the final turn. East Anglia's finest. Where's Mappy? He's probably on that last straight somewhere, shouting Louis on. Down to the line, though, it is going to be Simpson taking it on through the 8.4 in there in that 2 spots. Bringing it on round. Race 129 now on track, 7.3 on the plate. Aidan True out front looking good. Who's that in there with him? Looking like it's the rider out of the North. That is Kian Brown, I think. Out of Knowsley BMX Club being chased down by the 2 riders out of the South as they bring it down the final straight. One rider gets it all wrong. That was the 4.5. Ashton Coombs, how on earth he stuck that up right? I have no idea. Ben Weiss on track, doing it for the Midlands on the 13.1 plate. Looking good at the moment. Who's in there behind him? Looking like it is JTL Simpson Davies on the 8.5, being hunted down by the rider out of the North, throwing it in and out of the final turn. Looks like that could be Jack LeBras, I think, on the 12.4. Sorry, that was Ronan Bebbington out of CGR on the 12.4, trying to work his way in. Race 131 now on track. 14.5 on the 6.4. Looking good at the minute. That is Fletcher and Duran leading this one out at the moment. The Southwest going through. That's Roderick Jones picking it up with Jensen Ledgerwood bar in and out of the final turn. So the top 4 looking good and safe down to the line. It is going to be the 14.5 of Lewis Fletcher taking the moto win for Moto 1. Out on track, Stokes, Green, Millar, Thompson, Laurie, Esselmont and Longley all in this one. Zach Green's on the inside into turn number 1. He's in there in about 3 or 4 of the minute, throwing it under. Alex Stokes in the corner, and he's come out in that second spot. It's Arne Esselmont leading this one out there. He's going 1 and 2 with the 16.5 of Lewis Longley. The 9.1 of Green's worked his way into 3, the 3.3 in there as well. Thomas Millar out of East Anglia, bringing it into the final corner. But it is Esselmont looking smooth as you like. Going to take it down to the stripe. Late charge from Green. He's going to nick the 2 spot on the line. Longley back to 3.
Right, race 133. Elsa Rendell Todd out there in front, the world champion. Took that title in Glasgow, the 2.5. And your Matt Turner Alonso in there in 2. Jetska Hempstock in 3. That's Grace Burge in 4. Followed by Missy Large and Erin J. Jackson. But it's Elsa taking the winning moto 123, 133 even, 134. Abby Nequest. But that is Cody Harmer. If she ever changes the colour of that bike, I'll never recognise her ever again. Alexis McCartney in 2. Annalise going through in 3. Got Anna Radcliffe in there as well. Carmel Allison, Lily McCoy. Dad's our T-boy. Just brought us a brew up. Thanks for that, Andy. And Abby Nequest going through as well. Moto 135. All the action was in this one earlier on. Teresa Chatlis in the thick of it. Battling in the turns. Kirsty Freer going past, smiling as always. Rebecca Gold, Grace Turner, Joanne Andrews, and Kim Batsford. Batsford out there in that 1 spot. As they go across the line in 135, 136 now. Anita Wong, Liam Meaden, Annie Chiziwa, Tracy Sharp, Cassie Harding, Sarah Jane Nichols. Out there in front aboard that red line cruiser. Cara Rushforth as well. Cara's in there in about 5th spot. Being tracked down by the 2 riders from the Midlands. Anita Wong and Sarah Jane Nichols. They're going to go to the line 1 and 2. As Lee Pendleton leads out moto number 137. Still on with the 30-plus female cruisers. Cruiser bruisers, but never losers. Suzanne Rawlins in the mix, Lisa Tarling as well. 7.5, that is Suzanne Rawlins. Out of Knightswood BMX in the south. But it's the north and Pendleton taking it to the line. Moto 138, Claire Albert, Michelle Stupple. Michelle on the E3. The 1.1 is Marsha Brook. Magic Manda in there in that 3rd position. Abby Hill in 4. Emily Eilert in there and Claire Alberts. But it's Michelle Stupple. Magic Manda's after that too. Is she going to get it? Yes, she is. Jamie Webb and Shane Reed leading our moto number 139. This is the 30 to 39-year-old cruiser class. Ryan Jones and Chris Nesbitt in there as well, along with Darren Thompson and Adam Hart. Race 140, the 01 of Martin Brown, battling with Agris Aliadzans. Gary Dugan in there in 4. Dave Collier in the mix, Lewis Darley, Matthew Barker and Mario Berno. Race 141, Mine Avis, Stuart Laurie, John Livingston, John Mays, Ross Bradley, Matthew Eaton and Billy Irwin. It's the 2 East Anglia boys, 1 and 2. Livingston and Irwin. Bradley in there in 4, Matthew Eaton in that 3rd position. John Mays doing it for Tiverton. He's in there in about 5th. As Avis goes past me. Race 142, Chris Miller, Daniel Popel, Christopher Leary, Kane Durr, Charlie Luckhurst and Ash Richardson. 1.2, That is Dan Popel out in front. Ash Richardson in 4. Chasing down Christopher Leary. Charlie Luckhurst in there in that second position, doing it for the South. As race 143 rounds that first turn, Kingsley Mears is the man in control of all that Inspire Cruiser. Anthony LeBras in there as well, in about 5th. 2.4. That is Andy Groves, Lewis Allison. Battling with Anthony LeBras, Jeffrey Rojas in there as well. I think he's battling with Mears as they come towards the line. As we move on to race 144, Andy Todd, Roger Prestige, Graham Stark, Matthew Walsh, Mark Steele, Matt Swales and Norbert Marco. Marco in 1. South Riders going through in 3 and 4. Mark Steele doing it for the East Anglia region. And Andy Todd also for East Anglia. Yeah, race 145. Rich Chappell, Fraser Watson, Adam Boudet, Richard Stevenson, Scott Main in there in 4. Matt Smart doing it for Doncaster, he's in there in 5. But it looks like Fraser Watson is going to take it to the line. Got Scotland. Race 146. Abdul El Kindi in this one. He's there in that 4th spot at the moment. Chasing down Stuart Little out of the north. Dave Stokes in there as well. So the Rebel Racing boys are 2 and 3 at the minute. That could end up with a fight in the gazebo later on. A polite fight, obviously. They'll just call each other mean names. Like Baldy. Because they're both bald, obviously. Race 147. Philip Duff, Damien Mead, Matt Maynard. And I just step in and break it up, and I'm bald as well. Chris Howell, Brett Knight, Tim Porter, and Matthew Barnard. He's just having a good old chuckle, Lewis. Is that what it is? We're just keeping him entertained. Where's Big Nige Smith? There he is. In there in 4, chasing down Julian Allen. Jules is just probably shouting, chase me, as they go down the straight. Because that's what Julian Allen does. Gets in some funny looks in the local co-op, but it doesn't really matter. Race 149. Look, it's early. We need to entertain ourselves during the motos. And if that means we take the mick out of Julian Allen, so be it. Paul Barnard, Duncan Cockburn, Justin Gattin, Ewan de Koenig, Ricardo Santos, Mario Delamida, and Darren Clark in there as well. My old mate Clarky, used to racing back in the day. As the 1.3 goes past, that is Kevin Sykes. I remember Kev from the 90s as well. Pushed a 47-16 gearing on 20-inch. He was built like the side of a house. Scared the living daylights out of me multiple times. Lee Pembroke, Mark Worley, and Stephen Notman going through as well in race 150.
Race 151 at 50 to 54-year-old cruisers, the 1.4 leading it out. Craig Nelson being chased down by the 1.1 of Steve Fortune. Out of the Midlands going through in there in 3 as well. That's got to be Ian Wallace out of Targo Race Team, in and out of the final turn. Looking good for Nelson, Fortune and Wallace down to the stripe. That's how they're going to bring it through. Mark Wallace in there as well. Is he racing? Mark's racing. Right, W4 on the plate. Ian Archibald was absolutely flying in Scotland a couple of weeks ago. And he's out there in front in this moto, heading into the final turn. Daz O'Brien in there in 2 on the 7.1, being pushed down the final straight by Stephen Hassel into the stripe. Who's going to get it? O'Brien. Hassel going to go through in 2 and 3. The Warlocks in this one. He's already been up here and given us his race report from race number 1 on his cruiser. He's doing 2 bikes this weekend. He's not sure how he feels about it. but he's in there in fourth at the minute, chasing down his south friend in there in front of him. As one rider tries to make the move around the outside of him, that looks like it could be Steve Smith trying to work his way into that top four, and he has. Neil's going to go through in that 5 spot. 3.3 on track. James Yeo, Braintree BMX Club going 1 and 2 with the 1.6 of Raymond Reed heading on through this third straight. That looks like the south in there as well. Got to be Keith Brown on the 2.5 out of Team Mind. In and out of the final corner. That's going to be your front 3. The north in the mix as well. Inside the top 4, sorry. That was Chris Heaps out of Blackpool. As Mick Goff heads into turn number 2 in race 155. Crucial racing on the 2.1, the 1.5 of John Moore. In there in behind him, that is the 4.5 of Billy Stupple. In there in 3, being chased down as he head into the final turn. But it's all about Mick Goff looking to make it 2 from 2. In the motos, he's going to bring it across the line. 17 to 29-year-old women's cruiser now on track, race 156, heading towards turn number 2. That is your new world number 8, Lily Chiswa. Took home 2W place at the world champs 2 weeks ago. Olivia Firth in there behind her, in there in that 2 spot. Chasing her into the final turn, East Anglia. In there as well, that is Molly Nice on the 2.3. Last straight action then, Chiswa gonna pick up the moto win, 2 for 2 for her. Firth, Nice, 2 and 3, that's how they're gonna finish as they cross the line. More 17 to 29-year-old women's cruiser now on track. Heading into this second turn, the 8.3 on the plate, Abby Pike. The 2.5 in there in behind her, Hannah Hedges. Picking it up as they come on down the third straight. The south going well in 2, 3 and 4 at the moment. That looks like it could be Sammy Price in there and Bethany Fletcher chasing down Hannah Hedges as they go out of the final turn. Hedges going to hang on to 2. Abby Pike going to take the moto win. Izzy Horry on track, 5.1 on the plate, on the cruise to the 1.5 in there behind her. That is Amy Willits out of Retro Racing and the South, bringing it into the final turn. Kelly Thompson out of the Midlands and Rican Riders on the 3.1 plate, heading down the final straight. The Midlands going to go 1, 3 and 5. Horry's going to take it. Willits in there for 2. 17, 29-year-old cruiser, 159. In and out of turn number 2, that is Charlie Roy. Your British champion, 01X on the plate, Moto 1365 race team. He's going to be looking to be in the finals later on, I would have thought, to retain that 0-1 as he brings it down to the line. That's Mickey Porter in there for 2. Race 160 on a track. Fryer, Green, Dekoninik. DeKernick, Fletcher, Cam, George and Carpenter. That looks like Bradley George in there in about 4 at the minute. He's under pressure in that final turn, but he's going to hang on to it. Jake Green it is, taking your moto win. Freddie Cadman Carpenter in there for 2. And that looked like Harvey Fryer going through in 3. Connor Hedges on track, 10.5 on the plate. He's in there in 2. Chasing down your British champ, Alex Brooks. Both riders taking it easy in that second turn. That looks like Jay Taylor on the 1.6. In there in 3. Under pressure into the final turn. That looks like it could be a rider out of the south. On the 20.5, Richard Penny, I think that is. Inside the top 4 as they bring it down to the line. East Anglia now on track, bringing it on through. That looks like Owen Putland leading it out. Going 1 and 2 with a 3.1 of Tom Whitaker. Check out the rider throwing it under in the turn. That's going to be Marcus Thompson. He's in there in that 3 spot at the minute. Being chased down by the 8.3 of Marcel Moore. Out of Norwich Flyers, Moore's hanging on to the 4 spot. He's under pressure himself. From Cap Marsh to the line, it's going to be Moore hanging on to it. Marsh goes through in that 5 spot. Next up on track, 2 riders out of the south going to 1 and 2 at the minute. That looks like it could be 2.5 Theo Pope and 6.5 of Connor Blythe. They're looking good in and out of the final turn. That looks like it's got to be Jackson Randall on the 6.1. He's in there inside the top 3 with Archie Large going through in 4. Moto 164 on track, East Anglia in the south, elbow to elbow into the second turn. The 3.5 going to take over the race lead. That is Luca Manzi looking good out front then. Here comes the rider out of East Anglia, chasing down into that final turn. Luke Morris, I think it is, out of MK Evolution, had the move put on him by Matt McHugh in the final turn. So McHugh then goes through in that 2 spot, late charge to the line by the south. That looked like Jack Wiggins, I think, nicking the 4 spots. Looks like we've lost the rider in turn number 1 in race 165. Barnard Taylor, Orland, Eaton, Tompkins, Squires and Hemphill. Looks like Wilson Eaton was one of the fallen riders. Let's hope that he's okay. Had an absolute cracking first moto. He's back up to his feet, which is good to see. The other fallen rider was the 5.2 of Harry Taylor. Put your hands together for them two riders, ladies and gents. As the battle down to the line. Looked like it involved Thomas Barnard. Joey Tompkins, sorry. And that looked like Connor Hemphill taking it to the stripe in 1 and 2. More 9-year-olds on track, then race 166. Jones, Nuttall, Walsh, Jones, Swales, Twold and Doherty. Out on track, it is looking like the 1.1 of Teddy Jones leading this one out, looking good for the Midlands. He's being chased down by Lucas Tuoldi on the 1.5 plate. That looks like the North in there as well on the 9.4. Isaac Jones under pressure from the 12.4. Check out the move in the turn though. That was Walsh throwing it under. Freddie Walsh worked his way inside the top 4, but he's had the move put on him as they go back towards the final corner. That's got to be the 12.4 of Ezra Nuttall. He's now inside the top 4, chasing them down, but it's all about Jones taking it to the stripe. Scotland on track, looking like the 1.6 of Murray Watson. In and out of that second turn, being chased down by what looks like Finley Munro on the 1.4 plates. So two regional champions from their respective regions going to 1 and 2 in this one. That looked like the 19.2 of Arthur Claydon going through in 3. One rider down on the first straight in race 168. But that is the 20.2 leading this one out. Arlo Steinmetz, 1 and 2 with the 4.4 of Carlin Gordon out of the northeast. Who's that in there in 3? Gotta be Ollie Todd on the 1.3 out of East Anglia, chasing down the southwest and the north rider down the final straight. The south going well in there in 4 as well. That looks like it could be Aidan Dowling out of the hooks, going to round up your top 4 with a 2.6 of Jamie Robertson in there in 5. Race 169 now on track. Wood, Simpson, Hart, Parr, Smith, Cotton and Coates. It is a 7.1 leading this one out. Ronnie Wood looking good in and out of a turn at number 2, heading towards the final turn. Who's that in there with him? The South working their way in. That is got to be Otto Parr, I think, on the 5.5 out of Bournemouth BMX Club. Down to the line though. I think that was Ronnie Wood taking the moto win. E4 on the plate, Jack Devine going neck and neck with the 12.3 of Aston Kitely. The 2.5 in the mix as well. That is Bo Morris out of Team Air and Andover headed for the final turn. Oh, lovely. The cake sponsors delivered. Thank you very much, Flavor Flav Cakes. That is very much appreciated. Delightful. The perks of being sat up here at commentary. Wonderful.
Free cake, grill.
It's all about who you know, not what you know. Out on track, we are looking at, that's Hugo Dayton in there in 2. So we are on race 171. Jacob Anderson, your world number 3, going to 1 and 2 with the 11.1 of Hugo Dayton. As they bring it down to the line, that is how they're going to finish. Race 172 now on track. 9-year-old boys, Henning, Snell, Bradley, Hewitt, Turner, Southert and Jackson. Check out Hewitt working his way around the outside of Benny Jackson into the second turn. That looks like it could be Leo Bradley on the 2.2 out of the southwest. That's your top 3 as they head into the final turn. Thomas Henning on the 13.4 going well inside the top 4 as they head down to the stripe. It's going to be Hewitt, Jackson, 1 and 2. Bradley in there for 3. More 9-year-olds now on track. That's the southwest leading it out on the 3.2 plate. That is Isaac Moore going 1 and 2 with Ted Harvey out of Blackpool BMX Club. The front 2 riders are flying away with this one at the moment. Who's that in there in 3? Stanley Duffy on the 11.3, but he's had the move put on him by the 12.2 of Josiah Burge out of Exeter Eagles and Green Machine. Now in there in that 3 spot, being chased down by the 2 riders out of East Anglia, but it's going to be Burge hanging on to that top 3 spots. 10-year-olds now on track, race 174. In and out of that second turn, that's got to be Zach Everly. Hashtag 59 on the 15.1 plate, looking good at the moment. The riders out of the south in there in the 2 spot. That looks like it could be Harry Swales, I think, picking it up on the 4.5. It is Swales being chased to the stripe by 2.4 of Archie Bell, who nicked the 2 spot on the line.
175. 29.5 is Leighton Harding. He must be the hardest working man in BMX. He's done 4 laps already. Akin Brazier in there, Max Bojang, Harrison Doe, Jasper Kimber, Bram Heaver, Callum Goostrey, and Harley Kennard all in this one. Harley out of the south, Callum out of the north. Max also out of the south. And the rider going through there on that 7.2 was Harrison Doe out of the southwest. 3.5 up next, that is Ronnie Payne battling away with Leo Rowlands. Those guys going 1 and 2. These are the 10-year-old boys. Zach Worthington's in there as well, probably inside the top 4, yet he's there in 4. He's young Mr. Worthington. Going well, being chased down by the 7.5, I think it was, or the 7.1, sorry, of Frankie Grinsell. Moto 177, Xander Flint, Moses, Dennis Essel, that's a great name, that is. But it's Arthur Thomas out in front, doing it for the north. Percy Large in there as well. Frankie McKenna on the 19.4, also out of the north. And for the south, Albert Aliadzans and Sebastian Matrinola. We must have missed Archie Phillips and Xander Flint as well. Not deliberately, obviously. As Marcus Mullen goes past in Moto number 178. Owen Smart in there for the Midlands along with Oliver Wheel. Johan Potgier, I think that is. Oh, Pogiteur. I think that's Pogiteur. Might be. I will stand corrected if I've got that pronunciation wrong. But he's on the 7.3 and he's out of East Anglia and he's doing a fab job. Well done, Johan. As the cakes arrive from Flavor Flav, their factory rider Isaac Smith goes past. Doing it for the north, Louis Swales in there as well. Harley Bowler, Harry Curtis, Huey Hall, Finley Murphy, Simon Stepanovs, and Jasper Holling. But it's all about the cake. Crossing that line out in front. Race 180, Oscar Ridley, Itai Jamira, Jet Thompson, Noah Ford, Harry Mitchell, Mason Barnard, Keir Phillips, and James Timmins. That looks like young Mr. Jamira. Got himself a 6 or 7 bike length lead over the 4.3. And Andy on the burn was so surprised he dropped his flag. Amazing. That impressed. As the 4.1 goes past me, that is Keir Phillips. And the 15.2 of Harry Mitchell out of Cornwall. Well done, Harry. Moto number 181, still on with the 10-year-olds. I think this is the biggest of the age groups. Emil Challenger, Ethan Buttery, Max Livingston, Adrian Galitis, Lucas Belton, Noah Backshaw, Finley Shaw, Noah Bagwell, Finley Shaw, and Archie Crocker White. 1.5 of Adrian Galitis out in front. Bit of a battle going on for 2. Archie and Lucas both mixed up in that one, battling with Noah Bagwell. Ethan Buttery pushing hard for the North region on that 20.4. But Galitis is going to get the win. Race 182, Lucas Gomez Sands, Travis Sykes, Archie Malkin, Freddie Toogood, Dexter Elliott, Lucas Laurie, Charlie Cotton, and Joe Rook. Joe had a tumble in that first moto. I hope he's all right. The man battling is Charlie Cotton in there in 1. That might be Elliott in there in 2. Dexter Elliott. Lucas Laurie in there as well. Archie Malkin. But it is the 3.4 of Charlie Cotton taking it to the line. Moto 183, Niall Kindi. Mattis Punkina Valdemanis. Zach Parsons, Ezra Tomlinson, Zach Howell. Hamill even. Leon Waite in there in 3. Theo Davis and Bradley Perks in there as well. Zach's in 5. Bradley in there in 7. Ezra Tomlinson doing it for the South on that 20.5 play. Got a feeling Mr. El Kindy's in there in about, 4? Oh, one rider down on the final straight. Not sure who that was. It was a big tumble. Let's hope they're okay, because they are right in the middle of that final straight. There's Charlie Bob Craig and Josh Jepson battling the next moto, which is Moto 184. Have we got a bit 90s on the playlist, Casey? 90s Britpop is the playlist, apparently. There's some 80s stuff coming later, chosen by me, if you like it, and chosen by Lewis, if you don't. But we've got all the stock Aitken and Waterman classics in there as well. Some Frankie Goes to Hollywood, Madonna, they're all in there. Right, where are we up to? Moto 185, I think this is. 4.5 is Charlie Wilcox, the man out in front, being followed by George Redding. 13.4 is Sam Dolan. Sam does it for the Brunty Massive and the North. Harry Gardner going through as well. As we move on to Moto number 186. Do you want to carry on, Lewis? Yeah, 186.
We're on, right. 11-year-old boys on a track, race 186. That is the 1.1 of Ethan Howell leading this one out, the 2.2 in there behind him. That is Sullivan College being chased down by the rider out of the south, bringing it on through. Got to be Andreas Lubier on the Hunter Malion, I think, actually, on the 9.5. Doing it for the south. He's going to round up your top three, but it is going to be Howell taking the moto win. Race 187 on a track that looks like the rider out of the Midlands on the outside. Max McNulty jumping his way into that 2 spot in the first turn. Who's that in front, looking like it is the 2.5 of James Miller out of Team Here in Andover. Here comes McNulty chasing him down as he head for this second turn. East Anglia going well in 3 and 4 at the moment. That is the 4.3 and the 6.3 picking it up. Looking like Max Cooper and Harry Holmes out of Braintree. So that is your top 4 as they come on through. In and out of the final turn, McNulty throws it under. In the final corner, can he make it stick? I don't think he's quite going to manage it. It's going to be Miller taking it. McNulty in there for 2. Honeywell, Palmer, Gardner, Williams, Griffin, Penbest, Arnold and Ajibade all on a track in a race 188 heading for turn number 2. That is the 9.4 leading this one out. Oh, Frankie Griffin, Fluent Bicycle Motocross looking good at the moment. That is the Southwest in there as well. Thomas Honeywell in there in the 2 spot being chased down by the rider out of the north. That's looking like it could be Thomas Palmer heading down the final straight as Palmer got enough left for Honeywell to the line. Honeywell's going to hang on to 2. Palmer in there for 3. Race 189 in and out of that first turn. The north leading this one out. Got to be Otto Bowden, I think, on the 6.4 plate out of the mid-lanks. No, sorry, it's the 0-1 of Freddie Parkinson. Parkinson in there in 1, the 1.5 in there in 2. That's Colby Williams being chased down by the other rider out of the south. So south going 2, 3 and 4 at the moment. That is Bodie Markley in there in 4 at the moment. He's chasing down the rider in there in 3. Looking like Oscar Chambers out of Brixton. Down to the line though, it's all about Freddie Parkinson, you defending British champ. Race 190, 11-year-old still on track. Looking like JP Jack Perkins Divide UK leading this one out on the 2.1 plate. He's looking good at the minute. That's looking like Oliver Arnold in there in 2, doing it for the Southwest, heading into the final corner. The South in the mix as well, looking like that could be the 8.5 of Max Bass out of Runnymede. He's inside the top 3 at the moment, but it's going to be JP picking up that moto win. The Midlands going 1 and 2 at the moment. That looks like Ethan Rogers leading this one out. Team Mabo UK looking good at the minute. Here comes the 3.1 of Dylan Spence looking for a way round the front. 2 riders have run away with this one. The 13.5 of Harley Reid BMX United in there in 3 at the moment. But it's all about the Midlands in this one. In and out of the final corner. It's going to be Rogers, Spence to the line. In that order, that's how they're going to finish. Race 192 now on track. East Anglia leading this one out on the 17.3. Harry Tyres out of Braintree looking good at the moment. Who's that in there with him? Looking like Roland Ells picking it up on the 6.1 heading towards this second turn. Who's that in there in 3? Looking like the 10.5 plate of Mark towards Dilo out of TNT. He's being put under pressure though by the rider out of the Southwest. That is Gilmore Green. Rustin at Racing in Andover In and out of the final turn, then looking good for tyres and L's to the line in 1 and 2 towards Dilo, going to go through inside the top 3. We are going to hold race 193 for a mechanical issue. So moving on to race 194. Cristiano Goodman, Billy Harrison, Ronnie Horton, Thomas O'Brien, Samuel Rollinson, Blake Allison and Kobe Rayford all lining up on the gate for this second moto of the day in the 12-year-old boys. Race 194 on track, 12-year-old boys heading towards that first turn. Cristiano Goodman has had a cracking gate. He's looking good on the inside line, but here comes Rayford out of lane number 8. Kobe Rayford now leads it through. Rayford, Goodman looking good at the moment. Who's in there with him? Ronnie Horton's in there at about 3 at the moment. But it's all about the Southwest on the 15.2. Rayford on a charge, in and out and into the final turn. Goodman in there in 2, Rayford, Goodman in that order. That's how them two guys are going to finish as they bring it down to the line. Ronnie Horton's in there for 3. Check out Billy Harrison with a late charge. He's going to go through in 5. Race 195, Alfie Sims in this one. Looking like he's in the mix at the moment, but out front it is the 2.4 of Milo Weller. Weller's looking good. Sims in there in about 4 at the moment. That looks like the Midlands in there in the 2 spot. That is Henry Shenton on the 16.1, doing it for Team Bunnies. He's under pressure out of the final turn though. Shenton, elbow to elbow with the 9.4 as they bring it to the line. Stevenson's going to have to settle for 3. Shenton's going to hang on to 2. Race 196 on track, more 12-year-olds. That is the Southwest leading it out. Looking like the 17.2 of Senshu Flukes. Looking good at the minute, the W2 in there in that 2 spot. That is Harry Donald chasing him down out of the Midlands. Heading for the final turn. Flukes then, Donald in 1 and 2. The North in there as well, in at 3. Looking like that could be James Cottrell. He's going to round up your top 3.
Race 197, Borrachini, Bailey, Slatter, Tyres, Ellis, Richards and Childs. East Anglia heading towards, we've got a feeling that'll be Oliver Tyres out there in front. Harry Bailey in 2, 2.5 in there in 3. That belongs to Ronnie Richards. Chasing down Dylan Slatter in there as well, and Zach Childs. That is your top 5. Borrachini in there in 6, Ellis in 7. It looks like it's going to go Tyres, Bailey 1 and 2, Payne in 3. Richards in 3 even. Race 198, Burrup, Jewell, Georgeson, Cranston, Barnes, Hamilton and Hurst in this one. Nate Hamilton out there in front at the moment. Heading down towards that second turn, being chased by the Midlands guys. South going through in that corner as well as they head down towards that final turn. And we are looking at Moto 199, Todd Smith-Northman on the inside. Nathaniel Eames in there inside the top 3 right now. And they go in and out of the corner. Amelia Everly's going to be close by as well as they go in and out down the straight. I've got a feeling Amelia Evans out there in front at the moment for the Midlands. Eames in 3, coming under some pressure. Todd Smith-Northman, man in control. Eames in 4 now. Edward Miller chasing him down. Ryder in there in 3. Out of the South region, Robin, Mattern, Alonso. Moves being made in that final corner. Eames holding on to it in that top 4 position. It's going to go Todd Smith-Northman, Mattern, Alonso, Amelia Everly, Nathaniel Eames with a solid top 4. Edward Miller in 5. Race 200, Maxwell Lawrence in this, William Bramley, Stevens in there. That is Noah Buttery in there in 2. Newton Hindley going through in 3. Marcel Baeda's in there as well. Caden Thompson Maxwell Lawrence. But East Anglia, Caden Thompson, I think, taking it to the line. On that 21.3, sorry, it was Maxwell Lawrence. Race 201, Elvis Lawrence leading it out. Guppy in there in 3, Thomas Westmore in 5, Brody Geddes in 6. Taking too many breaths inward and not many breaths outward, that's what I'm doing. But it's going to be Lawrence to the line with the 11.1 of William Bramley right there next to him as well. Sorry, it was Isaac Shaw. Right, 12-year-old girls, 21.5. Lily Rose Lubier. That's Ella Blue Chidley going through on the 6.5. We did have a faller in that moto, not sure who it was. Sidoni Cleaves in the mix as well, battling as they come to the line. Midlands are 4 and 5. Southwest going through in 3. That might have been Lottie Brown. Your faller was Lottie Brown. Let's hope she's all right. As the phrase goes, can't stop, won't stop. As race 203 comes towards me. Talking of internet celebrities, here's Abby Taylor. Hello, Abby. Are we all right? Let's have a look as they go past us. That is 206 is being held. Moto 206 is being held. I'm assuming that's for a mechanical. Where's Libby copying? She's in there in about 3. That was Moto 203. 204, Evelyn Leary, Lexi Kearns, Katie Miller, Maddie the Baddie Dixon, Sophie Coulson, and Serafina Gianolino. In that one, the 1.5, that is Evelyn Leary. She's in there in about 6th spot at the moment. But it looks like East Anglia are taking it down to the stripe. That is going to be Katie Miller. Race 205, 7-year-olds. 206 is on hold. 206 is on hold. Logan Collier, Antek Prebny, Oscar Lee, Miller McAlpine, Henry Sullivan, Asa Jones, and Nathan Franklin. 20.2. That is Henry Sullivan. McAlpine's in there in 3. That looks like Asa, who's in there in about 5. Nathan Franklin on that 12.4, doing it for the North. But as they come to the stripe, it is the 20.2 of Henry Sullivan. As Moto 207, I think, comes towards us. The 1.3 of Ethan White going through, being tracked by Alistair North. The 7.3 is Ronnie Williams, he's in there in 5. Charlie Maguire in 6, doing it for the North. Sonny Young's out of the Southwest, also in there as well. Got a feeling he's inside the top 3. As Moto 208 comes out the first turn, Callum Wood in this one. William Kearns, Finn Yerbury, Elliot Hatch, Dougie Revitt, Leon James Burton and Xavier Darley. And it is the young man from Scotland, Leon James Burton. Hatch and Wood 2 and 3, Darley in 4, Williams in 5, Dougie Revitt in there in 7, Callum Wood in 6. But it's going to be the young Scotsman, powered by Iron Brew and Haggis. Moto 206, that will be followed by 193, which is the one from the 12s, which was held. Oscar Holloway, Jack Thompson, Jensen Jessup, Leo Britz, Alexander Gilbert, all in this one. Boys are heading down towards us. Jessup out of the south, along with Pritchard. Alexander Gilbert doing it for the north. The 1.4, he's there in 2. So the south, the north, East Anglia, 1, 2 and 3 as they head towards the final corner. We're going back to Moto 193, Waterhouse, Miller, Richardson, Linscott, Jones, Duffy, Dugan and McFarlane. East Anglia out front, that'll be Freddie Richardson. In there in 1, these are the 12-year-old boys. That moto that was held. Reese Dugan in there in 2. Waterhouse out of the north. James Waterhouse in there inside the top 4. But it's going to be Richardson taking it to the line in Moto 193. Moto 2.0 might be 2.09 or 2.10. We're about to figure it out as they come past. 7.5. That'll be Vernell Challenger. Jake Avis in there in 2. Carter Kennedy out of Cumbernauld in there in 3. Doing it for Scotland. Doing it for Scotland. So Challenger, he's going to take it to the line. Scott's rider under pressure. From the rider from the south. Right, 4.1. That is Hunter Chambers. Leading out Moto 2.11. Oscar Marcos in there. Adam Smart, Lucas Rhodes. Christian Garbacek. Doing it for East Anglia. Jensen Mee. Joseph O'Brien all in the mixing mode, 2.11. But it looked like Hunter Chambers got it on the line. Moto 2.12, big battle, W7 and the 1.1. Hendrix Hines and Seth Kacharik going at it elbow to elbow. Jack Kitchen in there in 3. Let's have a look. Ooh, right. I knew that is. Mrs. Munro Higgs from the southwest. Mrs. Munro Higgs from the southwest, give us a wave. Where are you? Helen Munro Higgs. If you can hear us, just give us a wave up at commentary and let us know. We have your bank card, your HSBC bank card. So Helen Munro Higgs, if you can come and see us at commentary, you can have your bank card back. Thank you very much. As Thomas Giles goes past us in Moto 2.14. Jake James, Bobby McKenna in this one, battling in that corner. Look at this, elbow to elbow. McKenna and the Midlands rider. But it looks like the North are going to take it on the line with Thomas Giles. And I'm going to hand you on to Lewis for 2.15.
8-year-olds on track, heading towards this second turn. That's looking like the 3.1 on the plate. Gotta be Jack Haynes leading this one out. I knew it was Jack, but I was trying to clarify it on the sheets, but I could not find his name. But he's in there in that one spot. He's looking good. Who's in there within the 2.2 of Jack Belton, chasing him down this final straight, looking for a way through. That looks like the 1.4 in there in 3. That's Chester Grocock. That's how they're going to finish. 1.3 on the plate. Rex Ford leading this one out in race 2.16. He's got the 5.4 in there behind him. In and out of that second turn, Hugo Valentine picking it up. That's looking like it could be Felix Chambers on the 9.5 in there in 3. Who's in 4? Looking like the other rider out of the north. Got to be the 12.4 of Harry Duffield, sorry, out of the Brunsey Massive. He's going to round up your top 4. Going through with the other North rider in there in 2. That was Valentine chasing down Rex Ford in there in 1. 7.4 on the plate. Ollie Bird leads it up for CGR, the 4.5 in there in that 2 spot, chasing him down Oakley Lewisfield. Out of Andover, that looks like it could be the 2.3 of Max Moss. Out of Braintree, BMX Club picking it up in and out of that final turn. Check out Moss, throws it under and comes out in that 2 spot down the final straight. It's going to be the 7.4, taking it to the stripe. Bird, Moss, 1 and 2, that's how they're going to finish. Race 2.18 now on track. More 8-year-old boys, a 31.4, looking good. That is Tobias Groves. Going to 1 and 2 with George Spencer out of the southwest. That looks like the Midlands rider in the mix as well. Got to be Seb Staines on the 4.1 on his home track here at Derby. He's having an absolutely blinding lap. He's had a cracking day as well. I think he might have got a 2nd or a 3rd in his first moto as well. He's in there taking 3rd in his 2nd moto. As we move on to the 6 and under girls, race 2.19, McGoldrick, Barron, Henning, Devine, Dewis and Hewitt. Hewitt in there in about 4 at the moment, but it's a 7.4 leading it out. Maggie Devine looking good at the moment, chasing down the 1.5 of Orlake Dewis to Devine. Dewis at the moment looking good. Who's in there in 3? That looks like the rider out of the north. Hattie McGoldrick's in there. Abigail Henning in the mix in there in about 3. at the moment. Hewitt splitting up the North party in 3 and 5. She's in there in 4 on the 1.1, taking it through inside the top 4 spots. As more 6 and under little ladies come past in this second turn. The 2.2 leading it out, Mabel Pine. The 4.4 in 2, that is Jada Nuttall. The 2.5 in there in 3, Millie Moore, being chased down by the rider out of the North. That is, of course, Tia Worthington on the 3.4 and Isabella Bowler on the 3.1. In the mix as well in there in 5. Last turn action down the final straight. Pine's going to take that moto win all the way to the stripe. Worthington, Nuttall, Bowler and more in there as well. 8.2 on the plate. Albie Blight leads this one out. The 3.1 of Shelby Yates. In there in 2, he is YouTube famous and he's cracking it on through. In there in that 2 spot, being chased down by the rider out of the South. That is the 4.5 of Finley Kerr. Out of Runnymede, so looking good for Yates at the moment to hang on to that 2 spot. He's chasing down Blight, but it's all about Albie Blight taking the moto win for Absolute Bicycle Motocross and the Southwest. One rider slipped their pedal in at turn number 1 in the 6 and unders. But it's all about the South and the Southwest going to 1 and 2 at the moment. Joseph Clayton's got to be there or thereabouts. He's on the outside and there into the 3.5. It is leading it out. That is Rudy Pleasance Ford. Ford's in there in the 1 spot, then looking good as chaos ensues in a race 2-2-3 on the first straights. But out on track, Southwest, check him out, 1.2 on the plate. Joseph Clayton, he's going to take the moto win. Rudy Ford in there for 2. That looks like the 1.3 going through as well. That's Jonah Taylor in there in 3. 1.5 on the plate. Finley Thomas out of Gosport being chased down by Frankie Jones on the 2.1. You should have seen Frankie at the World Champs causing chaos in the stands. Had his Harlan Coos hat on in the stands, running around all week long, cheering on his big brother. And he's there taking the second in his second moto of the day. Cracking stuff from Frankie. Looks like the fallen rider was the 1.4. That's Arlo Payne. Let's hope that he's all right and back for his 3rd moto. As we look at Roman, get it right, Rapid Roman Birdfield on a track. The 1.1 looking good at the moment. This guy's absolutely flying. Just picked himself up a new sponsor, Factory O'Neill rider. He's on fire into that second turn, being chased down all of the way by the rider out of the North. I think that's Carter Hawker out of Manchester on the 7.4 plate. Going well at the moment, the 3.4 of Jack Taylor's in there as well. Riders out of East Anglia and the South West going at it, looking like the Southeast's Logan Akato. He's going to go through in there in 3. 8.2 on the plate. Ella Grant leads this one up for Technique at Exeter Eagles in race 2-2-5 in the 7-year-old girls. Being chased down all of the way by the 2.3 of Lola Perks out of Braintree. So it is the Southwest and East Anglia going in 1 and 2 at the moment. Who's in there in 3? That is the North picking it up. Pippa Rowland heading down the final straight, under pressure though from the 6.4 as they bring it down to the line. That's going to be Isabella Dunn out of Blackpool going through inside the top 4. 01 on the plate. Phoebe Miller, Moto 1365 and Braintree leads out race 226. The 1.1's in this one as well. That is of course 2-2 Widdowson in there at about 5 at the moment, but down the final straight it's going to be Millar taking it to the line. The 7.2 going to go through it too. That's Lawrence Snell. 8-year-old girls now on track, race 227. Looking like it is the 6.5 of Betty Wills leading this one through. Got a bucket load of room on a Charlie Hargreaves in there in that 2 spots. As they headed down the final straight, looking good for Wills and Hargreaves out front at the moment. The other rider out of the North in there as well. Looks like that could be Florence Kay. Out of the Brunty Massive, going to round up your top 3. With the 4.4 of Roxy Rowlands in there inside the top 4. The South now on a track, looking like that could be Cara Cross on the 3.5, being chased down by the rider out of the North. That is a 2.4 of Eliza Powell out of Preston BMX Club. So it is the South, the North, and then the South again. In there in 3, that's River Henderson on the 2.5. That's how they're going to finish as they bring it down to the line. As your British champ, Holly Bishop, leads our race 229. In and out of that second turn, that looks like the North in there as well. picking it up as they come on round. That's Florence Dyson on the 1.4. She's being chased down by the rider out of the south. That is Holly Webb on the 1.5. Last straight action then. Your British champ going to bring it down to the line. Bishop in there in 1. Dyson, Webb 2 and 3. Geddes and Woolley in there for 3 and 4. Race 230 now on track. The E3 in there. Maisie Egan, Rab Racing in there in that 2 spot, chasing down the 1.2 of Trixie Trays out of the southwest and Decoy. She's going to take that moto win with Egan in there for 2. Race 231 now on track, looking good. Erin Toogood's in this one. One of her first races as well. It's definitely only her first season of racing. She's absolutely flying in there inside the top 5 at the moment. But out front, it's looking like Sophie Bailey on the 6.4, being chased down by Mia Kiss on the 3.3, in and out of that final turn. Who's in there in 3? Looking like the rider out of the north. That is a 3.4 plate of Ellie Beat out of MCR, bringing through the top 3 to the line. W3 on the plate, Ella Lamb. Race 232 on track. Lamb looking good, heading for the final turn for Bournemouth BMX Club. That looks like the Midlands going 2 and 3. Got to be Bonnie Dudley picking it up, with Ada Walding on the 5.1 in there as well. Dudley's in there in 2, Walding's in there in 3. Looking like that's how they're going to bring it down to the line. But your world number 3, Ella Lamb's going to be a moto winner.
Also C33, Holly Richardson, Sophie Osborne, Erin Holmes, Martha Honeywell, Amber Tucker, Amelia Rowe and Isla Milne all in this one. The 4.1, that is Sophie Osborne. Holly Richardson in there as well. And as they head down towards that line, looks like it's going to be the 4.4 of Holly Richardson, who is going to take it to the stride. Erin Holmes in there in 3. And also going through out of East Anglia was the 8.3 of Isla Milne. Race 234, Elizabeth Lola Poole. Not far from the front in this one. Chasing down Iris Hyder. Winnie Andrews in there, Eliza Walsh, Aria Sanford, Mara McCarran, Lainey Corning. That was also 234, 235 now. 5.2 is Poppy May Kirby, Lauren Keller in there as well. In that second spot, the North are queuing up behind her. There's 3 riders. Sadie McSwitty, Lucy Stevenson, and Lakey Haig. Those girls were 3, 4, and 5. As the 2.1 of Seren Pritchard passes us. Penny Blackburn in there, Hannah Mackey as well. This is Mo 236. Olivia Webb, Evie Dyson, and Caitlin Bird. But it's going to be Seren Pritchard to the line, followed by the 4.5 of Penny Blackburn. Grace Gerard is out front in Moto 237. Holly Hume in there as well. Paige Cathcart-Cunnison, Emily Conroy, Elsie Blight, and Etta Cleave. Etta doing it for the East Anglia region. She's in there in 5, chasing down the rider from Scotland, and that will be Holly Hume. Also 238, Isla Watson, Brooke, Fast Fawcett. Out of the north, reached another world's final in Glasgow, and also has a European ranking to her name. Emily Eaton though, leading out Moto 239. Mishka Gattin in there as well on the 6.2, just passing us in that second turn. Certainly Eaton out in front. Dakota Tucker in there as well. She's there in that 3rd spot. These are the girls. Emma Kiss, Allegra True, Isabella Gerard, Holly Diver, Elika Robson, Rosa Rigler, Mills, and Nora Cyrix. As we start round 3 of motos. Round 3 of motos about to kick off here. Day one of the British BMX Championships 2023 at Derby BMX Club. We are ready to go with the 9 to 12 mixed cruisers. Moving on, we have race 241, Margot, Hickman, Cottrell, Byrne, Jamira and Fox Cooper. Most of these young gentlemen from in and around the north. Oh, class. And we started with the 80s stuff now. Brilliant. Welcome to the danger zone. Is there anything more apt for 9 to 12-year-old mixed cruiser? I think not. Xavi Fox Cooper in there in 3, Benedict Marco in 4. Looks like the Midlands are out front. That's going to be Elijah Jamira. Liam Byrne in the mix as well. There's race 242, Sylvester Georgeton, Borachini, Swales, Young and Arnolds. Isla Young bringing some glamour to the proceedings. Showing these young gentlemen what it means to ride a bike. She's in there in 5. Chasing down Adam Arnolds. As they go in and out of the corner, Joshua Sylvester in there, I think in the lead. Borachini in 2. Jake Georgeson in there in 3. More 9 to 12-year-old cruisers. The Angry Badger, Edward Jones, spends quite a chunk of time on his mountain bike these days. But I'm sure he'll always race a little bit of BMX. In there in 2, Oliver Arnold, Sam Dolan, Robin McTurn Alonso leading it out. And the 7.4 is Sam Dolan. Alfie Sim getting in the mix in moto number 244. Needs to keep pushing into that final corner. Oh, pushing the rider up the turn. Cleanly, no contact. That's what we like to see. So Simon McKenna going 2 and 3. As Moto 245 heads down the turn. Oliver Wood, John O'Haradine, Jamie Hayward, Stanley Palmer, Zachary Tier, Sonny Howell, Aiden Giles, and Sean Brown. Sean's going to take the 2 behind the 1.5 of Stanley Palmer. As Moto 246 comes to the second turn. Louis Pinder out in front. No, he's not. He's in there in 4th. Okay, just so you know, after the motos, we will go in straight to the 8s. And then when we've done the 8s, we're going straight to the quarters. So there won't be a break until after the quarters. Kai Turpin just trying to peel his tyre off the rim as he went around the turn in Moto 247. Moto 248, including Alex Stokes from the north. He's there in that 3rd spot. But it is the 15.5 and the 7.2. Arne Esselmont and Kaishu Flukes. Oh, riders down. Including Kean Brown. Alexander Stokes avoiding the carnage. Couple of riders having a roll round on the deck on that 3rd straight. Another banger tune. Yeah. This is from the Flashdance movie, isn't it? Yeah. John Twitchen is a maniac on the dance floor, especially after several Bacardi and Cokes. If you are loving the 80s tunes, feel free to give us a thumbs up or a shout. That would be cool. 8.4, use that. Zach Chapman out of Manchester. Dad's a member of the OS 20 crew. banging tunes, right. Sorry, I'm busy dancing and not commentating. Gabe Simpson and that's Mr. Millar, Thomas Millar, in there in 3, Benjamin Weiss. Doing it for the Midlands. He's out there in that one spot. And there are a crew of East Anglia riders in that one, including Bradley Goulding and Louis Kai Mapp. BMXHype.com. Race 252, Lewis Fletcher in control in this one. That's Sam Perry Ogden in there in 2. Joe Long going through inside the top 4. And you got Alfie Thompson, Oliver Manns in there as well. Ronan Bebington. And Harry Elwood. Keep talking. Keep talking. Is that not what we always do, Lewis? Just keep talking? I think you're on 253 on the next moto. Are we getting heckled? Probably. Many times. We just choose to ignore it. So, as we hang on, moto 253, there is a flag out. Rider down on that first straight. Somebody from the north, let's hope they're okay. As we, oh wait, 2 moto 253 leaving the gates.
I'll take over, Rich. So you
Yeah,
can
you
have a
take
dance.
over, Lewis.
So you can have a dance. Enjoy your 80s music. Right, out on track then, 13 to 16-year-old girls cruiser heading towards that first turn. Hemstock, Harmer, Radcliffe, Lodge, Nyquist, Carpenter and Rendell Todd. Your world champion Elsa Rendell Todd, DC Cycles and Cycle Park. And of course the South are leading this one out. Who's in there chasing her down? That looks like Cody Harmer on the 2.2 on the inside into the second corner. The 2.3 of Annalise Calvin Carpenter looking for a way round as well. She's in there in 3. Abby Nyquist inside the top 4 as you head for the final turn. It's going to be Todd picking up the moto win, bringing it down to the line. Your world champion taking it to the stripe. That's how she's going to finish. Taking it through Harmer and Carpenter in 2 and 3. 1.6 on the plate. Alexis McCartney leads out. Race 254 in there with Anya Matin Alonso on the 2.5 plate. That's your 1 and 2 as they go in and out of the final corner. Who's that in there in 3? Looking like the 1.2 of Grace Burge out of Green Machine, taking it down to the stripe. That's going to be your top 3, but it's McCartney taking your moto win. Moving on to the 30-plus women's cruiser on track. Race 255, the W5. Leading this one out, Kim Batsford, Jump Club. And the South heading it through this third straight into the final corner. The North going 2 and 3 at the moment. That looks like it could be Suzanne Rawlins and Manda Hemstock and Leah Pendleton out of Allen's Heritage. That's going to be your top 3 as the Midlands bring through 4 and 5 down to the stripe. That's Albert Pick. No, it's not. That's Joanne Andrews and Rachel Staley going through in 4 and 5. The South leading this one out then in that final turn. That looks like it could be the 4.5 of Anita Wong. Going at 1 and 2 with the 5.5 of Cassie Harding. Under pressure from the 1.1 of Marsha Brooks. She's going to go through in 3. Check out the E3 on the plate. Michelle Stupple, Ice Bikes UK, leading out race 257. She's going 1 and 2 with the 6.1 of Coach Chizzy. She's in there in that 2 spot at the moment, chasing down Stupple, heading for the final turn. Stupple is checked out from the pack. Chizzy's going to take the 2 spot down the final straight. Who's in there for 3? Looking like Leah Meaden out of Bournemouth. Going to round up your top 3 on the 6.5. W8 on the plate, Rebecca Gold, Absolute Basketball Motocross going 1 and 2 with the 3.5 of Sarah Jane Nichols, the 4.3 of Teresa Chalice in there inside the top 3 at the moment, being chased down by Emily Arlett on the 5.1 out of the Outlaws. That's going to be your top 4 as you bring it down to the stripe, but your moto winner is Rebecca Gold. 39-year-old cruisers now on track. That looks like Charlie Lucas in there in about 5 foot out front. Daniel Popel leaning down on the 1.2. He's being chased down by Billy Irwin on the 10.3 plate heading into the final turn. The South going well in a 3, 4 and 5 down the final straight. Looking like that's going to be the 2.5 picking it up. Mario Berno heading to the stripe in there inside the top 3. John Lillingston's on track, 6.3 on the plate, Moto 1365 race team, in and out of turn number 2, who's that in there with him? Looking like it could be Agrids Alazans out of Bournemouth BMX Club on the 8.5, the front 2 riders running away with this one. Check out the southwest and the north going at it for that 3 spot, in and out of the corner, looking like it's going to be the 2.2 of Adam Hart, under pressure to the stripe, who's going to get it? The 3.4 of Ryan Jones, going to nick the top 3 on the line. More 39-year-old cruisers, race 261 now on track. 1.5 on the plate, Shane Reed going in 1 and 2 with the 1.4 of Ash Richardson. Out of CGR, that looks like it could be the 5.2 of Ross Bradley. In there in 3, but it's down to the stripe. It's the 1.5. Shane Reed taking the moto win. Smiley's Flight Club on track. Your reigning British champion will be looking to retain that title later on today. Out of Smiley's Flight Club, Martin Smiley Brown looking good at the moment. That's Matthew Eaton in there in 2, doing it for Rustin and racing on the 6.5 plate. Who's in there inside the top 3? Looking like Darren Thompson on the 6.3 plate out of Peterborough. That's going to be your top 3. Thompson, Eaton and Brown. 2.6 in this one, Scott Main. He's in there at about 5 at the moment, but out front it is the W3. Fraser Watson looking good, the 3.5. Chasing him down all of the way, that's Kev Merrin. Out of the south, that's got to be Ipswich in the mix. Mark Steele on the 1.3. Rounding up your top 3 spots as you come down the final straight. Watson bringing it to the stripe. Merrin, Steele 2 and 3. 6.4 on the plate, Kingsley Mears. He's on a charge at the moment, going to 1 and 2 with the 1.4 of Richard Stevenson. In and out of that second turn, who's in there inside the top 3? Looking at the 3.3 of Lewis Allison. Andy Todd's in there as well. That's Allison in there at about 5 at the moment. Todd's in there in 3, being put under pressure by the 1.2 of Richard Chappell. That's how they're going to bring it down to the line. All kinds of crazy going off in a race 265. Not quite sure who that was. Norbert Marco getting a bit crazy down the second straight. Adam Boudet was in there out front. And Jeffrey Rojas in there as well. Oh, check out the move in turn number 2. Graham Stanley threw it under and came out in the 1 spot, but coming back at him has got to be Matt Barnard on the 3.1. Stanley, Barnard's going to get it. Stanley for 2. That's how they're going to finish the 1.5 in there in 3. That was Damien Mead. 1.4 on the plate, Nigel Smith leads out race 267 in the 49-year-old cruisers, the 8.4 in there as well. That's David Stokes being chased down by 3 Southwest riders as they're coming on through. Duncan Cockburn's in there, Matt Maynard in the mix as well, and Martin Merrill. That's going to be your 2, 3 and 4 as they head down to the line, but it is all about the north out front. Jules Allen on track, Halo Wheels race team on the 4.3, being chased down by the 20.3 of Paul Barnard out of the Norwich Flyers Racing Club. Heading into the final turn, the north in the mix as well. That looks like it could be the 3.4 of Stuart Little, Rebel race team. That's going to be your front 3. East Anglia 1 and 2, the north going through inside the top 3. Who's in there for 4? That's, of course, Chris Howell on the 1.1. Who's on track, looking at the 6.5 of Ricardo Santos. Looking good at the minute, the 2.1 in there as well. Brett Knight doing it for Crucial Racing. Tim Porter's in the mix inside the top 3. He's being chased down by the 2.5 of Abdullah Kindi. Out of Knightswood down the final straight, it's going to be the south 1 and 4. Going to be Santos Knight 1 and 2 across the line. Kevin Sykes on the 1.3, leads our race 270 in the 50 to 54-year-old cruiser category. He's under pressure though. Jason Lewis on the 17.5, looking for a way round. Steve Smith, good to see him in and out of that second turn. He's inside the top 3 at the moment, the north. Chasing him down, that looks like it could be Carver. He's in there at about 5 at the moment. In and out of the final turn, Sykes, Lewis, 1 and 2. That's how the front 2 guys are going to finish. And that's going to be Steve Smith rounding up your top 3.
Right, 271 is your most on track. Got a couple of announcements to do. Martin Baxter from the South region has asked if any of the regions have a spare table or 2 that they can utilise for the presentation. He's after a couple of spare tables. In fact, he needs 3. So if any of the regions have got some odd tables knocking around in a gazebo or anything like that, that Martin Baxter can make use of, that would be gratefully received. Thank you very much. Also, next announcement, I've just had a phone call from somebody who's lost an iPhone. So if you see an iPhone knocking around anywhere on the floor, if you pick up an iPhone, if you find one, if you bring it up to commentary, and I will reunite it with its owner. So if you happen to find an iPhone knocking around anywhere, please come and hand it in, and I will reunite it with its owner. Thank you very much. Right, no idea where we're up to moto-wise now. We'll soon find out. That looks like Tim Drew. So that'll be Moto 273. So 274's heading towards us. Stevie Noble in this one, the Christophe Levesque of the Northeast. We are at the 4.5 and the 2.5. That's going to be Billy Stubble and Keith Brown going 1 and 2. Noble's in there in about 6. So it's getting hectic in 55 plus Cruiser. Well, they all shake hands after the finish line. They get on really well. Moto 275, Steve Needham in this one. 2.1 is Big Mick Goff. In there in 1. Yeo's going through in 2. Raymond Reed, the McRock. He's in there in 4th spot. I like the fact that Amanda and Cameron are wearing, like, you know, matching colours. Just in different shades of pink. Oh, hang on, there's another one over there as well. It's spreading. So, yes, we love our Scotsman dressed in pink. Like a salmon. Well, there you go. Anyway, 2.2, who's that? That'll be Jordana Owen in Moto 276 as we boogie away to Erasure up here. Andy's singing alongside here as well. If you squint, he could be Vince Clarke. Do you know what I mean? Moto 277, Olivia Firth leading it out for the North. Abby Pike in there as well. Amy Willis, Jodie Smith, Beckham Cowley, and Bethany Fletcher. Moto 278. 2.3 is Molly Nice. Trinity Camp in there in that 2nd spot. That'll be Sammy Prince in there in 4, Chloe Tompkins in 5, which puts Jamie Elwood in there in 3. Quality tunes. Niall Moss, Kyron Patel, Matt McHugh, where's Matt? He's in there in 4, doing it for the North. Mickey Porter, East Anglia, he's going to be there quite near the front of the queue. But it is the 0-1 taking it to the line. Alex Brooks from the North. Moto 280, Dylan Hancock, Lloyd Freeman, Connor Blythe, Jake Thompson, Owen Camp, Ryan Bevan, and Reese Cheers. So Hancock in there in about 6th spot. Being tracked down by Cheers. Reese at CGR in the North. But Lloyd Freeman and Connor Blythe out front for the South region. Moto 281, Oliver Dwyer, Jay Taylor out of Scotland in there in 4. Bradley George doing it for the Midlands. Tom Whitaker out of the South, he's in there in 2, I think. But they've got a battle on their hands to catch Freddie Cadman Carpenter in Moto 281. 282, Cameron Marsh in this. The 15.1 is Jake Green. Charlie Roy in there as well. Those guys are 1 and 2. Ash Walker doing it for the North region. He's in there in 4. And Danny Smith out of the Midlands as well. Moto 283, Louis de Koenig for the Southwest. In there in 6. Jack Mowat. I've seen some of Jack's stuff on YouTube. It's been quite good. Trips up to Glasgow and all that kind of thing. Theo Pope was in Moto 283 as well. Moto 284, 4.5. Jack Wiggins being chased down by Marcel Moore out of East Anglia. Reese Fletcher at CGR. As Moto 285 comes towards us. These are the 9-year-old boys, including Arlo Steinmetz. But it's Hugo Dayton on the 11.1. Made his semi-final at the Worlds, did Hugo. Couldn't quite believe he got there, but he did. Well done, Hugo. Good lads. Callum Mooney, Jack Swales, Harvey Simpson, Jacob Squires. As we move on to Moto 286. Young Mr. Watson there, trying to make some moves. Moray Watson. Thomas Henning inside the top 5. That's a good ride for him. Well done, Thomas. Jacob Anderson on his W3, though, is the man taking it to the stripe. Ted Malkin and Lucas Tuwalde were in there as well. As Aston Kitely goes past in Moto 287. Neil Grandin's in this one. Daniel Rice in there in 5. Kylan Gordon as well. Freddie Ray Orland. Ezra Nuttall Ando. Doing it for the North. He's in there in that 4th spot. The 4.4 is Kylan Gordon. He's had a roll round on the floor, but he's up and all right. Male 9s carrying on. Sam Smith, Samuel Snell. Finley Munro out in front. That looks like Jamie Robertson in there in 2. Sam Snell in 3. Thomas Barnard going through as well, doing it for East Anglia. With Jasper Redmond and Seth Ritchie in there too. That was Moto 288. Moto 289, Teddy Jones, Ollie Todd, Oliver Riches. Clayton Southart, Lucas Burgart, Otto Parr and Elliot Laurie. All in Moto 289. Looks like the young man from the Midlands, Teddy Jones. He was on telly, you know, at the Worlds, waving his flag, yeah, having a good time. As we move on to Moto 290, Sebastian Hewitt and Harry Taylor going 1 and 2. Stanley Duffy in there on the 11.3, Aidan Dowling on the 9.5. I think he's in there in 4. Freddie Doherty should have been in there as well for the North. As Connor Hemphill goes past me. Connor the Conman Hemphill. I don't know if Connor Fields knows he's stolen his nickname. I'll just send him a DM and let him know. Joshua Coates, Joseph McAvoy in there, Isaac Moore out of the Southwest. Vinnie Joe Butt, Freddie Walsh and Finley Palmer. There's Jack Devine on the E4, battles with Benny Jackson. Ronnie Wood in there for the Midlands, he's in 3. And Pratt going through as well for the Southwest. But the North are going to go 1, 2 and 4 in Moto 292. Oh, Ronnie Mather was in there as well. My little mate Ronnie. As we move on to 293, Leighton Gattin, Joey Tompkins, Leo Bradley, Ollie Warner, Ted Harvey, Rex Beasley and Bo Morris. That is Moto 293. The 7.4, that is Ted Harvey picking up a top 4 finish as Huey Hall and Niall Elkindi go past me. Moto 294. I think Niall had a bit of a tumble in the second round. He's up and all right though. Emil Challenger in there too, inside the top 5. Alan Juwonta Lewis from Moto 295.
14.1 on the plate, got to be Harley Bowler leading this one out from Marcus Mullen in there in that 2 spot. That looks like the South going well in there in 3. Could be the 9.5 of our Kimbrels here out of Cycle Park, in and out of the final turn and down the final straight. Mattis Manis in there inside the top 4 as well, but it's all about Harley Bowler taking the moto, winning that one. More South riders on a track, leading this one out of the 6.5 on the plate. That is Zach Hamill out of Runnymede. That looks like Charlie Cotton in there in 2, chasing him down the south in there in 3 as well. Could be Stepanovs out of Bournemouth on the 17.5. In and out of the final turn, looking like it's going to be all about Hamill as he brings it down to the line. Cotton in at 2. 1.3 on the plate. Noah Bagwell leads this one out for MK Evolution into turn number 2. He's got the 2 and the 1.1 in there behind him. That is Owen Smart and Ruben Stanworth out of Tygo Race Team heading for the final turn. Who's that in there in 3? Looking like it could be the 7.2 of Harrison Doe out of Decoy. Last straight action looking good for Bagwell. He's going to pick up the moto win. Smart, Stanworth 2 and 3. Next up on track, Joe Rooks in this one, but it is the 4.2 leaning out Lucas Belton. Out in front, no Joe Rook in this. I think he might be hurt after his crash in his first moto. So it's Belton leading out for the Southwest. Check out the gap he's got on the 3 South riders in there behind him. Looking like it's going to be Belton to the line. Who's in there for 2? That looked like the 30.5 of Jet Thompson. Race 299 on track, 3.5 on the plate, looking good for Ronnie Payne out of Junk Club and the South. That's got to be Isaac Smith, Rab Racing, 35.4 on the plate in there in that 2 spot. The front 2 riders are looking safe and clear as they head down the final straight in their final moto of the day. Who's in there inside the top 3? That's going to be the other rider out of the north. Got to be Henry Valentine on the 11.4 plate. Race 322.1. That is, of course, Elijah Jamira. Atar Jamira going 1 and 2 with Leo Rowlands into the final turn. Jamira, Rowlands looking good. Who's the other rider out of the Midlands bringing it down the final straight? That's going to be Zach Everly. So it's the Midlands 1 and 3. Rowlands going to split up the Midlands party in there in 2. South out front in this one, looking like that could be the 29.5 of Leighton Harding. Oh, the elbow action into turn number 2. That looked like it was the rider out of the Southwest, Samuel Richards, working his way across and sticking his line. He now picks up the 2 spot down the final straight, so it's going to be Harding Richards 1 and 2, the 2.4 coming through in there in 3. That's going to be Archie Bell out of the north. 16.1 on track, Finley Murphy out of Nuneaton. Leading this one out, going a 1 and 2 with Travis Sykes out of Ipswich. Heading for the final turn, the other East Anglian rider in there behind him. Check how they're moving that final turn. Noah Ford's in the mix as well. It's the 3.3 of Zach Parsons, trying to work his way into that 1 spot, tight on the line with Murphy. And that was Ford in there in 3. Race 303 now on track. That is the South. Leading this one out, Adrian Garletis, 1.5 on the plate, looking good, the 4.5 in there behind him, that is Harry Swales. So the South going to 1, 2 and 3 at the moment. That looks like it could be Albert Alexander in there inside the top 3, in and out of the final turn. Where are you, the South? Going to go through in 1, 2 and 3 in that one, with the Midlands in there in 4. That was Archie Malkin on the 11.1. Max McNulty is on fire this weekend. He's leading out race 304 as they head for the final turn. Who's that in there behind him? Looking like it could be Ralph Salby out of Decoy and the Southwest, but no one's going to catch Max McNulty in this one. He's going to take it right the way down to the line with Sowerby in there in 2. 4.5 on the plate, looking good in race 305. That is Charlie Wilcox being chased down all of the way by Frankie Griffin out of the north. Who's that in there in 3 picking it up? Could be Jude Hoff, I think. That is Hunter Malion in there in 3. Being chased down all of the way by the 6.5 of Oscar Chambers out of Brixton. 8.5 on the plate, leading out race 306. That's Max Vass out of Runnymede, being chased down all of the way by the 11.2 of Gilmore Green, Rustin Racing, and Decoy BMX Club. Green throws it under in the final turn and comes out in that 1 spot, so it's going to be Green taking the moto win. Vass in there for 2, and that looked like it could have been Ralph Baker picking up 3.
Well, so 307, Josh Jepson of the north in the 4 in this one, being tracked down by the 10.5 of Mark Tazilo out of the south. But it looks like the rider out front is going to be from the south. I've got a feeling that might be Joshua Sylvester. Sylvester being chased by the 1.2 of Thomas Honeywell to the line. Moto 308, Bodie Markley in this one. For the South, there he is. Passing me on that 17.5. Always rides good-looking bikes, does Bodie. Adam Arnold in there for East Anglia. In about 5 now, but it's the Midlands going 1 and 2. Ethan Rogers and Ethan Howell, I think that is, going 1 and 2 in Moto 308. Moto 309, Riley Butt, Roland Dells, Max Cooper, Alex Boughton. Freddie Parkinson out in front. Roland in there in 2. That'll be Yusuf Almas Fordham going through in 3. Noah Gardner in the mix as well for the South region. But it's all about Parkinson in Moto 309. 310 now, Dolan, Reed, Craig, Collis, Bowden, Tyres, Perkins and Palmer. Jack Perkins might be the man out front. Sam Dolan in there as well. Harry Tyres in there in 2. Collis making his move. Oh, hand off the bars. Manages to hold on to it. Tom Palmer takes advantage and works his way into a top 3. So these boys going well. Race 311. On track. That'll be 312. Into the first straight. 313 lining up as well. As we look at the riders going into turn number 1. Lubia, Williams, Holloway, Duff, Cooper. Both Williams boys in this one. Holdsworth and Shepherd as well. Heading down the straight. Oh, it's getting tidy as they go down the first straight into the corner. Eames moving across from 8, getting himself into a top 3 position. As they head down the straight towards us now, looks like East Anglia out front. That'll be Oliver Tyres. Nate's in there in 2, Nathaniel in 3, the 9.4. That is Adam Stevenson. 11.5. Let's have a look who that belongs to. That is Sam Rollison. In and out the final corner. Eames and Stevenson battling for that 3rd spot. Hamilton's going to get the 2. Tyres in there as well. Nathaniel, another solid 3rd place finish. 314 Yumoto on track. Cranston, O'Brien, Mizzy, Bailey, McQuirk even. Thomas Westmore in this one. Owen Miller and AJ Moore. These guys flying. Looks like Bailey's going to get it with the 4.5 and Thomas Westmore coming through as well. One rider went down on that first straight. Might have been Milo Mizzy. Oh, it looks like Westmore's picked himself up in the crash. Spot Thomas with his neck brace on. Right, that's Thomas Westmore coming down the final straight. Race 315 now on track. We've got Brody Geddes in this one from Scotland. Milo Weller's in there for the north. He'll not be far from the front. Harrison Barnes, Maxwell Lawrence, Zach Childs, Lewis Linscott and Zach Arthurs. I've got a feeling Milo Weller is the man in front. Heading towards me as Milo Mizzy just works his way off the track. Let's hope he's okay. And it is the 2.4 out in front. That'll be Milo Weller. Geddes in there in 2. Linscott in 3. Maxwell Lawrence making moves. As we move on, Geddes is going to take it from Weller. Moto 316, Blake Allison in this one. Noah Buttery, the W2, though it's Harry Donald. Donald going well. Buttery in there in 3. That'll be Keith Osborne on the 9.1. We have just had an iPhone handed in, but it's not the one we're looking for. If you own an iPhone, and it's got a photograph on the front of two young boys sat on a tree stump, so it's a very distinct cover shot. Two young men, probably about, 4 and 6, sat on a tree trunk, and it's your iPhone. It's got a Santa Cruz and a Vans sticker on the back. So, yeah. So if you own an iPhone with a Santa Cruz and a Vans sticker on the back, and a photo of two young gentlemen sat on a tree trunk on the front, we have your phone up at commentary, and you can have it back. If not, we're going to ring and order a pizza.
Race 319, that's Lawrence and Goodman to the line. Goodman's going to nick it. Elvis Lawrence goes through in two. All right, two riders out of the southwest on a track, then heading into this second turn. Rayford in there in two, throws it under Flukes in the corner and comes out into that one spot. Check out the battle. It is the southwest going to 1, 2 and 3. Riley Schimmel in there inside the top 3 as well. It's going to be Rayford taking it to the stripe. Flukes in there for that 2 spots. That one was dominated by the riders out of the southwest. The South now on track, 6.5 on the plate. That is Oscar Jewell out of team here in Andover. That looks like the 5.4 of Edward Miller in there in that 2 spot, chasing down in and out of the final corner. Who's that in there in 3, doing it for the Midlands? On the 1.1, Ronnie Horton out of Birmingham, looking like he's going to round up the top 3. Late ditch to the line by the 5.4 of Miller. He's going to nick the 1 spot. 1.2 on the plate. Isabella Rowe leads it out for Sorted Race Gear. Maddie Dixon's in there chasing down Anastasia Mucha, who's in there in the 2 spot at the minute. The East Anglian in there in 3. That is looking on the 15.3 of Sidoni Cleve out of Braintree. So it is going to be the Southwest taking it. Here comes Cleve with a late charge to the line. Cleve's going to nick the 2 spot. Mucha for 3. The 3.2 of Libby Copping going through in 4. Southwest out on track, leading this one out. Lottie Brown on the 9.2. She took a tumble in the last one, but she's going to make it 2 wins out of 3 so far today. If things stay this way, the European number 7 of Katie Millar, she's going to go through in that 2 spot, but Brown and Millar running away with that one. The 1.5 goes through. In there in 3, that was Evelyn Leary. 4.4 on at the plate. Lexi Cairns leads the out race 3-2-4 in the 12-year-old girls being chased down by the other northerner in the race. That is Emma Morgan out of the northeast. So the north looking good at the moment. Here comes the Midlands on the inside, working their way through. Rin Janalino now inside the top 2, so bringing it down to the stripe. It is going to be the 3.1 of Ellie Moore. Sorry, she's going to take the 2 spots. Moving on to race 3-2-5, the 7-year-olds. Jones, Franklin, Thompson, Williams, Darley, Mason, Tewald and O'Brien. That is the 3.5 leading it out. That's Caleb Tewald out of Peckham. He's got the 5.5 in there behind him. Looking alike, that is Arthur Mason. So the 2 riders out of the south going to 1 and 2 at the moment. That looks like Xavier Darley on the 7.4 inside the top 3. The 12.4 of Nathan Franklin out of the northeast inside the top 4 as well. So the south going to 1 and 2. The north going 3 and 4. It is a 7.4 picking it up. Xavier Darley, he's going to round up your top 3. Race 3-2-6 now on track. More 7-year-olds, that looks like it is. Hunter Chambers on the 4.1, doing it for Team Buddies in there in 2. Chasing down Henry Sullivan out front. Sullivan, Chambers, 1 and 2. One rider slips his pedal in there in 3. That's Leon. James Burton stays upright, manages to hang on to 3. Elliot Hatch out of Burnham BMX Club leads out race 3-2-7 from the rider out of Scotland. That is Carter Kennedy on the 3.6, being chased down by the southerner heading into the final turn. That looks like it could be Oscar Sanders on the 15.5. It is Sanders inside the top 3, working his way through, looking like he's going to nick that 2 spot as they head to the line. In and out of turn number 2, that looks like Joel Pritchard on the 4.5 leading it out. He's going to 1 and 2 with the 7.2. Sorry, the 4.2 of Callum Wood out of Decoy, but he's under pressure himself. Check out the rider out of the Midlands in there in 4. That looks like it could be Adam Smart on the 5.1, chasing down the 13.5 of William Cairns in there in that 3 spot, but it was Wood in there for 2. 2.5 on the plate out front. Oscar Marco, DC Cycles. We are racking through these motos, ladies and gents, going straight into 1/8 after the moto. So if you're in the 8th finals, you need to be in the pens ready and waiting when that last moto drops. You will need to be in the pens ready and waiting if you're in the 8s, ladies and gents. Right out on track then. .1 on the plate. That looks like Antec Peremni. Birmingham NRT leading this one out for the Midlands. Who's in there with him? On the 1.5, Dominic Zapanos chasing down the final straight. Here comes the 1.3. Looking like Ethan White. It's going to be Peremni, Zapanos, White. 1, 2, 3. That's how they're going to cross the line. Race 3-3-1 now on track. That is a 21.2. Emerson Tucker, Pure Bicycles leading this one out, the 1.4. Alexander Gilbert in there in that 2 spot, doing it for the Brunsey Massive. That looks like it could be the East Anglian in the mix as well. Christian Gabaraszczyk in there inside the top 3. Down the final straight. Has he got enough left in the tank for the 1.4 of Gilbert as he head to the line? Gilbert's going to hang on to it. But your race winner was Emerson Tucker. 31.4 on the plate. Check him out. Tobias Groves is on fire today. Heading into the final turn. Who's that in there with him? Looking like he could be the rider out of the south. Got to be Zachary Jones, I think that is. In there in the mix at about 4. That's Jones in there in 4. Who's that in there in 3? Looking like it's the 10.5. That is Joey Scarfield. 8.1 on the plate. That's got to be Charlie Dowsing out of the Outlaws leading this one out. Who's that in there with him? Looking like it could be Chester Grocock on the 1.4 plate. The other Northerner in there behind him. That could be Jacob Dent out of the Brunsey Massive down the final straight. Dent rounds up the top 3 as it head to the line. The Southwest in there for 4 on the 7.2. That's looking like Jake James. 3.4 on the 30.4. Go 1 and 2 in this one. That is Thomas Giles and Jack Kitching. The North dominating this one inside the top 3 then. In and out they go. Down the final straight, it is going to be Giles, Kitching, 1 and 2. Who's going to get 3? Here comes the 5.4. That's going to be Hugo Ballantyne. The 6.2 in there for that 4 spot. That was William Arnold. The 4.4 leads this one out. That is Leo Ingham out of the Brunsey Massive. Where are the Bruntwood Massive? Somewhere along that first straight. Last straight, sorry. They must not be alive yet. They have different timings up there, don't they, up north? Nothing quite runs the same up there. So I'm told. So Rich says anyway. They don't wake up until midday. The Northerners, they don't wake up till midday. I suppose after they've had the second coffee as well. It's at least 2 coffees and at least midday. Yeah. Right, out on track. That looks like your British champion, Ethan Shaw, going to take that moto win. With the W7 of Hendrix Hines in there behind him with the 4.3 of Riley Taylor-Day in there in 3. 3.1 on the plate, got to be Jack Haynes leading it out, the 1.5 in there behind him. Joseph Dewis out of Gosport chasing him down, so it's Hines, Dewis looking good at the moment. Who's that in there in that 3 spot? Looking like George Spencer working his way into the top 3 as they go in and out of the final turn. He threw it under in the final corner. He's going to hang on to it, so it is going to be Haynes to the line. Who's there with him? Dewis taking it on through. Spencer in there as well, the 1.1 on the plate. Seth Kucherik leads this one through. In and out of the final turn, Seth then looking good. Out of the Midlands, he's got the 1.3 in there behind him. That is Rex Ford out of Braintree, the 2.2 in there inside the top 3. That's going to be Jack Belton bringing it to the line. 6 and under girls on a track, race 3, 3 and 9, heading towards this. Over there. Six and under girls on a track. Orlaith Dewis, the Jonna Barron, Millie Moore, Matilda Hewitt and Abigail Henning all on a track. It's going to be the 1.4 taking the moto win. That is Henning to the line. The 1.5 in there behind her. Orlaith Dewis picking it up. Who's that in there in 3? Got to be Matilda Hewitt, the 2.1 in there in 4. That is Barron with the 2.5 in at 5. That is Millie Moore. More 6 and under little ladies on track. That's the Southwest leading this one out. The 2.2 Mabel Pine looking good at the moment. She's got the North in there behind her looking like it could be the 7.4. That's Maggie Devine, so they're going to go through in 1 and 2 as they bring it down to the line. The 2.4 in there as well. That is Hattie McGoldrick going to round up your top 3. The Northerners are flying in this one. The 4.4 picking it up. That's Jada Nuttall in there in 4. Tia Worthington in at 5, and Isabella Pola in at 6. 6 and unders then on a track. 3.1 on the plate. Shelby Yates leading this one out, looking good. Down the final straight, our very own YouTube sensation. He's going to pick up the moto win with the 2.5 of Atlas Lewisfield in there for 2. Check out the Southwest battling it out in this one, the 1.2 and the 8.2. At the moment, Joseph Claydon and Albie Blight running away with it at the moment, the 5.2 in there as well. That is Ruben Mitchell out of Cornwall. So the Southwest going 1 through 4 in this one. Down the final straight, looking like Claydon's going to get the moto win on the 1.2 with Blight rounding up your top 2.
Next up, race 343, 1.1 is Roman Birdfield, and that's my little mate Oscar Rutherford in there in 2. And Arlo Payne going through in that 3 spot. Jonah Taylor out of East Anglia. I think he's inside the top 4. Got Finley Kerr in there as well, trying to make his move. But as they head down towards the line, it is going to be Roman Birdfield. He's going to get it at the line for that 2nd spot. I just know that Oscar Rutherford was involved. Right, Frankie Jones, Charlie Crossley, Jack Taylor in this one. That'll be Rudy Pleasance-Ford in there in 3. Jack Taylor in 4, Seth Goostree going through as well. Oakley Ryder Bays, out of East Anglia in that 7th spot, I think. Pushing hard. But it's the South and the Midlands battling to the line as we move on to race 345. Maisie Dyson, Megan Keller, Lola Perks in this one. 7.2, Lauren Snell leading it out. In there in 1. Dyson's in there in 3. Perks in 4. Isabella Dunn and Tegan Dunn, 5 and 6. Tallulah Widdowson in there as well for the Midlands. These young ladies are absolutely on fire in 7-year-old girls. As the next lot of riders come round, Phoebe Millar and the 8.2 of Ella Grant. The 1.6, that is Ellie Robertson. She looks like super focused when she comes past. Pippa Rowlands doing it for the Pendle Panthers. Woot woot, guys, make some noise for your rider. As she comes down that final straight, she's inside the top 4. Grace Ledgerwood Barr in there as well. Madison Stupple, Daisy Hart, Ellie Robertson, and Ella Grant. 1.4 is Florence Dyson. Charlie Hargreaves, pretty in pink, doing it for Mid-Lancs in the north. In there in 2. That'll be Millie Wheeler in 3. Got Ailey Steinmetz in there, Ruby Evans as well. Just 5 young ladies in Moto 347. But it looks like the North are going 1 and 2 with Dyson and Hargreaves. Race 348, 1.5, Holly Webb. Followed by Cara Cross and Rosie Geddes. The 5.4 is Florence Kay. Charlotte Ward's in there in 5. Ellie Headbest in there in 6. Moto 348, South Scotland, that's your 1, 2, 3. We have sheets for the 8s. We have sheets for the 8s. The 8s are going straight after the motos. The 8s are going straight after the motos. There will be no break. 8s going straight after the motos. And then when the 8s are done, we're going straight to quarters. So it's motos into 8s, into quarters. We are very nearly done with the motos, and then we're going straight into the 8 finals. Right, let's have a look. 3.3. Erin Holmes. Let's have a look. Right, that was Moto 352. So this is Moto 353. I'm assuming that's Maisie Egan out there in front. Bo Williams in there doing it for the East Anglia region. Sophie Osborne, Ophelia Shepherd, Gwen Penhaligan and Isla Milne all in that one as well. Moto 354 heading towards us. That'll be the 1.4 of Elizabeth Lola Poole battling with Iris Hyder. That's going to be an interesting battle when they get to the finals. Caitlin Bird in there as well and Grace Gerard. Lucy Stevenson, Megan Mooney. All in Moto 354. Half a dozen motos left before we go to 8. Oh, one rider down in that second straight. Not sure who it was. Lakey Haig in there in 2, chasing down the 1.1 of Mara McCarran. It was the rider from the south that hit the deck. Not sure which one though. That's going to be interesting. Oops, oh, get a bit hectic. There's the 6.5 exits. Let's hope she's all right. Who was that? Clara Salmons. She might need a hug when she gets back to mum and dad. So Clara... Oh no, it says Olivia on the back of the jersey. Oh well, never mind, we'll soon sort that one out. Oh, it was Olivia Webb, sorry, Olivia Webb. So Olivia needs a hug when she gets back to mum and dad. There we go. Right, this will be Moto 3, 5, 6 or 7, we'll soon find out. 2.1, Seren Pritchard, yeah. Battling away with Lauren Keller. Those young ladies are 1 and 2. Etta Cleve in there in 5. She was the young lady who ended up losing her jersey at the Worlds that ended up with the Aussie kid. I know a few people did message me about the jersey going to Australia. I did get one in the end. I didn't get time to message everybody back. But if you did offer a jersey to go out to Australia to that young man who wanted one, thank you for offering. I do appreciate it. I have sorted him out with a jersey now. That'll be going in the post on Tuesday. So the power of the BMX community making it happen. So anybody who did offer a jersey, thank you. It's appreciated even if I didn't message you back. It is sorted. Right, Amara Fife had a bit of a tumble, I think, in Moto 358. Moto 359. Isabella Gerard on the inside, Rosa Rigler-Mills. Esme Ward, Isla Watson, Clara Salmond, Emma Kiss and Lily Yerbury. These are the 11-year-old girls, the penultimate moto. Before we go into 8 finals, we're going straight through the 8s, then straight into quarters. No breaks. Through the 8s and straight into quarters. So it is East Anglia in the south, out 1 and 2. Bella's in there in 3. Rosa going through for the southwest. As the last moto heads towards us, Georgia Surtees, Ruby Warren, Alika Robinson, Poppy Bishop. The 01 though, that belongs to Amelie Eaton. Brooke Fast Fawcett in there in 3. Georgia Surtees doing it for the Hawks in there in about 7. We are going to move on to the 8 finals. Knockout racing, 4 going through, 4 going out. Yep, straight to quarters after the 8s.
Looks like we are just about ready to go 1/8 racing then, ladies and gents. If you want trackside, get yourself there. These are the knockout rounds. 8th, number 1 on track, then these are the 9-year-old boys. Check out the South contingent on the inside, heading for the turn. Jacob Anderson, your world number 3, is going to lead this one out into the first turn for Absolute Bicycle Motocross. Anderson, check out the gap he's got already. He's got 2 South riders in there behind him in 2 and 3 as they head through this second straight. So it's Anderson out front. That looks like Palmer's in there as well. Morris in a qualifying spot, the 2 and 3.5. Who's that in there in for the 13.4? That's Thomas Henning. The 12.4 of Ezra Nuttall in there behind him in 5. Oh, Nuttall slips his pedal. That leaves Henning safe and clear. Inside the top 4, it's going to be Anderson, Palmer, Morris. 1, 2, 3 down to the line. Who's going to get 4? Thomas Henning goes through to the quarters.
A final number 2, Jack Devine, Arlo Steinmetz, Isaac Moore, Leo Bradley in this one. Kylan Gordon's had a tumble, but he's in there as well. Devine is the man leading it out. Steinmetz is in there in 2. It's between the 2.2 and the 4.4. Leo Bradley and Kylan Gordon. Bradley and Gordon going into the final corner. Who's going to make the move? Who's going to get the 4th spot? Gordon's diving underneath Bradley and Gordon. Drag racing down the final straight. Who's going to get it? Who's going to get it? Bradley and Gordon to the line. Bradley.
Looks like we have lost. I think that could be Ollie Todd on the first straight. He's back up to his feet, out on track. Then check him out. 2 Midlands riders in the mix. That's got to be Ronnie Wood and Rex Beasley chasing down the 2.4 of Connor Hemhill. The 1.3 splitting up the party. Ollie Todd, that is in there in 3. So the fallen rider must have been Clayton Southard. Out on track. Then the 2.4 looking good. Hemhill out front, Wood in there in 2, chasing him down, looking like Todd and Beasley are safe and through inside the top 4, but your race winner is going to be Connor Hemhill, bringing it across the line.
More 9-year-old 8 finals. Hewitt, Orland, Tuwalde, Snell, Eaton, Pratt, Smith and Coates in this one. Midlands are out front. That's going to be Sebastian Hewitt, who's in there in 3, looking at the 1.5, Lucas Tuwalde. The 8.1 of Wilson Eaton is in there in that 4th spot. Sam Snell in 5. Snell might have left himself a little bit too much to do as they go into that final corner. It's looking like Hewitt's going to get it. Eaton's going to get in there as well. Taking it to the line, the 8.1, Wilson Eaton in that 4th spot.
The 5th, 8th for the 9-year-olds now on track. Out in front, that is the 1.6, Murray Watson. Leading it out from the 1.1 of Teddy Jones into the second turn. Look at them queuing up behind the 6.5. That is Neil Grandans. He's in a qualifying spot at the moment. Who's in there behind him? That is the 16.2 of Freddie Walsh out of Tiverton. On the bubble at the moment inside the top 4. Looking like he could be safe and clear through. Last straight action, Watson, Jones, 1 and 2. Bringing it on through. Grandans is going to take it through to the quarters with the 16.2 of Walsh.
A final number 6 for the 9-year-olds. Kitely, Clayton, Harvey, Taylor, Desaris, Hart, Squires and Laurie all in this one. Looks like Aston Kitely's the man in control. He's in there in 1. Arthur Clayton in 2. The 7.4 is Ted Harvey. Ted Harvey's in that 4th spot. Ernie Cotton de Cesaris is in there in 5. Might not have enough time or room to get back to the front 4. So he's going to go Kitely, Clayton, Harvey, 1, 2 and 3. Taylor in there as well.
Finley Munro had a corker of a first straight and he leads out this 8th race in the 9-year-old boys. That's the 11.1 in there behind him. Got to be Hugo Dayton, the 1.2 of Oliver Richards in a qualifying spot as well. The 6.1 of Joey McAvoy on the bubble at the moment. Divide Brand UK and on his home track here at Derby. He's inside the top 4 looking to take it through to the quarters. Down the final straight, Munro, Dayton, Richards looking safe and clear. McAvoy's going to pick up the final qualifying spot as they go across the line.
Last of the 8 finals for the 9-year-olds. Tompkins and Jackson are 1 and 2 at the moment. Jackson out in front. It's all about the 4th spot though. Who's going to go through in that final qualifying position? And Isaac Jones has got it at the moment. Jones being chased down by the 8.2 of Leighton Gattin. Gattin in that 5th spot. He's under pressure now from the rider from Scotland, who's Daniel Rice. It looks like it might be too little too late for both of them, as Isaac Jones will hang on. It's going to be Jackson and Tompkins, 1 and 2. The 7.5, that was Lucas Berghardt in 3rd.
The 10-year-olds hit the tracker. Ty Jamira leads it out. Who's that in there with him? Looking like the 4.5 of Harry Swales. The 8.5 and the 31.5 in there as well. Louis Sheffy's in 3. Albert Salazan's in a qualifying spot in there in 4 at the moment. As they head to the final turn, Billy Cheeseman's in there in 5. Got a bit of work to do if he wants to catch Alazan's down this final straight. Jamira is going to lead the race down to the stripe. The South going through in 3, 4 and 5 with Swales, Sheffy and Alazan's.
Woo! 10-year-olds, here we go. Second of the 8 finals. Marcus Mullen of the North out there in front with Archie Bell right there behind him. It's a North 1-2. The 3.1 is Huey Hall. Huey Hall's in there in that final qualifying position, but he's under pressure from the rider from the North. I've got a feeling it's Louis Swales who's in that 5th spot and chasing hard. Is Swales going to have enough for Hall down the final straight? He's having a go. He's getting closer. Doesn't look like he's got enough time to get in there, though.
The first straight got busy for this 10-year-old 8 final, but out front it is Ronnie Payne out of the South and Jump Club heading into turn number 2, the 4.2 of Lucas Belton. In there behind him, the 11.5 in 3, that is Bram Heaver, and that looks like Ruben Stanworth in there in 4, chasing him down into the final corner. Percy Lodge in there at about 5 or 6 at the moment as they go in and out of the final turn then. Looking good for Payne. He's going to take this one right the way down to the stripe on the 3.5. Belton's through as well. That's going to be Heaver and Stanworth through in 3 and 4.
A final number 4 for the 10-year-olds. Hamill, Elkindi, Brazier, Bowler, Challenger, Stefanos, Corley and Ridley. Oh, look at this. The South have got it on lock. 1, 2, 3 and 4 in the minute. 6.5 of Zach Hamill leading it out. Elkindi being swooped in that corner now. He's going to have to put the work in because the Midlands rider trying to get in the mix is Harley Bowler. Bowler, can he get in there? Oh, Bowler's dived underneath. Gone from 5th to 3rd. What a move. Breaking up the South Region party. One rider's going out. It's going to be the 5.5. Elkindi.
8 final number 13 now on track. Harding and Everly leading this one out in 1 and 2. Who's in there in qualifying spots? Leon Waite's in there in 4 at the moment, the 5.2. In there in 3, that's Archie Croker White. Croker White then hanging on to it in there in 3. Here comes Waite round the outside of him into the final turn. That looks like it could be Dexter Elliott in there in about 5 at the moment. Got a bit of work to do down this final straight. Here comes Elliott with a late charge to the line. Who's going to get it out of the southwest? Well, that one was tight. I think that was White.
8th final number 6 for the 10-year-olds. Galitis, Riches, Smart and Goose Street all looking good in this one as they go into the turn. Oh, Goose Street had the move made on him by, I think it was Max Livingston. Max Livingston out of the South. Goose Street trying to go back underneath him in the turn. Look at the battle for the 4th spot. Goose Street holding on to it now. There's another horse rider trying to get in there. That's Ballantyne. Goose Street's going to get that 4th spot. Livingston out in 5.
The North looking good in 8th final number 15. That's got to be Leo Rowlands leading this one out. He's unmistakable with that GB flag on his helmet. The 3.4 of Cotton's in there into the 10.2 in 3. That is Logan Waterhouse, but he's under pressure as they head back through the 3rd straight. That looks like Zach Parsons in there inside the top 4. Parsons hanging on to it down the final straight. Who's going to get the final qualifying spot? Here comes Worthington with a late charge. He's not quite going to get close enough. It's going to be the 3.3 of Parsons.
Right, Isaac the Sender Smith out there in front, doing it for the North. Noah Backwell's in there as well. The 15.4 of Arthur Thomas under pressure from Noah Ford of East Anglia. It's Thomas and Ford looking and battling into the turn. This last turn's going to see so much action. Thomas is holding on to it. Ford's winding it up down the straight. Here comes the other rider from the North. That's going to be Theo Davis. Looks like Thomas is going to hang on, take that final spot.
Ethan Rogers running away with this 11-year-old 8th final. Who's in there with him? Looking like the 2.3, picking it up in there in 2. That's Harley Steele with the 11.2 of Gilmore Green in there in 3. Who's in there in 4? Looking like Joe Douglas on the 21.3, heading into the final turn. Mark towards Dilo's in there in 5. Got a bit of work to do if he wants to catch Douglas down this final straight. Douglas is going to take the final qualifying spot as they bring it across the line towards Dilo in there in 5.
Oh, TME, Sullivan Collis has had a roll round on the floor on the 1st straight. That's his British Championships over. Freddie Parkinson is the man in control at the moment of the 12.5 of Alex Boughton being chased down by Sam Dolan. Boughton and Dolan battling for that last spot in the quarterfinals. Has Dolan got enough in the tank? Parkinson's out front. Looks like Malian and Vass are out there as well, 2 and 3. Dolan might just run out of time and room. Yes, he does, the 12.5. Stealing that last spot was Boughton.
11-year-old eighth final now on track, heading towards that first turn. JP's had a cracking gate and he's heading for turn number one in the one spot for Divide UK and Derby BMX Club. JP, Jack Perkins leads it out. Who's in there with him? Got to be the 6.1 of Roland Ells. So the Midlands going 1 and 2 at the moment as they come back through this second straight. The South in there in 3 and 4. Oscar Chambers in there in 3. Who's picking up 4? That's the 17.5. And Bodie Markley's got the 20.1. In there behind him, that's Ralph Baker. Got a bit of work to do if he wants to catch Markley heading for the final turn. Markley, Baker, in and out they go, looking like it's going to be Markley hanging on. Chambers is safe and through. L's in there for 2, and it's going to be JP in 1.
1-8 final number 4 for the 11-year-olds. My mate Jude, the dude's in this one. Jude Hoff, who's the man out front at the minute. Got a feeling it's James Miller. Miller in 1, Arnold in 2, Charlie Bob's in there in 3, Potts in 4. Oh, got a feeling that Jude, the dude's hit the deck. Sullivan Collis working his way off as they go in and out of the turn. Battle between the two boys from the north. Charlie Bob's going through, Henry as well. Manning 5 was the 8.1. And that was Louis Kacharik. Jude the dude, let's hope he's all right. He is cooler than a cucumber in a polar bear's fridge, that boy.
More 11-year-old 8th final action coming down the hill and through the first straight. Dylan Spencer's had a corker of the gate, looking to pick up the whole shot, heading for turn number 1. Who's in there with him? Looking like we have got George Redding in the mix on the 6.2. That looks like Redding working his way into that 2 spot. So it's Spence Redding at the moment who's picking up 3 and 4. That looks like Max McNulty in a qualifying spot at the moment, and they're in 4. He's chasing down the 17.3 of Harry Tyres into the second turn. McNulty then looking safe and clear the 6.3 of Andreas Lubier in there in 5, heading into the final corner. McNulty elbow to elbow, in and out he goes. It's going to be Spence picking up the win. Redding in there in 2. Tyres with a late charge. He's going to work his way from 3 to 2. Tyres, Redding, McNulty in that order.
Griffin, Palmer and Jepson are the York 1, 2, 3 in 8th final number 22. Who's got that 4th spot at the moment? Jepson has a look who's there next to him. It's the 25.5 of Lawrence Bojang. Pipes trying to get in there as well. The North are going 1, 2, 3, but it's all about the 4. Who's got the final spot as they come down the straight? We are going to have a look as they cross the line. Got a feeling it's going to be Bojang. Bojang goes through in that 4th spot.
The Williams brothers are in this one in 2 and 3. The 4.5 in there as well. That is Charlie Wilcox. Had the move stuck on him by one of the Williams brothers. I didn't quite catch the plate as they came round. So they're in 1 and 3 at the minute. That looks like the North in there in a qualifying spot. In there in 4. In and out of the final turn. I think that's Xavi Fox Cooper on the 7.4. It's going to be Xavi Fox Cooper picking up the final qualifying spot and taking it through to the quarters.
Last of the 8 finals for the 11-year-olds. Midlands leading it out. It's going to be Ethan Howell out there in front. I can see Adam Arnold trying to get in the mix as well. Let's have a look as they come into the turn. 26.3. That is Arnold in there in 3. Ralph Sowerby, I think it is, in there in 4, holding on to that 4th spot. William Howcroft trying to get in there as well. But it's going to be Howell, Honeywell going 1 and 2. Arnold in there in 3. Who's going to get the 4? It is going to be the 3.2 of Sowerby.
Kirby Rayford hit the deck in turn 1, leading out this 8th final by a country mile. Has he got enough left to pick up a top 4 spot? That's a lot of work to do. Freddie Richardson leads it out. Maxwell Lawrence in there in a qualifying spot as well. Check out Rayford in and out of the final turn. I don't know if he's got enough left in the tank. Heading to the stripe. Who's in there in 3? Looking like Beer Up's going to take it through on the 2.1. Who's that in there in 4? Looking like that could have been Adam Stevenson.
Right, so one of the favourites in the 12 years old out already in the 8 finals. Day over for Kobe Rayford, Tyers Richardson. Let's have a look who else is in there in that 4th spot. It's the 11.5 of Sam Rollison. Where is Alfie Sim? Alfie's in the 5. He needs a 4. Chasing into the final corner. Sim and Rollison down the final straight. Who's going to get it? Looks like the 11.5 of Rollison's going to hang on. Alfie Sim out in 5.
Cristiano Goodman leads out, 8th, number 27, on track into this second turn. Who's that in there within the 6.4? Noah Buttery being chased down by the other rider out of the south. That is looking like Newton Hindley in there in 4. Who's splitting up the party? Thomas Westmore's in there in 3. In and out of the final turn. Goodman looking like he's going to pick up the win. Buttery, Westmore 2 and 3. That's going to be Hindley through in that final qualifying spot.
As we move on to 8th final, number 4 for the 12-year-old boy. Senchu Flukes, the man out in front. That is Little Cotty in there in 3. Weller's in there in 4. Riley Shamel tried to throw it in there. He's lost all his momentum. He's going to stay in 5. So Milo Weller's going to go through in that 4th position. As they come in and out of the turn, Flukes is going to get it. Little Cotty in 3. Didn't catch the 2. Do apologise. I think it was Isaac Shaw.
Nate Hamilton leads out this 8th final then from the W2 of Harry Donald, who's racing up an age group for BMXHype.com. Hamilton, Donald, 1 and 2. The 5.4's in there in 3. That is Edwin Miller. Check out the 4.2 of Owen Miller hanging on to that final qualifying spot at the moment. But round is outside. That looks like it could be Henry Stevens trying to find a way into the final qualifying spot. In there in 4. Who's going to get it as they head down to the line? Looking like it is going to be the 4.2 bringing it down to the stripe. That's Owen Miller taking it to the quarters.
Right, Harry Bailey, Robin Mattern Alonso in this one. Brody Geddes in there in 2. This is 8th final, number 6 for the 12-year-olds. The 9.5 of AJ Moore is the man in that 4th spot. Braden Duffy chasing him down. I don't think he's going to have enough time or room left to get it done. Moore's going to go through in 4. Duffy out in 5. Who's going to get it? As they come to the line, it's going to be Bailey Geddes and the 27.5 of Alonso.
Penultimate 8th final now on track. Todd Smith-Norman leads this one out. Ned Guppies elbow to elbow with Amelia Reveley into this second corner. Who's in the final qualifying spot? That is the 6.5 of Oscar Jewell hanging on to it at the moment. That looks like it could be Zach Childs in there in 5. Got a bit of work to do as they head in and out of the final corner. Who's going to get it down the final straight? Looking like Childs going at it with Jewell. Jewell's going to hang on to it. Childs out in 5.
Right, Elvis Lawrence, Heath Osborne, Nathaniel Eames, 1, 2 and 3 in the last of the 8 finals for the 12-year-olds. These guys are flying. Thomas O'Brien's in there as well. Where is Henry Shenton? Shenton's in the mix in about, 5th spot? So he's really going to have to push hard to get past Mitchell Archer. Archer in the 4th. Shenton's making his move, trying to make it happen. Can't quite make it stick. Lawrence is going to get it. Who's going to get the 2 and the 3? Eames has made it in with Osborne. Two riders going down on that final straight. 6.3 Blake Allison and the 4.1 of Harrison Barnes. Both boys are up and okay. We are going straight into quarterfinals, people. Straight into quarterfinals. We need riders in the pens.
We are ready to go quarterfinal racing, ladies and gents. Quarterfinals are up on scores. If you are in a quarter, you should be in the pens, ready and waiting at least. We are starting off with the 15 to 16-year-old cruiser quarterfinals. We are ready to go quarterfinal racing, ladies and gents. Get yourself trackside if you aren't already. Quarterfinal number one, here's the track, top four through to the semis. The rest of them, they're British champs, is done. On Esselmont out of lane number one, flies into turn number one. Esselmont for the south leads this one out. Who's in there with him as they go in and out of the corner, looking like Thomas Millar is in a qualifying spot in there in two of them. Oh! Riders down on the second straight. Who's in there in three? The 7.4. Alexander Stokes, the 2.4 in there in four. That's looking like it could be Jack Labras. He's in a qualifying spot to take it through to the semi-finals later on today. Esselmont, start to finish, no questions asked. He's taking it through to the semis. Who's in there with him? Miller's going to take it. That looks like Stokes in. Jack Labras is through in that final qualifying spot. The fallen rider out of the south. I think that might have been Dylan Seaman on the 7.5. Put your hands together for Dylan. He's walking away, ladies and gents. Quarterfinal number two, the 15, 16-year-olds are a go. Ben Weiss out of lane one. Gets a good start, headed for the first turn. Who's going to pick up the whole shot? In the corner, around the outside of him, into the turn, looking like that could be Lewis Longley. Longley's in there out front then. Wise in there in two. Oh, gets it a little bit wrong. Who's in there behind him? Out of the north, looking like that could be the 12.4 of Ronan Bevington. It is Bevington, the 8.5 in there as well. JTL Simpson Davies in there inside the top four. The front four riders looking safe and clear and through to the semi-finals. Longley taking it down the final straight. Weiss pushing him right away to the line. Who's going to get it? Longley, Weiss, Bevington, Davies, 1, 2, 3, and 4. Quarterfinal number three on track. W4 on the plate. Gabe Simpson, Pro Star BMX leads this one out. Who's in there with him? In there in that two spot. That is the 14.5 of Lewis Fletcher. 4.2 on the plate. Caden Roberts. DC Cycles in there in three. Who's picking up the final qualifying spot? In there in four as they come in and out of the final turn. Looking like the rider out of the south. That could be the 3.5 of Sam Perry Ogden. Here he goes to the line. He's being pushed all of the way by the 7.3. Aidan True didn't quite get close enough.
Right, quarterfinal number four. There are riders down all over that first straight. There's four gone down, four getting up. It looks like the 9.1 of Zach Green's in there. Fluke's in there in two, the rider in three. That'll be Ashton Coombs and Louis Kai Mapp in there in four. So Louis going to make the semi-final on his cruiser. That'll be chuffed as a butty on that one. So Louis is going to be able to save a little bit of energy as well. Makes the semi on his cruiser, 2.1, less than pleased. That was Lewis Barnes. Thomas Doran, I think, also went down in that one. And Joe Long.
Quarter number five, the first of the 17, 29-year-old cruisers heading towards that first turn. Jay Green's been shot out of a cannon. He took a semi-final at the World Champs and he's looking to make the final later on today. In and out of turn number 1, Green leads it out. Who's in there behind him? Pullen's picking it up for East Anglia, heading on through the straight. That looks like Connor Blythe in there in 3. Matt McHugh's in there in about 5, looking up the inside of the 8.3. That is Marcel Moore. Moore's hanging on to it. McHugh's not done yet though. Last turn action. Who's going to get him? McHugh dives under. Matt McHugh out of the north finds his way into a semi-final spot in the 17-29-year-old cruiser category.
Right, quarter-final number 2 for the 17 to 29-year-olds. Theo Pope, Connor Hedges, Mickey Porter, Jackson Randall, Jay Taylor, Lloyd Freeman, Kyle Hill and Dylan Hancock all in this one. 10.5, Connor Hedges leading it into the turn. Looks like the Scottish rider, Taylor. Taylor getting in there, battling with Jackson Randall. So it's Taylor and Randall for the final qualifying spot in that next round. Looks like Taylor's going to get it. 2.5 going through as well was Theo Pope.
Quarter-final number 7 into turn number 1. That is Freddie Cadman-Carpenter leading it out for Halo Wheels race team. Heading through this second straight. Who's in there with him? Luca Manzi on the 3.5, picking up that 2 spots. Heading towards this second turn. That's the 7.3 of Luke Morris in there in 3. Who's in there in 4? Got to be Jack Wiggins, Retro Racing, and the South heading into the final corner. Looking good. There's 2 East Anglians and 2 South riders heading on through to the semi-finals of the 17-29-year-old cruisers.
Quarter-final number 4 for the 17 to 29-year-olds. Alex Brooks in and out of the turn, battling with Charlie Roy. Those guys are going 1 and 2 at the minute. Tom Whittaker's in there as well. Marcus Thompson and Ryan Bevan all in the mix. Brooks still in control. Who's got the 4th spot? It's the 4.1. The 4.1 is Marcus Thompson. Thompson under pressure though as they go towards the final corner. Tom Whittaker trying to get in there as well. On Charlie Roy on the R1X, it's going to go Brooks. Roy, who's going to get that 4th spot? It is going to be Marcus Thompson making the semi.
7-year-old quarter-final number 1 on track. Henry Sullivan's in this one. And of course he is out front on a charge. Who's that in there behind him? Looking like it is Seb Perry on the 3.1. So it's Sullivan, Perry 1 and 2. That looks like the 1.5 of Dominic Zapanos. In there in 3. Who's picking up 4? Miller McAlpine out of Scotland. Where are you, Scotland? You're inside the top 4 at the moment in this quarter-final. In and out of the final turn, McAlpine looking safe and clear and through. Zapanos gets it a little bit wrong, but stays upright. He's going to go through in 3. Perry in 2. Sullivan takes the win.
Right, quarter-final number 10. These are the 7-year-olds. Let's have a look who's heading towards us as they come down this second straight. We've got to pick them out. It's Emerson Tucker out there in front. Young Oscar Barco in there as well. Who's got that second position? It's Alexander Gilbert. And it's the Wood diving underneath. Wood getting in there. Garbachick also in the mix as well. It's a big battle for that final qualifying position. Emerson Tucker is the man in control though at the moment. Who's going to get the 4? Look at the battle as they come down the straight. Marco in there in 3. Final qualifying spot. That goes to Callum Woods out of the Southwest.
Ethan White has been shot out of the cannon down that first straight and he leads out this quarter-final in the 7-year-olds. That looks like Hunter Chambers on the outside of the 4.5 of Joel Pritchard. He's in there in 2 and 3. Who's in there in 4? Looking like it could be the 10.5 of Elijah Leary. Out of Andover, he's in the final qualifying spot as they go in and out of the final turn. Bringing it down to the stripe. It is going to be White taking it to the stripe. Who's in there with him? Pritchard takes it through. Who's going to get the final qualifying spot? It's going to be the 10.5 of Leary hanging on to it.
Right, you've seen a bit of that. Right, quarter-final number 12, Perebny, North, Challenger, Hatch, Kennedy, all in this one. Who's got the 4th? Who's got the 5th? 7.5 and 3.4. Challenger and Robinson battling for the final spot in the semi-finals. Challenger's got it right now. Robinson, can he get underneath? Tries it in the final turn. Can't make it stick. 1.1. Perebny's going to make it in. Southwest are going to go 2 and 3. 7.5 for the 4. It was Challenger.
8-year-old quarter-final time on track, heading for turn number 2. Ethan Shaw leads it out, your current British champion. The 3.2 of Arthur Donaldson in there behind him, the 1.3 of Rex Ford. In there in 3, who's got the top 4? Jack Kitchings on the bubble, doing it for the North, looking like he's going to pick up the final qualifying spot into the final turn. Who's in there behind him? Aston John Lee got a little bit of work to do to catch Kitching down this final straight. He's not going to get close enough. Kitching's going to take it through in that final qualifying spot.
Right, let's have a look. Right, we've got Joseph Jewis in there in 3. Who's got the 4 though as we head towards the final corner? These races, it's all about the top 4 going through. 1.1, Seth Kacharik. 3.1 is Jack Haynes. Who's going to get the spot? The 4.3, Riley Taylor-Day makes it through.
Hendrix Hines leads our quarterfinal number 15, the W7 into turn number 2, the 2.2 in there behind him, that is Jack Belton, the 4.4 in there in 3, that is Leo Ingham out of Bruntwood heading for the final turn, and he's got the Northerner in there behind him, in and out they go, looking like the North have got 2 riders inside the top 4 as they head towards the stripe. That's got to be the 5.4, I think, no it's not, it's the 31.4. That looked like Tobias Groves taking it through in there in 4.
Right, quarterfinal 16, the last one for the 8-year-olds. I saw Tom Giles heading down that first straight. He's in there in 3 at the minute. Looks like the young man leading it out into the corner is the 8.1, and that is going to be Charlie Dowsing. It is, it's Chester Grocock, I think, in there in that 4th spot, but he has got 3 riders all over the back of him going into that final corner. So Dowsing out in front, Southwest are in there in 2. Looks like 3.4, Tom Giles in there in 3. Grocock's going to get the 4. 2.3 was Max Moss, he was 5th.
Joey Tompkins is out front in the 9-year-old quarterfinal number 1. Who's that in there within the 0-1 of Benny Jackson, picking up the 2 spot, the 2.1 of Seb Hewitt in 3. That's the 6.5 in 4. Neil Grandans in a qualifying spot as it stands. He has got the 7.1 of Ronnie Wood in there in 5. Got a little bit of work to do out of the final turn. Hewitt is going to represent the Midlands in the semi-finals in the 9-year-olds, taking it through with Tompkins, Jackson, all the way to the line. Grandans in there in 4.
Quarterfinal number 18, Kitely Jones, Hemphill, Dayton, Palmer, Harvey Tewalde and Eaton all in this one. Looks like it's going to be Aston Kitely into the corner with Teddy Jones. Those boys going 1 and 2. Connor Hemphill's in there in 4. Left the door open for Dayton. Tewalde is the man in there in 5. So can the rider from the south make a move in the final corner? In and out they go. Oh, Tewalde's dived underneath, stolen it away from Dayton. Hemphill's in there in 3. Dayton's off the track. Tewalde in 4. 7.4 in 5 was Ted Harvey.
Carnage on the first straight, but it looks like the 1.4 of Finley Munro leads it out. The 7.5 in there behind him. That is Lucas Berghardt being chased down by Joseph Claydon. In there in 3, Arthur Claydon, sorry. In there in 3, looking for a way around in the final turn. That's Murray Watson. In there in 4, looking at the front 4 are safe and clear. Down the final straight, Munro's going to pick it up. Who's going to get 2, 3 and 4? Late charge from Freddie Ray Orland. Not quite going to get close enough. Watson, Claydon and Burkhardt all through to the semis.
Right, quarterfinal 20. There was a pile-up on the first straight that claimed Thomas Henning. So his day is done. Anderson in the E4. That belongs to Jack Devine. Steinmetz is in the mix as well. Harry Taylor is the man in 5. Can he pick up the 4? Taylor's got to make his move in the final corner. He's having a go. He's not quite close enough. The rider from the Midlands is holding on to it. I've got a feeling that's going to be Beasley. Beasley's going to go through in that 4th spot. Taylor in 5.
The first 10-year-old quarterfinal now on track. In quarterfinal number 21, Harding, Everly, Garlitis, Bowler, Challenger, Cotton, Waterhouse and Parsons all into that first turn. Leighton Harding's going to lead this one out for the south. It looks like he's got 2 Midlands riders in there behind him. That's going to be Zach Everly and Harley Bowler looking to take it through to the quarterfinals. Heading for turn number 2, that's Adrian Garlitis in a qualifying spot in there in 4. The front 4 riders running away with it at the moment. That's going to be Cotton in there in 5. Got a little bit of work to do to catch Garlitis as they head for the final turn. Harding looking good. Everly trying to find his way round down this final straight. Leighton Harding's going to take it through to the semis. Who's that there with him? Everly's going to go through. Bowler's in 3. That's going to be Garlitis for 4.
Right, I've got a feeling Leo Rowlands is out front in quarterfinal number 22. Archie Bell in there as well. Brazier, Valdemanis in the mix, and Stanworth as well. Rowlands is the man in control. Who's got that 4th spot? Stanworth's got it at the moment. He's got pressure coming from Bagwell. Stanforth, Bagwell. That is your 4 and 5 at the minute as they go in and out the corner. Bell's in there in 3. Rowlands is the man out front. Rowlands is going to get the win. Who's going to get the 4th spot? Looks like it's going to be a North 1-2. 4th place going to the 1.1 of Ruben Stanworth.
Marcus Mullen leads our quarterfinal number 23. in the 10-year-olds, heading for turn number 2. Who's that in there behind him? Looking like Isaac Smith is picking it up. He's in a qualifying spot at the moment, the 4.2 as well. That is Lucas Belton. Oh! Huey Hall hits the deck. Looking like Zach Hamill's in there in a qualifying spot in 4 at the moment. Leon Waite's in there behind him in 5. Last turn action. In and out they go. Mullen, Smith, 1 and 2. Belton's in there for 3. Who's going to get 4? Late charge from Waite. Can he get close enough? I don't think he can. It's going to be the 6.5 of Hamill.
Right, quarterfinal 24, it's High Jamira. Where is he? Styling his way down the straight. He's in there in 2. He's chasing down Ronnie Payne. So Payne, Jamira, 1 and 2. Sam Rich is in there in 3. The 4.5 in 4. That belongs to Harry Swales. Swales under pressure though from the other rider. I think it's Bram Heaver out of the south, in and out the corner, down the final straight. There's 2 south riders drag racing for the final spot in the semis. Who's going to get it on the line? It's going to be the 31.5, and that was Albert Aliedzans.
More 11-year-old quarterfinal action coming at you into turn number 2. That's got to be Rogers leading it out with McNulty in there in 2. So the Midlands looking good out front as it stands. That looks like one of the Williams brothers. Got to be Colby in there in 3 or 4 at the moment, trying to find his way around the outside of Thomas Honeywell in the final turn. In and out they go. Honeywell's going to hang on to 3. It's going to be Rogers, McNulty, Honeywell, Williams. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Quarterfinal 26, Freddie Parkinson out in front. We used to seeing him out there, but who's got that 4th spot at the minute? 21.3. So that belongs to Douglas, Joe Douglas, but he's got pressure coming from Tom Palmer out of the north. Palmer's going to have to make his move at some point. He's in 5th. He wants the 4. The drag racing down the final straight. Douglas and Palmer. Here comes Palmer. He's going to steal it away. Palmer's going to get that 4th spot. Wow.
The other Williams brothers in this one, but he's had a bit of trouble down the first straight. He's in there in about 6 or 7 at the moment. That's going to be JP Jack Perkins leading it out from the 14.2 of Oliver Arnold. The 9.4 in there in 3. That is Frankie Griffin doing it for Fluent Bicycle Motocross. Heading for the final turn. Roland Ells on the outside. Into the corner. He's in there in 5 at the moment. Look at the move, and Williams has worked his way into 4. Looking like he's going to take it through to the semis for the South. So both Williams brothers take it through to the semis.
Quarterfinal number 28, that looks like Dylan Spence and Ethan Howell out there in front. Who's got the 3rd spot? That is Charlie Wilcox, the 4th now. There's a big battle going on. Jepson right in there with Vass. Vass goes up the turn. Jepson's under pressure though now as they go to the final corner. Can the rider from the north hold it on? Jepson still in there in 4. East Anglia chasing him down the final straight. Adam Arnold, is he going to get close enough? I don't think he is. Jepson through in 4. Arnold out in 5.
12-year-old quarterfinal number 1. That's got to be Senshu Flukes leading it out from the 3.5 of Cristiano Goodman. The 5 of Amelia Everly. She's in there in 3. Look at the elbow action for 4. Looking like Guppy's hanging on to it. That could be Jewel that exited right down the 3rd straight. Last straight action then Flukes. He's going to take it through Goodman, Everly, Guppy. 2, 3, 4. That's how they're going to finish.
Quarterfinal number 30, we have got Nate Hamilton in this one. He is battling away. Well, the rider from East Anglia out in front, that's going to be Freddie Richardson. Richardson in that 1st spot. Who's got the 4th? It's the 3.4, and that is Little Cotty. James Cottrell under pressure though from Westmore, I think it is, down that final straight. So as they head on, Richardson, Little Cotty, is he going to hang on? I think he is.
2 European finalists on track in the penultimate quarterfinal of day number 1 here at the British BMX Championships. That's Tyres and Bailey going to 1 and 2 at the moment. Who's picking up 3? Looking like Ronnie Richards. Fast Signatures race team, the 27.5 over Robin Matt and Alonso, looking safe and clear to qualify through to the semi-finals. Heading into the final turn, looking good. In and out they go. It's going to be Tyres taking it to the stripe. Who's there with him? Bailey's going to pick it up. Heading to the line, that looks like it's going to be Richards in there for 3, Robin Matt and Alonso for 4.
Right, let's have a look. 12-year-old quarterfinal, Notman, Lawrence, Geddes, Donald's in this one as well. Nathaniel Eames is in the 4th at the moment, but under a lot of pressure as they come into the corner. Notman still in there in 3, Geddes trying to chase down Eames into the final corner. As they go down the straight, Geddes and Eames battling for the final spot. Geddes, he's going to get it. Eames, he's out in 5.
We will be going at final racing at semi-final racing. I'm missing a whole set there. We're going semi-final racing at 4:05, ladies and gents. You will need to be in the pens before the gate drops at 4:05. So make sure you are in the pens, ready and waiting for your semi-finals at 4:05, please. Thank you.
The man I am talking about is none other than Mr. BMX himself, Alan Hill. Next up, they call her the real deal. I made that nickname up for her. She got an E5 in 12 girls. It's Amelia Everly. Next up, from the 9-year-old boys, took a W8. Give it up, make some noise for Mr. Benny Jackson. Next up, from the 10-year-old girls. We'll give her a shout anyway. It was Brooke Fawcett's. W3 though, for the 9-year-old girls, it's Ella Lamb. Two plates for this young lady, a European one and a world one. It doesn't get any better than that for Elsa Rendell Todd. Slightly older now, the 40 to 44 cruiser class, the W3 in front of his home crowd in Scotland for Fraser Watson. Okay, she's finally made it to the gate. It is the E3 of Brooke Fawcett. Next up, the W4 on the cruiser, one of Manchester's finest, Scabe Simpson. We'll give him a shout anyway. He's on the injured list. He broke his hip in Glasgow. Glyn Cartwright. Get well soon, Glyn. Next up, on an E1 and a W2 plate, Mr. Harry Donalds. One of the best semi-final races we've ever seen. Next up with an E3 and a W4 out of Scotland, Mr. Ian Archibald. An E8 and a W8 up next, the 10 girls. It was Miss Iris Hyder. The 9-year-old boys have got an E4 plate and it belongs to Mr. Jack Devine. W3 up next, took that plate in Glasgow, Mr. Jacob Anderson. E1 on the cruiser, James Cottrell. On the E7, that belongs to Miss Katie Miller. Right, taking her European one on the cruiser, Isla Young. Moving on to the W5 in 40 plus cruiser women, give it up for Kim Batsford. Next up on the W8, 17 to 29, cruiser women, Lily Chiziwa. On the E6, he's going to have to give us a wave from the top of the hill because his arm's in plaster, Mr. Logan Young. Don't trip going down the hill. Don't break your other arm. Next up on the E3 out of Preston Pirates, it's Maisie Egan. On the E3 30-39 Cruiser Women, Michelle Stupple. W6 on the Cruiser, Mr. Newton Hindley. E7 12-year-old boys, it's Mr. Oliver Tyers. The rest of them are all W plates. We have got on the W5, Miss Poppy Bishop. Took a W plate out in Glasgow. Give it up for Miss Grace Hudak. And next up on the W7, make some noise for Mr. Hendrix Hines. Those were your world and European finalists. We've got more of those tomorrow. Right, listen up. If you've lost a Samsung mobile phone, if you have lost a Samsung mobile phone, it is in the club cabin. Samsung mobile phone, if you've lost it, it's in the club cabin. And we are still looking for the other iPhone from earlier, I believe. The second lost iPhone of the day. One's been found and been returned, and we're still looking for the other one. So if you find an iPhone, let us know. And if you've lost your Samsung phone, it's in the Derby Club cabin. Thank you.
Rinse out, drop that low. Rinse out, drop that low. Rinse out, drop that low.
Right.
Rinse out, drop
Okay,
that low.
semi-final time. First up, 9 to 12-year-old mixed cruisers. On the gate, Jamira, Cottrell, McKenna, Arnold, Borachini, Jones, Lillington, and Penny. All right, first of the semi-finals underway. These are the 9 to 12-year-old cruisers. Little Cotty, Jake McKenna in the mix in this one. That looks like Elijah Jamira as well, who's leading it into the turn. So it's going to go Jamira, Cottrell, McKenna. That's your 1, 2, 3, and that might be Edward Jones in there in 4 at the moment. The Angry Badger. Let's see if he can make that British Championship main. But Jamira checked out and gone. Cotty in there in 2. Jones is going to have to hold it on because there is a queue behind him. Oh, and it's all been mixed up. Adam Arnold over the turn. Along, I think, with Hendrix Hines. So, sorry, no, it was Hubert. So Jamira, Cottrell, McKenna, and the Angry Badger making the final.
Second semi-final hits the track. 9 to 12-year-old cruisers heading to the turn. The W6, Newton Hindley's had a cracking gate. Out of the inside, he's going to pick up the whole shot into the first corner. Hindley leads it. Check out the South Riders going to 1 and 2. Robin Matten Alonso's in this one. Where is he? It looks like he's in about 4 or 5 at the moment, battling his way through the pack. Here comes the Southwest rider on the 2.2. That's Oliver Arnold. Robin Matten Alonso's up there to 2. That looks like it is Hindley in 3. Who's picking up 4? Heading for the final turn. That looks like Sylvester's in there in a qualifying spot. In and out, they're going down the last straight. It's going to be Arnold to the line. Alonso for 2. Who's going to get through? That's the 4.5 of Sylvester. Hindley's through in 4.
13 to 14-year-old cruisers into the turn. Stanley Palmer, Vincent Cockburn, Logan Widdowson in this one. Theo Locks in there as well for the North. We've got Harry and Pinder, McSwitty and Cam all in the mix. Let's have a look. 1.5, Stanley Palmer looking good. Theo Locks in there in 2, and that is Eric McSwitty in there in that 4th spot right now. So it looks like the North are going to get 2 riders in if they hold it on down the final straight. McSwitty under pressure though as they come to the line. Can he hold it? Yes, he can. He goes through. 1.3 out was Harradine.
Sean Brown's had a corker of a gate on the 1.1 plate, doing it here at Derby BMX Club. Brown leads it out of the turn into the 13, 14-year-old cruiser semi-final number 2. Who's in there with him? That looks like Tate Kitson in the mix in there in that 2 spot, battling it out with a 1.2 of Joe Penton Vogue. Vogue's up to that 2 spot, then the 2.5 in there in 4. That's Zachary Tia, but he's under pressure heading for the final corner. Who's that on his inside? Oh, one rider exits left and hits the barriers, looking like the final qualifying spot. It's going to go to the 2.5. That's going to be Zachary Tia taking it to the final.
Right, 2 riders have hit the deck on that first straight, and that's left Ronan Bevington in there in that 3rd spot at the minute. Let's have a look as they come down towards us. Southwest are in there. That's going to be Cashew Flukes in there in 2. Who's got the 3? Ronan Bevington. The 4 is the 8.5 of JTL Simpson Davis. Ashton Coombs in that 5th spot. Louis Kaimap in 6. The fallers were Fletcher and I think Esselmont. So, 4th spot, JTL Simpson Davis.
Semi-final number 6, the second semi for the 15, 16-year-old cruisers. Heading to turn number 1. That looks like it could be a great start out of the inside. Got to be Gabe Simpson, your world number 4. Simpson leads this one out. Who's in there with him? Zach Green's picking up the 2 spot. That looks like Ben Weiss going through in there in 3. So the Midlands have got 2 riders taking it through to this 15, 16-year-old cruiser final. 3.3 on the plate in there in 4. Thomas Millar picking it up as a head for the final turn. Looking good for Simpson and Green. Out front, them 2 guys are safe and clear with Weiss in there for 3. Looking like it is going to be Thomas Millar rounding up your top 4 in that semi-final.
Right, we are on with the semi-finals for the 30-plus female cruiser. Gold, Wong, Nichols, Burston, Hempstock, Chalice, Staley and Rushforth now. Sarah Jane Nichols, she made the final in the first British Championships in 1983, and 40 years later, she's in there in that 2nd spot. History is about to repeat itself, I think. Rebecca Gall in 1, Sarah Jane Nichols in 2, and Nita Wong in 3. Magic Manda Hempstock in there in 4. That looks like the way they're going to finish because there's a big gap to 5. So it's going to be Gall, Nichols, Wong, and Magic Manda taking the 4th. Makes the British Championship main.
30-plus women's cruiser, second semi-final into that first turn. Michelle Stupper, your European number 3, going to 1 and 2 with the W5 of Kim Batsford. So it's all about the South in 1 and 2 at the moment. Who's in there for 3? Marsha Brooks started her day off with the crash in this second turn, but she's in a qualifying spot to take it to the Brits. Oh, the move comes in the second turn again. Chisholm hits the deck on the exit. Oh, it's carnage down the 3rd straight. Riders hitting the deck left, right and centre. Who's going to pick up the final qualifying spot? Liv Pendleton on the 3.4. She's going to take it through in there in 4. Brooke goes through in 3. Wow, oh, wow. Annie Chisholm is back up to her feet. Put your hands together for her, ladies and gents. And so is Leah Meaden finishing her lap.
Oh, good Lord. First craziness in the ladies' cruiser. Who would have thunk it? Right, let's have a look. 30 to 39 cruisers. Popel, Reed, Irwin, Webb, Burno, Thompson, Luckhurst and Bradley as they head towards us. It's Dan Popel out in front. 10.3, that is Billy Irwin in there in 2. Oh, we can hear the tyres sliding away in the corner. Everybody sliding off left, right and centre. In and out the turn, Thompson hit the deck. Who's going to get that 4th spot? 3.5 and the 1.5, that belonged to Shane Reed.
Semi-final number 10, the 39-year-old cruiser. Second semi hits the track. Lillingston out of lane number 1 for East Anglia, heading towards the turn for the whole shot. Lillingston leads it. Who's in there with him? That looks like your reigning British champ, Martin Smiley Brown. In there in that 2 spot, he's being chased down by the 2 riders out of the south. One of them is Matthew Eaton, he's in there in 4, and the rider in 3 is the 8.5. In and out of that second turn, that's Agrid Alazans. He's in a qualifying spot to take it through to the 39-year-old British champs final. Down the final straight, Lillingston, he's going to take it. Who's there with him? Brown's going to go through. Alazans in there for 3, Eaton in 4.
Right, more 40 to 44 cruisers heading down the hill. Semi-final, number one for these guys. Watson, Marco, Stevenson, Arthurs, Groves, Prestige, Libras and Smart. In and out of the corner, Fraser Watson out of Scotland, leading it out. Marco's in there in two. Who's got the three? Who's got the four? Looks like we've got a rider from the southwest in there. That's going to be the 6.2. That belongs to Lee Arthurs. Rich Stevenson battling with Andy Groves. It's a battle of the north of the final spot in the main event. Who's going to get it? Stevenson in control of the minute in that fourth spot. It's going to go Watson, Marco. Stevenson's going to make it in. And Arthurs.
Two riders out of the south heading into that first turn out front. That looks like it could be Kev Merrin and Jeffrey Rojas. 1 and 2 at the moment. Who's in there for 3 out of the north? That's got to be Kingsley Mears on the 6.4 plate, but it is the 7.5 of Rojas leading it from the 6.5 of Merrin. In and out they go of this second turn. Who's there in that side, that top 4 spot? Looking like it could be the 6.5. That's Boudet, sorry. He's in there in 2 as they bring it down to the stripe. Mears in 3. Who's going to get 4? That's going to be the 3.5 of Kev Merrin taking it through to the final.
Right, old enough to know better, young enough not to care. It's the 45 to 49-year-old cruisers. Barnard, Alan Knight, Big Nige is in there somewhere as well. Big Nige is there in about 6 of the minute. I'm going to have to put some work in. Stuart Lill's in the mix as well. Andrew Hayes, Tim Porter. But out in front it is Barnard. Barnard, Alan, Hayes, 1, 2 and 3, Knights in 4. Big Nige in there in 5 as he got what it takes in the final corner. Nigel Smith and Brett Knight battling away for the last spot in the main. Who's going to get it at the stripe? The East Anglia boys are messing each other up. Who's going to get it at that line? Oh! Nigel Smith, I'd love to see the result on that one. Oh, my word.
Second racker, 45, 49-year-old Cruiser Bruisers into the first turn. Who's leading it out, looking like it could be the 4.4 of Graham Stanley. Stanley's in there in 1. They are queuing up behind him. Ricardo Santos in there in 2. That looks like the 1.5 of Damien Mead in 3. Who's picking up 4? That's the 20.3 of Paul Barnard. The front 4 looking safe and clear at the moment as it stands. So Stanley, Santos, Mead, Barnard in that order down the final straight. Looking like that's how they're going to finish. Barnard's going to take that final qualifying spot.
First of the semi-finals for the 50 to 54-year-old cruiser, Alan Hill, Brett Archibald in this one. Stephen Hassel and the Kevin Bacon of BMX, Darren O'Brien in there as well. Let's have a look. Hilly out front and in control. Archibald in there in about 4 at the minute. It looks like Stephen Hassel in there in 2. O'Brien in 3. Archibald in 4, didn't quite pick up the guy in 5. I think it's the 1.1 of Stephen Fortune as they go in and out of the final corner. Hilly's in control. Look at the moves being made in the turn. Under pressure now, Stephen Hassel as they come down towards the line. Is he going to hold it? I think he is. Archibald for 3, Hassel for 4.
Second rack of 50, 54-year-old cruisers. We've lost one rider. Looks like that. I think that could be Jai Kemp that's hit the door. Carnage in turn number 1. Only 5 riders left on track. That's got to be Ian Archibald, your World 4, leading it out. Who's in there within the 1.3 of Kevin Sykes in there in 2. That looks like the 2.3 in there as well. That is Richard Ellis, the 4.4 of Gary Carver. He's in a qualifying spot inside the top 4. The front 4 looking safe and clear. The fallen riders with a 6.3 of Lee Pembroke. The 17.5 of Jason Lewis. Put your hands together for them riders, ladies and gents. Archibald, Sykes, Ellis, Carver, all taking it through to the 50 to 54-year-old cruiser final. The other fallen riders were Jai Kemp and Craig Nelson. I think, ladies and gents, so put your hands together for them riders.
17 to 29 female cruiser. We have got Olivia Firth for the north and Lily Chiziwa. They're going to go 1 and 2 into that first corner. Somebody sent it over the jump. I think it was Trinity Cam as they go into that first turn. Amy Willis is in there as well. But it's Chiziwa and Firth going 1 and 2 down the straight. Let's have a look. Who's got the 3? Who's got the 4? Willis and Cam, I think, having a battle. Willis just getting a nose in front. The 1.5. Trinity in the mix and couldn't quite make the move. That was the 2.1 of Jodie Smith. So Jodie in there in 5, Chloe Tompkins in 6. But it's going to be Chiziwa, Firth, Willets, Trinity Cam, your 1, 2, 3 and 4.
Semi-final number 18 on track. Izzy Hurry's in the middle of the track in this one, and it looks like she's going to pick up a whole shot into turn number 1. Hurry leads it out. Who's that in there with her picking it up? I think that could be Abby Pike in there in 2, so it's Hurry, Pike, 1 and 2 at the moment. Molly Nice is in there inside the top 4. Who's splitting up the East Anglian party? That is the 2.5 of Hannah Hedges. So the front 4 have got a bit of a gap on the 3.5 of Bethany Fletcher in there in 5. Last turn action, Hurry taking it to the final, down the final straight. Looking like Pike, Hedges, Nice are all safe and through to the 17-29-year-old girls cruiser final.
Alex Brooks and Tom Whittaker were in lane 1 and 2 as they head towards that first turn. Brooks on the inside, looks like he's had the move made on him by the rider from the Midlands. Brooks looking good though in that second spot. Let's have a look as they head down towards me. We've got Freddie Cabin Carpenter in there in 3. Who's got the 4? It's the 2.1 and that belongs 3.1 even. Yeah, it is Tom Whittaker. Oh, one rider over the turn. Not quite sure who it was. Well, their British Championships is over. Brooks under pressure though now as they're coming down towards the line. Is he going to hold it on? Yes, he is. Whittaker's in as well. Taylor out in 5.
Second racker, 17-29-year-old cruiser semi-final headed to turn number 1. The 0-1X on the plate. Charlie Roy's heading for the corner. He wants to pick up the whole shot and retain that plate on the front of his bike. Roy Hedges going 1 and 2 for the South. Who's in there in 3, picking it up, looking like the 5.3 of Mickey Porter. He's in a qualifying spot at the moment as they head into this second turn. Look at the move from Luca. Manzi has thrown it under Blythe in the corner. Manzi's hanging on. Has Blythe got enough left in the final turn? Elbow to elbow. Manzi exits the track. East Anglia are going to take it through to the final. Looking like that could be... I think that was Owen Putland that picked it up on the 9.3. Put your hands together, ladies and gents, for Connor Blythe. And Theo Pope, both riders going to finish their lap.
Right, the 6 and unders are bringing the thunder. Here we go. Clayton, Thomas Jones, Lewis Field, Kerr, Rutherford, Taylor and Crossley. These little guys absolutely flying. The mini missiles, the pocket rockets, the tiny terrors. Call them what you want. They are on it right now as they come down this second straight. Looks like leading out is Frankie Jones, I think, on the 2.1. Where is Oscar Rutherford? He's in there in 5 at the minute. Frankie Jones in 1.2, Joseph Clayton in there as well. Oh! Riders taking each other out in the turn. Finley Thomas has hit the deck as they go in and out the corner. Oscar Rutherford in 5. Can he catch the rider in 4? Jones is going to get it. Rutherford's making his charge. Is he going to be able to do enough? Is he going to hold it to the stripe? 2.5 makes it in. Atlas Lewis Field.
Albie Blight leads out this semi-final in the 6 and unders. Rapid Roman Birdfield on the inside, trying to squeeze his nose in front. It's going to be Blight. Birdfield 1 and 2, the 3.1 of Shelby Yates in there in 3. Who's picking up 4? That is Rudy Ford. Out of Gosford on the 3.5. He's got riders out of the north queuing up behind him. That looks like it could be Seth Goostrey, I think, in there in 5. Got a little bit of work to do. Albie Blight's taking it to the final. Rapid Romans in there as well. Yates in there for 3. Who's going to get 4? That was the 3.5 of Ford.
7-year-old semi-finals are underway. Henry Sullivan, the man out in front. Seb Perry, Dominic Zapanos. Where is my little mate? Emerson Tucker, he's right in the middle of the pack. Inside the top 4, moving his way up into 3. 2.5 is Oscar Marco. Marco's in 4. Gilbert's in 5. Alexander Gilbert from the north. It's between Gilbert and Marco for the last spot in the main event. Emerson Tucker in there in 3. Henry Sullivan in the 1. Who's going to get the 2? Who's going to get the 4? Dominic Zapanos, the 2.5. Oscar Marco makes it in.
Elliot Hatch got boxed in out of the gate, so he's in there at about 6 at the moment. But out front, it is Perebny going 1 and 2 with Ethan, the Great White, picking up that 2 spot. So Perebny looking good at the minute for the Midlands, who's in there in 3 and 4. That looks like it could be the 3.2 in the middle of the mix, and the 4.2. That is Alistair North and Callum Wood, both in qualifying spots. Here comes Hatch into the final turn. After getting boxed in out of the gate, has he got enough left in the tank? Last straight action. The Southwest are going at it. Who's going to get it? Looking like it is going to be the 4.2 hanging onto it. Callum Wood takes it through to the final.
8-year-old girls, Betty Wills, Holly Webb, Eliza Powell in this one. Cara Cross, River Henderson, Roxy Rowlands, Ailey Steinmetz and Charlotte Ward. Quite a few riders from the south and a couple from the north as well. So as they head towards us, let's have a look who's in the lead. It is the 6.5, Betty. The 2.4, that's Eliza in there in 3. I think I've got a feeling that's River Henderson in there in 4. So as they go in and out the last turn, excuse me, who's got that final qualifying spot? Is it going to be River Henderson on the 2.5? Yes, it is. Cara Cross out in 5th.
Yeah, British champion out in this one. Holly Bishop leads this one out on the 01 plate for Braintree and East Anglia. Dyson Hargreaves, Geddes, Kay Wheeler, Wally and Evans all in this one. These are the female 8 years old semi-finals. Coming down the second straight, Bishop's got the 1.4 of Dyson on her tail, and the 1.5 is that from Scotland. I think it could be Rosie Geddes in there in 3, and the North rider coming on through in 4 is going to be Charlie Hargreaves. But at the moment, your 01 from last year, the East Anglian rider, Holly Bishop, she's going to take it through. And the 4th place rider is going to be the 6.4 of Charlie Hargreaves.
Right, the 8-year-olds, it looks like Jack Haynes went over the gate. If he can pull this one out the bag and get a top 4, it will be the ride of the century. Let's have a look now as they come down the second straight. Southwest out in front. That is going to be George Spencer, I think, out of decoy as they come into the corner. W7 in charge, Hendrix Hines. Oh, Jack Kitchen's in there as well. Thomas hits the deck. So as they go in and out the turn, Jack Kitchen in 4th, but under pressure. Is he going to be able to hold it off? Who's going to get it at the line? Kitchen couldn't find a way through. That left it for the 8.1 of Charlie Dowsing.
Semi-final number 28 on track. The second for the 8-year-olds hits the first turn. The Midlands go 1 and 2. Shaw and Kucherik out front at the moment. Looking good. Who's in there with them inside the top 3? That looks like Arthur Donaldson on the 3.2, picking it up for the Southwest. Who's in a qualifying spot in 4? The 31.4 of Tobias Groves. He's been on fire all day long, and he looks to take it through to the 8-year-old final here today. Last turn action. He's got riders in there behind him. That looks like it could be Dewis out of Gosport. Dewis got enough left in the tank. Who's going to get the final qualifying spot? It's going to go to the 31.4 of Groves.
9-year-old girls semi-final 1. Ella Lamb into the turn, I think, out there in front, and she's got Sophie Bailey right there with her. Izzy Dolan's in the mix, as is Amber Tucker, Mia Kiss, Bonnie Dudley, Gwen Panhallogan and Amber Tucker. But it is the South in control. Ella Lamb, Sophie Bailey in there in 2. Who's got the 3? Who's got the 4? 3.3, that belongs to Mia Kiss, and the 5.4 is Izzy Dolan. Izzy Dolan in the final qualifying position right now. She's got a little bit of time and a little bit of room. Looks like she's going to hold on to it. Ella Lamb's going to get it. Sophie Bailey's going to get the 2. Mia Kiss for 3. Izzy Dolan through in 4.
Yeah, more female 9 years old on track, semi-final number 30. As they come down the first rider, it looks like it was Maisie Egan looking good. The European number 3, Holly Richardson, was in there as well. Here comes the world number 8 of Case Hudak from Milton Keynes. In there in 3 at the moment, looking good to qualify with the 3.4, pushing hard. The 3.4, Ellie Beat from Manchester and the North, looking good in 4 at the moment as they come out of that last turn and they come down the last straightaway. It's looking good for the European number 3 of Egan. It's going to be the 1.2 of Trixie Trays. I didn't recognise the top there because of the body armour, but wow, what a race.
Semi-final number 31, these are the 9-year-olds, Tompkins and Jackson. In this one, it sounds like a builder's merchants firm. It's not, it's the front two out in this semi-final. Tompkins in 1, Jackson in 2, but they are elbow to elbow. Down the straight, Sebastian Hewitt, I think, in there in 3. Who's going to get the 4? Teddy Jones is in there, Jones in the 4. Hewitt's in there as well. Look at the battle. Clayton's trying to get in the mix as well. He's going to have to high-low the pair of them in the final corner. Can Clayton make it work? In and out we go. He's having a good go down that final straight. Teddy Jones in there in 3. Sebastian Hewitt in 4. Jackson Tompkins. Hewitt. Oh, 2 Midlands.
Semi-final 32, the second rack for the 9-year-olds. Heading into that first turn, that's got to be your world number 3, Jacob Anderson, leading it out for the south. Who's in there behind him? Looking like it is the rider out of the southwest. That looks like Arlo Steinmetz. He's in there in the mix on the 20.2. Look at them queuing up the E4. Jack Devine round the outside of Anderson. Devine, Anderson, Steinmetz, 1, 2, 3. It's all swapping and changing, heading into the turn. Kitely's in there in 4. In and out they go, looking like the rider out of the north. Got to be Hemhill. He's picked up the final qualifying spot. Elbow to the line with Steinmetz. It's going to be the 2.4 of Hemhill taking it to the final.
10-year-old girls semi-finals underway. Keller, Poole, Gerard, McCarran, Blackburn, Cunnison, McSwitty and Hume in and out of turn number 1. Looks like the North are out front and in control. That's going to be Elizabeth Lola Poole in 1. Gerard's in there in 2. The North are looking good at this one. That's Lauren Keller in there in 3. Who's got the 4? It's Mara McCarran. McCarran in the 4, the 5.5. Paige Cathcart, Cunnison trying to get in the mix as well. In and out of the turn. Keller's lost some momentum. Is that going to cost her down the final straight? It's going to go north, 1 and 2. Keller in 3, McCarran in 4.
Second 10-year-old girl semi hits that first turn, and it's got to be the W8 on the plate. Iris Hyder leading it out for the south. Who's in there with her? That looks like the southwest's Poppy May Kirby on the 5.2, bringing it in towards this second turn. Who's that in there in 3? Elsie Blight's in there at the moment. That looks like the 13.4 of Lainey Corden in a qualifying spot as it stands inside the top 4. Lakey Hayes in there as well. As they head into the final turn, she's in 5, got a bit of work to do, in and out they go. Hyder's going to take the win to the line. Kirby's in there for 2, Blight's in 3. Who's going to get 4? It's going to be Lainey Cording.
All the heavy hitters in the 10-year-old semi-final. Rowlands, Payne, Bowler, Galitis, Mullen, Smith, Belton and Hamill. This is practically a main event on its own. Where is Isaac Smith? Back there in 6 at the minute. Rowlands leading it out. Payne in there in 2. Mullen's in there in 4. Smith's threading the needle. Can he get it down the final straight? Galitis in there as well. And the Midlands rider trying to get in his Harley Bowler. Oh, right it down. Isaac Smith avoids the carnage, steals the 4th. The sender has sent it straight into the main.
Atai Jamira takes it airborne into turn number 1, all the way out of the outside, and he leads out the semi-final in the 10-year-old boys semi-final number 2. Who's in there with him? That looks like Leighton Harding picking up that 2 spot. The other Midlands rider in 3, that is Zach Everly. Here comes a 2.4 on the inside. That's Archie Bell throwing it under in the turn. He's now in a qualifying spot. The front 4 are looking good and safe as it stands. Jamira out front. What a lap he's had. He's going to take it to the stripe. Jamira, Everly, Harding, 1, 2, 3. Bell's in there in 4.
11-year-old semi-final, number 1, Eaton, Tucker, Bishop, Warren, Syrat, Yerbury, Salmon and Holly Diver in this one as well. South are out front at the moment. That's going to be Emily Eaton in there in 1. Where is Dakota Tucker? In there in 3 at the moment, chasing down the W8 and W5 of Poppy Bishop. Dakota's looking good in 3, the 1.6. In there in 4 is Ruby Warren. Ruby Warren of Scotland in a qualifying position right now. The home fans are on the final straight. They're going to go wild for their rider. It's going to be 01 Eaton going through. Bishop, Tucker, Warren, all in the main events.
Brooke Fawcett jumped the double on the first straight, and it's going to lead her into that first turn on the E3 plate out front. She wants to add a 0-1 to that plate as well. She's looking good at the moment. Who's that in there with her? Looking like it could be the South Rider on the 2.5. That's Esme Ward, the 14.3 in there as well. Emma Kiss picking it up. Allegra True in a qualifying spot inside the top 4. Fawcett, Ward, Kiss, 1, 2, 3. Allegra True's looking safe as it stands. Here comes the pressure from Jones down the final straight. Has Jones got enough left in the tank? I don't think she has. It's going to be True taking it through.
Right, 11-year-olds heading down the straight, first semi-final for these guys. Freddie Parkinson out in front, one rider hits the deck. I think that was Josh Jepson. His British Championships is over, so it is Parkinson. 4.5, that's Charlie Wilcox. Didn't quite catch the rider in that 4th spot. Colby Williams of the South is trying to get in there in that final turn. Can he make it happen? There's challenges being made. Colby Williams is winding it up down the final straight. He's got a battle on with a 4.1. Is he going to get it? No, he's not. 4.1 of Max McNulty makes it in. Williams out in 5.
Second rack of the 11-year-old semi-final heads into turn number 1. Mabo UK leads it through with Ethan Rogers on his home track. Rogers out front looking good. Who's in there with him looking like the 2.5 of James Miller? He's picking it up out of Andover and Team Air, heading for the second turn. He's working his way around the outside of Rogers to 9.4 in 3. That's Frankie Griffin, who's in 4 looking like Honeywell's hanging on to it, but he's got Oliver Arnold in there behind him in 5. Last turn action, Rogers looking good, in and out they go. Miller in there in 2. Who's going to get 3 and 4? Looking like Griffin's going to bring it to the line. Who's going to get 4? That one was tight. I think Honeywell might have managed it.
12-year-old girls into the turn. Looks like Hyla Young is in there in that final qualifying spot as they go in and out of it. She's under pressure though from the rider from the Midlands. That might be Anastasia Mucha, but the rider out in front is on the southwest. That's Lottie Brown. Lottie Brown in 1, E7. Katie Millar in 2. Hyla Young still hanging on to it, being chased though by Anastasia Mucha. Young and Mucha into the final corner. Sunday's going through, Sunday's going out. Who's it going to be? Brown's going to get in. Looks like Isla Young is going to make the main event. She might even steal the 3rd of the line. She does. 21.5, Lily Rose Lubier as well.
Isabella Rowe looks good out front in semi-final number 42. Who's in there with her in a qualifying spot in 2, 3 and 4? Sidoni Cleve, that is, in there in 2. Who's picking up 3? Looking like that could be in Janalino. It is Janalino at the moment. Who's picking up 4? That looks like it could be Libby Coppin, I think. It is Coppin on the bubble. In there inside the top 4, in and out. They're going down the final straight. It is going to be Rowe, Cleve, 1 and 2. Janalino's in there for the top 3. The top 4 is going to be rounded up by Copping.
12-year-old semi-finals in and out of the turn. Here we go. Senshi Flukes all out in front. He's got a pile of riders behind him though. Where's Elvis Lawrence? Elvis Lawrence is in there in 3. The rider in 2 is the E8 of Harry Bailey. Cristiano Goodman's in the 4th. Who's got the 5th spot as they head down towards the corner? Ronnie Richards is in there as well. Amelia Everly in 6. Oh, moves being made. Somebody goes over the turn. It's Goodman. So, Flukes, Bailey, Lawrence. Who's going to get in? 2.5. Ronnie Richards in 4th. Cristiano Goodman, so unlucky. Let's hear it for him.
The final semi-final of the day. Here's the track. Nate Hamilton out of a cannon in that first lane, heading for the first turn. Who's that in there with him? Looking like Freddie Richardson is picking it up into the turn. Tyres throws it under. In and out they go. The elbows are bashing. Hamilton, Richardson, 1 and 2 as it stands. Who's that in there in 3? Check out Shaw. That looks like the 17.1 of Isaac Shaw. Waters. Oh, Donald threw it under and hit the deck. So Shaw leads it. Hamilton, Tyres 2 and 3. Richardson's in there in 4. Here comes, oh, Guppy went to throw it under. Here the other rider. Richardson's going to take it through to the final. Absolute chaos in the 12-year-olds. Let's hope that the fallen riders are okay. Robin Matten, Alonso and Harry Donald. Your finals will be going at 5 p.m, ladies and gents. So you've got just over 15 minutes until we go final racing. Put your hands together for Robin and Harry, ladies and gents.
Right, first up, 9 to 12-year-old cruiser. I feel like I should do my public service announcement about Facebook posts. Do you know what I'm thinking of? You know what I'm thinking of, don't you? Everybody loves to do a Facebook post about how their rider's done. Just so you know, only 0-1 counts. That's it. There's no 0-2, 0-3, 0-4, etc. You've made the British final. Fantastic. That's lovely. Congratulations. But there's only a 0-1. They do get to go on the podium. Yeah. Just don't go on Facebook and say you're 0-6 because it doesn't really work like that.
If you have hired a transponder for the day, ladies and gents, and you do not need it for tomorrow's racing, please can you hand them back into admin as soon as possible. Them guys are volunteers that don't want to be standing around waiting for you guys to queue up at the end of the day. So please, as soon as you are finished with your hired transponders, hand them back in. Thank you very much.
Right, we're going to run you through the riders one at a time. Nice 12-year-old cruiser mixed. Right. I need to do the call out anyway. Right, lining up, we have got on the gates. For the south, on the W6, Newton Hindley. For the south, on the 4.5, Joshua Sylvester. For the south, on the 13.5, Robin Matten Alonso. For the north, on the 6.4, Edward Jones. For the southwest, on the 2.2, Oliver Arnold. For the north, on the 1.4, Jake McKenna. For the north, on the E1, it is James Cottrell. And for the Midlands, on the 4.1, it is Elijah Jamira. Right, here we go, heading down the hill. The first 0-1 plate is about to be decided. Who's going to get it? Jamira and Cotty into turn number one. Jamira picking up the whole shot. Cottrell in there in two. Jake McKenna carving hard. He's in there inside the top four right now. But as they head down towards the second turn, it is the Midlands rider, Elijah Jamira, in and out of the corner. The only person close enough is James Cottrell from the north. Jamira in control as they go into the final corner. Here we go, down the straight to the line. The first 0-1 of 2023 goes to Elijah Jamira. Cotty in two. Robin Matten Alonso in three. Newton Hindley in four.
13 to 14-year-old Cruiser A final lining up on the gate. Out of the north, we've got Eric McSwitty. Out of the Midlands, Logan Widdowson. Out of the north, Theo Locke. Out of the south, Zachary Tia. The south again, Tate Kitson. Out of the southwest, Joe Penton-Voke. Out of the south, Stanley Palmer. And doing it for the Midlands, Sean Brown. Here we go, 13, 14-year-old cruiser for its final is a go. Check him out. Sean Brown's been shot out of the cannon, out of the inside. Who's going to get it into the turn? Around the outside of him, that looks like it could be Tate Kidson. Kidson leads it. Who's in there with him? Joe Penton-Vokes picks up that 2 spot. Widowson's in there at about 5 at the moment. But out front, looking good for the 1.5. That's Stanley Palmer. Palmer leads it. Penton-Vokes in there in 2. That's Brown in 3. That's looking like Logan Widowson in there in 4. Heading into the final corner. Has Brown got enough left? In and out they go. It's going to be Stanley Palmer. He's going to take the 0-1 in the 13, 14-year-old cruisers. Joe Penton-Vokes for 2. Sean Brown's in there for 3.
Right, next up, 15 to 16-year-old cruisers for the South. It is JTL Simpson Davis. For East Anglia, Thomas Miller. For the North, Ronan Bebbington. For the Southwest, Kaishu Flukes. For the Midlands, Benjamin Weiss. For the North, Gabe Simpson. For the Midlands, Zach Green. And for the South, Ard Esselmont. We are going the 15 to 16-year-old cruiser category. It's already getting busy down the straight. Gabe Simpson in the middle. Who's going to get it into the first turn? Looks like Esselmont's going to get there. Oh, Simpson underneath. Esselmont over the turn. Hits the fence. Let's hope he's okay. We have got Zach Green in there in 2. Who's got the 3 in the minute? It looks like the 15, 13.1. And that belongs to Benjamin Weiss for Gabe Simpson. Is he going to be able to hold it? He's under pressure in the final corner. Drag racing down the final straight. Who's going to get it on the line? Simpson under pressure. Can he hold it? Oh, so close. I'll let the transponders separate them because we couldn't. Right, here is your fallen rider. It is the 15.5 on Esselmont.
13 to 16-year-old girls, a cruiser, lining up on their gate for their British Championship final. Out of the North, Yetska Hemstock. Out of the Midlands, Abby Nyquist. Out of the Southwest, Grace Burge. The Southwest again, Cody Harmer. Out of East Anglia, Annalise Cameron Carpenter. Out of the South, Anya Matten Alonso. Out of Scotland, Alexis McCartney. And on the W1 plate, out of the South, Elsa Rendell Todd. Final 4 is to go, the 13 to 16-year-old girls cruiser, heading for turn number 1, the W1 on the plate. Elsa Rendell Todd, all the way out of lane 8. She's going to pick up the whole shot into the turn. Oh, riders down. Annalise Cadman Carpenter hits the deck. Who's in there in 2? That looks like Alexis McCartney. Harmer's in there in 3, but out front, that is ridiculous. Elsa Rendell Todd on fire, your world champion. She's going to be your British champion if things stay like this. In and out of the final turn, Elsa Rendell Todd, she's going to take the win on the cruiser world and British champion. Who's going to get the 2? Alexis McCartney pushing all the way to the stripe. That's going to be Cody Harmer going through in 3.
Right, next up, 30-plus cruiser women. We have got, for the North, Lee Pendleton. For the Midlands, Marsha Brook. For the North, Magic Manda Hempstock. For the Southwest, Kim Batsford. For the South, Anita Wong. For the South, Sarah Jane Nichols. For the South, Michelle Stupple. And for the Southwest, Rebecca Goal. Right, anybody inside the fence, with legs inside the fence on the last straight, can you put your legs back over, please? Thanks. 30 plus female cruiser final is underway. Let's have a look. Michelle Supple got a good one. Kim Batsford in there as well. Rebecca Galway, Sarah Jane Nichols in the mix as well as they go into turn number one. Stupple getting the whole shot. Under pressure though from Rebecca Gall as they come down the second straight. It's the south and the southwest chasing into the turn. Sarah Jane Nichols is in there in three. Anita Wong as well as they go into the corner. Stupple, Gall, Nichols, 1, 2, 3. Let's have a look. Magic Manda's in there as well. Lee Pendleton in and out the corner though. It looks like the 0-1 is going to the south. Michelle Stupple is going to take that title. Stupple takes the win. Gall in 2, Nichols in 3. Wow, wow, wow.
30 to 39-year-old cruiser British Championships final. Lining up on the gate out of the south, we've got Matthew Eaton. Out of the south again, Shane Reed. The south again, Jamie Webb. Out of the south and Bournemouth, Agrid Aladzans. Out of East Anglia, Billy Irwin. Out of the southwest, Daniel Popel. Out of the north on the 0-1, Martin Smiley Brown. And out of East Anglia, John Lillingstone.
Okay, riders, random start. Riders ready, watch the gate.
30 to 39-year-old cruiser Zarago Lillingston out of lane one, headed for turn number one. He's looking to pick up the whole shot, and I think he's going to manage it. Lillingston out of East Anglia leads it out. Who's in there with him? That looks like Daniel Popel out of the southwest. So it's East Anglia and southwest 1 and 2 at the moment. Martin Smiley Brown's in there in 3, chasing them into the corner. That looks like the 1.5 in there in 4, picking it up as they come on round. That's Shane Reed. Last turn action. Here comes Popel on the inside. Daniel Popel swoops under into the 0-1 spot. Who's going to get in? Lillingston gets it wrong. Daniel Popel's your new British champion. Brown nicks 2 on the line. Lillingston goes through in 3. Wow, oh, wow.
Right, next up, 40 to 44 cruiser. We have got lined up out of the south, Kev Merron. For the north, Rich Stevenson. For the southwest, Lee Arthurs. For the south, Norbert Marco. For the north, Kingsley Mears. For the south, Adam Boudet. For Scotland, Fraser Watson. And for the south, Jeffrey Rojas.
Attention. Okay, riders, random start. Riders ready, watch the gate.
40 to 44 cruiser, Rojas Watson, and look in the middle, we've got Kingsley Mears as well. Who's going to get it into the turn? The North are going to lead it in. Kingsley Mears is going to pick up the whole shot. Yep, he's leading it out. He's in there in 1. Where is Fraser Watson? Back there in about 4. Battling with Marco at the minute, but Mears is the man out front and in control. But there is pressure coming from the 6.5, and that belongs to Adam Boudet. Mears and Boudet. Oh, Narco's gone down in the corner. Take the rider with him in and out the final turn. The battle's still going on. Kingsley Mears, is he going to hold it to the line? He's got it wrong. He's going to get past. It's going to be close to the line. Oh, Boudet takes it. Mears in 2. Oh, my word. Rojas and Marco. Bit of a roll round on the floor. But that last straight has caught people out all day long, especially in the semis and the finals. I think it's going to catch a few more out before the end of today.
The 45 to 49-year-old cruiser final lining up on the gate. Out of East Anglia, we've got Andrew Hayes. Out of the Midlands, Brett Knight. Out of East Anglia, Paul Barnard. East Anglia again, Jules Allen. The South have got Damien Mead. Out of the South again, Ricardo Santos. Out of the North, Graham Stanley. And out of the Midlands, Matt Barnard.
Attention. Okay, riders, random start. Riders ready, watch the
45, 49-year-old cruiser bruiser Zarago. Jules gets squeezed in down the first straight. Barnard round the outside. Oh my word! 765 riders down. Matt Barnard out in front, sailing away with it, looking like he might be your new 0-1 if he keeps it upright. Who's in there with him? That's the 11.3 of Andrew Hayes. Brett Knight's in there in 3. So the Midlands are going 1 and 3. Jules Allen's back up into 4. That looks like the 20.3 of Paul Barnard in 5. But your new British champion, Matt Barnard. Wow, oh wow, absolute chaos. Graham Stanley's back up to his feet. Put your hands together, ladies and gents. I think it might be Ricardo Santos that is still down. Damien Means back up as well. Put your hands together for him, ladies and gents.
Oh, somebody get the Allen keys out for Graham Stanley, please. We do have a rider still down on that first straight. So these guys can just sit and chill for a minute, if that's at all possible.
Can we have one of the North mechanics to the pens, please? A North rider has got a mechanical issue, so if we could get one of the mechanics from the North to the pens, please. Thank you very much.
Right, don't forget, we're going to go with the presentations as soon as possible after racing. We're going to go with the presentations as soon as possible after racing. Go on then, Warlock, get a Mexican wave going.
All right, we got a bit of a break, so I'll come out and get you all going. Let's see if some of you guys and girls remember Glasgow Worlds. We're gonna try the Mexican wave. Yeah, so when you see my hand in the air, I want you to follow it around. I'll come up here so you can see me. We're gonna have about a 5-minute break now, so. Right. Let's see if you lot are ready, because it is day one of the Brits. We're gonna start with all these VIP people up here. Everybody boo the VIPs, boo. Boo, they got the best seats in the house, boo. Okay, you ready for the Mexican wave? So you're gonna follow my hand around. You know what the Mexican wave is, do you? We get Harry the hamster out. We ignore the VIPs. We're going to start down here in the corner. Are you ready? Mexican wave. Here we go. 1, 2, 3. Lift your hands up. Right, here we go. Along the first straight. Along the first straight. Come on. Come on, first straight. Step up. Keep going. Oh, you failed. Oh, first straight. They're rubbish. Oh, forget that lot. We'll start here. The finish line looked good. The finish line. Are you ready for a Mexican wave? Follow that. Are you ready? 3, 2, 1, go! Ooh. Into the last corner. Ooh. Yeah, not bad, not bad. Right. We give the first straight another go. Bristol Jets, Tiverton BMX Club, all you lot there. You got to remember, and the first corner. Right, you ready? 3, 2, 1. Ready, ready, go! Come on, down the first straight. Here we go, where are we going? Yeah. Well, yes. Look at that. Oh, brilliant. All the way round. We're going all the way round. Last corner, here we go. Ooh. Oh, you didn't even need my direction. Well done, well done. Give yourself a big round of applause. We'll get Harry the hamster out later. Maybe tomorrow. Okay, we're going to go back to racing now. It is the British champs. And British champions will be crowned. Big round of applause for our friend. Just coming off the track there, ladies and gentlemen, in the wheelchair. Nobody wants to leave that. Big round of applause for him. Hopefully we'll see him back. Yeah, I think that's all. My club teammate, Santos. Give us a thumbs up, Ricardo, if you're all right, my friend. Yeah, thumbs up. Hopefully we wish him the best, and we'll see him back on a bike very soon.
Right, 50 to 54 cruiser lining up. We have got from the north, Gary Carver. From the south, Stephen Hassel. From East Anglia, Rich Ellis. For Scotland, Brett Archibald. For the Midlands, Darren O'Brien. For East Anglia, Kev Sykes. For Scotland, Ian Archibald. And for East Anglia, Alan Hill.
Affair riders, random start. Riders ready, watch the gate.
50 to 54 cruiser, here we go. Archibald got a good start, marginally better than Alan Hill. Who's going to lead it into the turn though? Oh, one rider's already down. That's Stephen Hassel on straight number 1. In and out the turn. Alan Hill heading down the second straight. I can't even begin to count how many British titles this guy's won as they go in and out the corner. It's Hilly, Sykes, 1 and 2, O'Brien in 3, Archibald 4, Archibald 5, Ellis in 6, Carver in 7. But Alan Hill of East Anglia winning the title and taking another 0-1.
55 plus cruiser British Championship final lining up on the gates. Out of East Anglia, we've got Robert Clark. The South have got Darren Borton. Out of Scotland, Raymond Reed. Out of the South, Keith Brown. The South again, Billy Stupple. The South again, John Moore. Out of East Anglia, James Yeo. And out of the Midlands, Michael Goff.
Attention. Affair riders, random start. Riders ready, watch the gate.
55 plus cruisers, Origo Reed's had a blinding start heading for the turn. Who's going to get the whole shot? Mick Goff round the outside, looking like he's going to pick up the whole shot into the turn. Who's out there with him? Out of East Anglia, that could be James Yeo in there in that two spot, chasing him down. It's Big Mick Goff. Yeo, 1 and 2. Who's in there in 3? That looks like the 1.5 of John Moore trying to find a way through, but it's all about the Midlands out front. Big Mick Goff taking it to him in the 55 plus cruisers. In and out he goes. James Yeo in there in 2, John Moore in 3, exactly as they qualify for the final. Big Mick Goff's your new British champion.
Next up, 17 to 29 female cruiser. For the Midlands, Trinity Cam. For the South, Amy Willets. For East Anglia, Molly Nice. For the South, Hannah Hedges. For East Anglia, Abby Pike. For the North, Olivia Firth. For the Midlands, Izzy Hurry. And for the Midlands again on the W8, Lily Chiziwa. 1729 female cruiser.
Attention. Affair riders, random start. Riders ready, watch the gate.
Right, girls, our go heading down the hill. Chiziwa and Firth looking like the first two to head towards that first turn. Lily hopped over the roller death gap and she's going to lead it into turn number 1. Chiziwa, Firth, 1 and 2. Trinity Cam in there in 3. I think, no, it's Izzy Hurry. Izzy Hurry in that third spot. Wouldn't like to say who's got the 4th. It's the 8.3 of Abby Pike. As they go in and out the corner, Chiziwa still out in front. Izzy Hurry's going to have to look for a way around. Olivia Firth might need to rely on some carnage down the final straight. Who's going to get it at the line? Chiziwa and Hurry to the stripe. Who's going to get it? Chiziwa, Hurry, Firth, Pike. That's your 1, 2, 3 and 4.
17 to 29-year-old cruiser British Championship final lining up on the gate. Out of East Anglia, Owen Putland. Out of the Midlands, Tom Whitaker. Out of the North on the 0-1, Alex Brooks. Out of East Anglia again, Freddie Cadman Carpenter. East Anglia again, Mickey Porter. Out of the South, Connor Hedges. The South again on the 0-1X, Charlie Roy. And Midlands, make some noise for Jake Green.
Attention. Affair riders, random start. Riders ready, watch the gate.
29-year-old cruisers Origo. It's all about the inside. He's getting busy. Who's leading it? Roy's heading into the turn. Charlie Roy leads it out. Here, goal! Bronx hits the deck. Roy leads it out. Hedges in 2. The South go 1 and 2. Who's that in there in 3? Got to be Mickey Porter picking it up for East Anglia. But out front, Charlie Roy took the British Championship in the 15, 16-year-old cruisers last year. He's going to do it in the 17, 29-year-olds this year. Charlie Roy takes the 0-1. Hedges, Porter, Green, 2, 3, 4. Put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen, for the fallen riders. Alex Brooks back up to his feet. Owen Putland is up as well, so is Freddie Cadman Carpenter.
Alrighty. Here we go. Next up, the mini Miss Missiles, the 6 and under young ladies. Get ready for some action because we have got from the south, Millie Moore. From the north, Hattie McGoldrick. From the north, Jada Nuttall. For the Midlands, Matilda Hewitt. For the north, Abigail Henning. For the south, Olaf Jewish, sorry. For the north, Maggie Devine. And for the southwest, Mabel Pine. The 6 and under girls are go.
Attention. Okay, riders, random start. Riders ready, watch the gate.
The 6 and unders are bringing the thunder. Here we go down the straight. Who's going to be the first to rise? Oh, Maggie Devine's lost the pedals. Looks like she's hit the deck. Let's hope she's okay. Mabel Pine, all the Jewish, Abigail Henning in there as well. Jada Nuttall, where is Hattie McGoldrick? She's in the mix as well. But it looks like the young lady from the southwest out in front. That is going to be Mabel Pine. Here we go, in and out the turn. Abigail Henning's in there in 3. Matilda's in 4. Hattie McGoldrick in 5. Millie Moore in 7. Jada in there in 6. In and out the turn, down the straight. Mabel Pine is going to be the 0-1. She takes the title. Abigail Henning with a 3. Olive Jewish for a 2. Hattie McGoldrick inside the top 5. Wow. Right, let's have a look at, is it Maggie Devine? I think it is. Maggie's up and all right. Give her a big round of applause, people. And talking of 6 and unders, here come the boys. Well, we have got on the 2.5 Atlas Lewis Field. For the south he was actually. For the south again, Rudy Pleasance Ford. For the Midlands, YouTube superstar Shelby Yates. For the south, Finley Thomas. For the Midlands, Roman Birdfield. For the southwest, Albie Blight. For the southwest again, Joseph Claydon. And on the 2.1 for the Midlands, Frankie Jones.
Okay, riders, random start. Riders ready, watch the gate.
Hang on to your hats, it's the 6 and under boys heading down the hill. Claydon on the inside, southwest are looking good. Sunday's moving across as well in the middle. It's all mixed up as they go into turn number 1. Jones, Claydon, Blythe, Birdfield, Thomas, Yates, Ford and Field. All mixed up. I'm only going to be able to pick them out as they come down towards us. So we will wait until they arrive. But here they come. The 6 and under boys. Who's got the lead? It looks like the 1.2 of Joseph Claydon. Claydon in 1, Blight in 2, Roman Birdfield in there in 3, Rudy's in there in 4. That's Rudy Pleasance Ford. As they go towards the final corner, the southwest are looking good for another 0-1. Who's going to get it at the line? It looks like the 1.2. Joseph Claydon takes the win. Albie Blight for 2. Roman Birdfield for 3.
The 7-year-old girls lining up on the gate for their British Championship final. Out of the north, Isabella Dunn. The north again, Pippa Rowland. Out of the south, Megan Keller. Out of Scotland, Ellie Robertson. Out of East Anglia, Lola Perks. Out of the southwest, Ella Grant. Out of the southwest again, Lauren Snell. And on the 0-1, out of East Anglia, Phoebe Millar. 7-year-old girls are a go for the British Championship final. The 0-1 out of lane 1. Phoebe Millar's off to a blinder, one rider down. On the first straight, she's back up to her feet. Heading into the turn then, it is going to be a reigning British champ. Leading it out from the two ladies out of the southwest. Looking good at the moment for Phoebe Millar, Moto 1365 race team. Who's in there with a Lawrence Snell and Ella Grant picking up 2 and 3 as they head towards this second turn. It is the 7 and the 8.2. The 7.2 of Lawrence Snell hanging on to that 2 spot at the moment. The 3 is the 7.2. The 8.2 of Ella Grant. Last turn action, it's going to be Millar. She's going to retain the 0-1 on the front of her bike. 2-time British champion taking it to the line. Millar does it. Snell for 2, Grant's in there in 3, the 1.5 in there in 4. That was Megan Keller. Put your hands together for Lola Perks, ladies and gentlemen, as she finishes the lap. The 7-year-old boys lining up on the gate for their British Championship final. Out of the southwest, we've got Callum Wood. Out of the south, Oscar Marco. The southwest again, Alistair North. Out of the southwest, Emerson Tucker. Out of East Anglia, Ethan the Great White Shark. Out of the south, Dominic Zapanos. Out of the Midlands, Antek Perebny. And out of the southwest, Henry Sullivan. The 7-year-old boys are a go for their final. Perebny's been shot out of a cannon out of lane number 2. Sullivan's there with it. Oh! Perebny gets it wrong. Sullivan goes airborne. That was wild. Sullivan leads it out for the southwest. Ethan the Great White's in there in 2. For East Anglia, that's still looking like the Midlands. And Perebny inside the top 3. But out front, check this guy out. I don't think he's dropped a lap all day. Henry Sullivan on a charge. Perebny looked up the inside of White in the turn. Didn't quite make it stick. He's got a bit of work to do. Heading for the final corner, but it's out front. All about Henry Sullivan. He's looking like he's going to take that 0-1 plate. Perebny slips his pedal. Just about manages to stay upright. Sullivan takes it. Ethan the Great White for 2. Perebny for 3. For your new British champion, Henry Sullivan.
Right, moving on, 8-year-old young ladies lining up on the gates. For the north, we have Charlie Hargreaves. For Scotland, Rosie Geddes. For the south, River Henderson. For the north, Eliza Powell. For the north again, Florence Dyson. For the south, Holly Webb. For the south, Betty Wills. And for East Anglia, Holly Bishop. Here come the girls heading down the hill. The 8-year-old female final. Betty Wills has got a good start. Holly Bishop right there as well. Looks like the North girls are trying to get involved. And that's going to be Florence Dyson, Eliza Powell and Charlie Hargreaves. In and out the turn they go. Betty Wills out in front, doing it for the South. They are queuing up behind her. Holly Webb is in there as well. She's going through in 2. Florence Dyson in 3. Oh, one rider's gone down on the straight. 6.5. Betty Wills, though, looking good. The only person who's getting closer at the minute is Florence Dyson. In and out the final turn. Betty still in charge. Looks like she's going to take the 0-1. Betty Wills of the South is your British champion. 0-1. Dyson in 2. Bishop in 3. Holly Webb in 4. Next up, a stack class, the 8-year-old boys. We have got for the Southwest, George Spencer. For the Midlands, Charlie Dowsing. For East Anglia, Rex Ford. For the South, Hendrix Hines. For the North, Tobias Groves. For the Southwest, Arthur Donaldson. For the Midlands, Seth Kacharik. And for the Midlands again, make some noise for Ethan Shaw.
Okay, riders, random start. Riders ready, watch the gate.
The greats of the 8 have just left the gate. Let's have a look. Who's going to get that first turn first? Ethan Shaw's working his way in. It's a Midlands tribe heading towards turn number 1. They are 1, 2, 3 into the turn. East Anglia coming up strong behind. That'll be Rexford on that 1.3, chasing the Midlands boys down the straight. But the man out in front at the moment, looking like the 0-1. Is he going to retain the title? Ethan Shaw, he's got a queue of riders behind him, and one of them's getting very, very close as they come to the final corner. In and out we go. Shaw still holding on to it. Ethan Shaw off the Midlands of Birmingham BMX Club. Is he going to win the title again? Yes, he is. 8.1 in 2. Charlie Dowsing, Seth Kacharik, and Midlands 1, 2, 3.
The 9-year-old girls lining up on the gate for their British Championship final. Out of the North, Izzy Dolan. East Anglia have got Mia Kiss. The North again, Ellie Beat. On the W8 plate, out of East Anglia, Grace Hudak. Out of the Southwest, Trixie Trays. Out of the North, Sophie Bailey. Your European number 3, out of the North again, Maisie Egan. And your world number 3, out of the South, Ella Lamb. The 9-year-old girls are going for their British Championship final. Lamb's got in a good start out of lane 2, heading for the first turn. Looking like she wants to pick up the whole shot. In the corner, Hudak's worked her way into that 2 spot. Who leads it then? Lamb, Hudak, 1 and 2. That looks like it could be Trays in there in 3 as they head through the second straight. Out front though, doing it for the South. Your world number 3, Ella Lamb looking good. She's got the W8, that's Hudak right there with her in 2. Trays is in there in 3, Egan's in 4. In and out of that second turn, he's still looking good for the 2 world finalists from earlier on in the year in Scotland. They're going 1 and 2 at the moment. That's going to be Ella Lamb. And down the final straight, Grace Hudak. They're going to go through in 1 and 2. Your new British champions, Ella Lamb. Trixie Trays rounds out your top 3. The 9-year-old boys are lining up on the gate for their British Championships final. Out of the Southwest, Arlo Steinmetz. Out of the North, Connor Hemhill. Your world number 3 doing it for the South, Jacob Anderson. Out of the Midlands, Seb Hewitt. The Midlands again, Teddy Jones. Your European number 4. Out of the North, Jack Devine. Out of East Anglia, Joey Tompkins. And your current British champion, out of the North, Benny Jackson.
Okay, riders, random start. Riders ready, watch the gate.
Gate goes down, the 9-year-old boys final hits the track. It's looking like a good start from your world number 3, Jacob Anderson. Airborne through the first straight. Anderson looking like he's going to get the whole shot. Anderson leads it. Who's that in there with him? Looking like Tompkins picking up 2. The North riders are going through in that 3 spot at the moment. That looks like it could be Divine, I think. Jackson's in there as well, heading towards this second turn. Anderson slips his pedal. Tompkins leads it in and out of the turn. Tompkins, Divine 1 and 2. Steinmetz in there in 3. Hewitt's in the mix in there in about 4. That looks like Jackson working his way on the inside. Didn't quite make his stick. Steinmetz hangs on to 3. Down the final straight to the line. It's going to be Joey Tompkins, your new British champion. The European number 4, Jack Devine, goes through in 2. Arlo Steinmetz for 3.
Right, just 3 more age groups to go, and the first of them is the 10-year-old girls. We have got out of the north, Laney Cordin. For the southwest, Elsie Blight. For the Midlands, Mara McCarran. For the southwest, Poppy May Kirby. For the south, Lauren Keller. For the south again, Iris Hyder. For the north, Grace Gerard. And for the north, Elizabeth Lola Poole.
Attention. Affair riders, final start. Riders ready, watch the gate.
Here come the 10-year-old girls heading down the straight. Laney Cordin on the inside. Look at Elizabeth Lola Poole battling away in the middle there, but it looks like the trying to get Rich Ryder leading him into the corner is Iris Hyder out of the south. South looking good in this one. Pressure coming though from the rider from the north. I've got a feeling that might be Elizabeth Lola Poole. It is Hyder and Poole into the second turn. Who's going to get it? 5.2 in there. That's Poppy May Kirby in 3. Gerard's in there in 4. Keller in 5. Hyder still leading it out though for the south. It's going to come down to a track race in the final straight. Iris Hyder of the south. Is she going to hold it? Pressure coming from Elizabeth Lola Poole. Iris Hyder, Elizabeth Lola Poole. Elsie Blight, Grace Gerard. Next up, 10-year-old boys. This is going to be another absolute banger of a final, I can tell you that. We have got for the north, Archie Bell. For the north again, Isaac the Sender Smith. For the Midlands, Zach Everly. For the south, Adrian Galitis. For the south, Leighton Harding. For the south, Ronnie Payne. For the Midlands, Itai Jamira. And for the north, Leo Rowlands.
Attention. Affair riders, random start. Riders ready, watch the gate.
The super fast 10s are at it again. Let's have a look. Ronnie Payne, Leo Rowlands, all taking off together. Isaac Smith on the outside as they head into the corner. Who's going to get it? Is it Jamira with the whole shot? I think it is. Jamira and Payne going 1 and 2. Leo Rowlands is making his move down the inside. Isaac the Sender Smith in there in 4. But Jamira, it looks like he's running away with it. In and out of the turn. Smith looking for a top 3. He's got to get past Rowlands. Jamira still leading it into the final corner. Itai Jamira of the Midlands looking like he's going to be the 0-1. He's going to get it. Ronnie Payne for the 2. Rowlands and Smith battling for a top 3.
The 11-year-old girls lining up on the gate for their British Championship final. Out of East Anglia, Allegra True. Out of Scotland, Ruby Warren. East Anglia again, Emma Kiss. The Southwest, Dakota Tucker. Out of the South, Esme Ward. On the E3, out of the North, Brooke Fawcett. On the W5, out of East Anglia, Poppy Bishop. And your British champion, out of the South, Amelie Eaton.
Attention. Affair riders, random start. Riders ready, watch the gate.
The 11-year-old girls hit the track. Eaton's out of lane 2, heading for the first turn. She wants to retain that title. Heading for the corner. Who's that in there with her? Looking like it is a rider out of lane 1. Poppy Bishop, your world number 5, but it's Eaton. Bishop, 1 and 2 at the moment. Who's that in there in 3? Looking like it could be Tucker, I think. Inside the top 3 at the moment it is. Fawcett's in there in 4. But Amelie Eaton has turned on the turbocharge. Look at that for a lead. Out front looking good. Tucker's in there in 3. She's under pressure from Fawcett heading for the final turn. But no questions asked of the reigning world champ. She's going to do it twice on the bounce. Amelie Eaton, your reigning British champion. That's going to be Bishop through for 2. Tucker's in there in 3. 11-year-old boys lining up on the gate for their British Championship final. Out of the Southwest, Thomas Honeywell. The North have got Frankie Griffin. 2 riders out of the Midlands, Max McNulty and Ethan Howell. Out of the South, James Miller. Out of the South again, Charlie Wilcox. Out of the Midlands, Ethan Rogers. And your reigning British champion out of the North, Freddie Parkinson. The 11-year-old boys ago, there was not a long pause on the gate. Parkinson, Rogers heading for the turn. Who's going to get the whole shot? That looks like it could be Howell out of the outside. Who's going to get it? Parkinson leads it. The 2 Midlands boys are in there behind him. That is Ethan Rogers and Ethan Howell picking it up. Miller's in there inside the top 4 as they head towards the second turn. But it's all about the reigning British champ at the moment. Parkinson is under pressure though. Here come the 2 Ethans out of the Midlands. Can they find a way round? Parkinson, Rogers, Howell in that order, in and out of the final turn. Who's going to get it? Freddie Parkinson's going to retain the 0-1 as he heads to the line. Parkinson, Rogers, Howell in that order.
Right, just 2 finals left on day 1 of the British Championships here at Derby. Can I just ask you guys, are you having a good time? Good. Because the racing's just about to get hotter, because lining up 8 of the fastest 12-year-old girls you will ever meet. And on the 3.2 out of the Southwest, we have got Libby Coppin. For the South, on the 21.5, Lily Rose Lubert. For the South again, on the 4.5, Isla Young. On the 5.1 out of the Midlands, Serafina Gianolino. For East Anglia, we have got Sidoni Cleve. For the Southwest, Isabella Rowe. On the E7, out of East Anglia, Katie Miller. And on the 9.2, for the Southwest, Lottie Can't Stop, Won't Stop Brown.
Attention. Appearance, random start. Ready, watch the gate.
12-year-old girls final. Katie Miller got an absolute banger of a start, but she's got Lottie Brown right there with her into the turn. Brown picking up the whole shot. Miller in there in 2. That looks like Isla Young in there in 4. She's been absolutely charging since the World Championships. Brown out in front. Miller in 2, the 1.2 in there in 3 is Isabella Rowe. They are going in and out of the final corner. It looks like the title is going to the Southwest. The 0-1, the British champion for the Southwest, Lottie Can't Stop, Won't Stop Brown. The final of day 1 here in the British Championships. The 12-year-old boys. And I have to admit, I have been looking forward to this final all day long. An absolute firecracker of an age group, completely massive, full of fast, skillful lads. It is a pleasure to watch. Lining up for East Anglia, Freddie Richardson. For the South, Ronnie Richards. For the North, Nate Hamilton. For East Anglia, Oliver Tyers. For the South, Elvis Lawrence. For the Midlands, Isaac Shaw. For the North, Harry Bailey. And for the Southwest, Senshu Flukes. The final, the 12-year-old boys.
Attention. Appearance, random start. Riders ready, watch the gate.
Here come the 12-year-old boys. This is going to be an absolute perler of a final. Who's going to get it into turn number one? Flukes is looking good to get his nose in front. Richardson's right there with him as well. Look at Nate Hamilton diving underneath. Hamilton for the north. He's just let the lead go to Senchu Flukes. Flukes has regained it, but Hamilton in there in 2. Bailey in 4, Richardson in 5, Elvis Lawrence back there in 7, but Senchu Flukes of the Southwest pushing hard. He's not done. Here comes Nate Hamilton. Who's going to get it at the line? Flukes gets it. Hamilton for 3, Bailey for 4. Right, podium presentations. Literally as soon as possible. Top 8, get yourselves over to the stage. We want to get these trophies presented. All the parents want to get on the aisle. So let's crack on.